Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 8:19. When he heard Wei Baichuan's words, Wei Rong's mind was shaken, and he felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. His face paled. I understand. Little Rong, we've really decided to leave the ancestral planet and head to Myriad City, Wei Baichuan said. Wei Rong had only been using the ancestral planet as a pretense to numb Lu Yin, but this time, the Wei family was truly afraid. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. No need. I've already made preparations. Wei Baichuan was shocked. You've already made preparations. Wei Rong turned off his screen and closed his eyes. Yi Feng was astonished. You've really made preparations. Wei Rong opened his eyes. It's just a matter of mutual destruction. Yi Feng solemnly said, no matter what you want to do, think about the Wei family. This family has been passed down for countless years, and even their genealogy has been cut off multiple times. Don't let the entire Wei family die because of you. Wei Rong activated his gadget and contacted someone, only saying, let's begin. He had not expected to actually use this move. He was a cautious person, and no matter who his opponent was, he would never have only one backup plan. However, this time, he had used all of the Wei family's backup plans. His spy in the Hall of Taimo had been completely exposed, but he had still not been able to resolve this crisis. He could only take a gamble. He had once thought that his opponent would be Wang Wen, Cheong Shir, or even one of the geniuses from the Innerverse. He had never expected to be suppressed by Lu Yin and forced to use all of his trump cards. In outer space, Lu Yin and Peach found a spacecraft and headed to Armament Weave. This was an ordinary spacecraft, and it would take at least a month to reach Armament Weave. He decided to wait until they left Mordor Weave before finding a place to buy a Radiant-grade spacecraft. Unfortunately, he had given the collapsible spacecraft to Hai Chi-Chi, who had gone off to explore the Astral River. Deep in his heart, he did not wish for the Innerverse and Outerverse to be connected so quickly. That huge lie had made him tremble in fear. In the Outerverse, the most likely route to the Innerverse was endless shipping. Lu Yin considered finding a time to form a relationship with endless shipping. It would be best if he could join them like how he had joined Aegis. The leader is really efficient. With 100,000 disciples participating, we'll definitely win, Your Highness, Peach said happily. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. With the Temple of Taimo participating in the battle, even if the Dark Phoenix tribe moved to Armament Weave, it wouldn't make a difference. On the battlefield, the Temple of Taimo's deterrence wasn't something that the Dark Phoenix tribe could compare to. The various powers of the Outerverse fell silent. With the Temple of Taimo joining the fray, the Wei family was finished. Many forces in the Central Weave retreated from the battlefield. Even the Umbral Butterfly tribe had withdrawn from Armament Weave. Angie tried to stop them, but it was useless. The Umbral Butterfly tribe could not be buried along with the Wei clan. The people of the Dark Phoenix race also retreated. The dust of this war had already settled. No one could stop the Great Eastern Alliance. Hilana was busy. The various forces that had participated in the war in the Central Weave contacted him, hoping to repair their relationship. The Wei family was finished, and they didn't want the Great Eastern Alliance to target them because of this war. In a single night, the Wei family seemed to have been abandoned by the entire universe. Cheong Shi-er was deep in thought as she held Xiao Nan in her arms. Xiao Nan's face turned red. Young master, is the Wei clan finished? Cheong Shi-er stared at the huge star chart in front of her, waiting for something. Her gadget beeped as a message arrived. Cheong Shi-er glanced at it, and she suddenly relaxed. Xiao Nan was puzzled. What's wrong, young master? Cheong Shi-er stroked Xiao Nan's face. Wei Rong hasn't admitted defeat yet. It won't be that easy for Lu Yin to win. Xiao Nan was puzzled. Why? Cheong Shi-er's lips curled up. Because the Wei family hasn't really left the homeworld. Cheong Shi-er did not want the Wei family to be defeated. She did not like Wei Rong, but she was even more afraid that Lu Yin would win the war and enter armament weave. Wei Rong only wished for the world to be in chaos, and he thought that he could lead the way and do something earth-shattering. In Cheong Shi-er's opinion, he was just messing around. The Wei family did not have the power to conquer the universe, and they could not do it with their brains alone. However, Lu Yin was different. This person was truly dangerous. He had the Hall of Honor behind him, an extremely high cultivation talent, and an iron fist. Everything about him seemed to be in preparation for the unification of the Outerverse. Once this person entered armament weave, he would obtain a stepping stone to conquer another weave. In the future, Myriad City would be in danger as well. She had never believed that the three great powers were invincible. The Neo-Human Alliance had almost taken away Myriad City, and compared to the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin would not be easy to deal with. In fact, he might even be harder to deal with. Fortunately, Wei Rong was supportive, and she hoped that this guy would be able to stop Lu Yin. The 100,000 disciples of Tai Mo Temple were riding Radiant-grade spacecraft, and their speed was much faster than Lu Yin's. One day later, they were about to enter armament weave. However, at this moment, an unexpected event disrupted the expected outcome. On the Great Yu Empire's Xenu star, Lu Ting had exposed a strategic plan for the invasion of the western frontier, and the person who had written the plan was Enya. The strategic plan for the invasion of the western frontier was detailed and well organized. The first step was to cause chaos in the western frontier, and the goal was to destroy Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Corporation. This plan would disrupt the market and break the existing structure. It would also break Shamrock Enterprises' control over the pharmaceutical industry, lower Aurora Corporation's transaction rate, and acquire Aurora Corporation's Radiant-grade spacecraft. This plan was filled with tens of thousands of words, and it fully demonstrated the author's firm determination to invade the western frontier. The plan's exposure shocked the entire universe, and it had started from the eastern weaves and spread to the western weaves in less than an hour. Countless people saw the plan that had been exposed in the media, and they saw the Great Yu Empire's ambition. Enya's name spread throughout the universe, and it was accompanied by her resume. She had once worked at the border of the Innerverse Erudite Flow Zone, where she had served as Commander Shui Chuanqiao's adjutant. The Great Eastern Alliance plan had also come from her. Lu Yin had seen the plan that had been exposed in the media, and it had been Xiaoya who had informed him. Her media company had also received the news, but they had not dared to expose it. Lu Yin wanted to stop them, but there was nothing he could do. Unless he controlled the entire Outerverse and the entire network, he would not be able to stop them. This plan was completely non-existent. Lu Yin had indeed wanted to unify the Outerverse, but he had never drawn up such a plan, and neither had Enya. However, this plan had been dug up by Lu Ting, and more importantly, it had detailed the methods used to deal with Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Enterprises. It was exactly the same as what had happened to those two companies not too long ago. Someone had used the results to frame him. Lu Yin immediately thought of Wei Rong. But before he could contact Wei Rong, his gadget beeped. It was an unfamiliar call. Lu Yin opened the call, and a voice answered, "Alliance Master Lu, I'm Yumu, the president of Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse." Lu Yin was shocked. He knew who Yumu was, and his status was even higher than Aufman and Shenfu's. He held the highest authority in Shamrock Enterprises in the Outerverse. He had not expected Shamrock Enterprises to contact him so quickly. "President Yu, it's an honor to meet you," Lu Yin said politely. Yumu's voice was low as he suppressed his anger. Shamrock Enterprises has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, but we've been underestimated by Alliance Master Lu. If you want to invade Xizjiang, your first step is to deal with Shamrock Enterprises. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, President Yu, you've misunderstood. This plan is fake. I'll investigate whether it's real or not, and I'll personally make a trip to Xinyu Star. I'll be there in 5 days at most. Alliance Master Lu, I hope that you'll be there when I arrive, or don't blame me for being impolite. I know that you have the Hall of Honor's backing, but I can tell you that there are some people that even the Hall of Honor has to be wary of, Yu Mu said loudly. Lu Yin frowned. President Yu, you think too highly of yourself. Even as a Lamiter, I'm not afraid of enlighters. Ask Elder Lohar and see if he can stop me, Yu Mu said bluntly before hanging up. Madame Nalan immediately contacted Lu Yin after he ended the call, and he answered. She was helpless. Your Highness, what should I say about you? The plan is fake, Lu Yin said. She replied, I know, but if it's true, then it wouldn't have been exposed. You have to be careful. Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Enterprises aren't the same as the 4 major corporations. How much do you know? Lu Yin asked. She was helpless. It's best if you ask the Hall of Honor. I'm not too sure either. Soon after, people started contacting Lu Yin to ask him what was going on, including Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikheng, and the others. Lu Yin was annoyed, and he ignored all of them. Instead, he contacted Elder Lohar, but he could not reach him. Elder Lohar was not always in Iron Blood Weave, and there were many places in the universe that could not be connected to the network. Lu Yin thought about it and then decided to contact Wei Rong, as he was the only one who would frame him. At this time, Xiaoye sent him another message. Another plan had been discovered, and its name was Western Frontier Integration Plan. The author was Wei Rong, and the location of the discovery was the Wei family's ancestral planet. When Lu Yin heard the news, he put down his hand, as he did not want to contact Wei Rong anymore. At this moment, not only did he not let go of his suspicions about Wei Rong, but he was even more certain that Wei Rong was behind this. Since a plan was fake, it would not be difficult for them to find out. The person who would benefit from this fake plan would naturally be the one who had framed Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin had been framed, Wei Rong would be the one who would benefit. Since Lu Yin had used Shamrock Enterprises to deal with Lu Yin, the Wei family would also be in trouble once it was discovered. Now that Wei Rong had deliberately exposed his own plan, it was the same as telling everyone that he had been framed. Although Shamrock Enterprises and Aurora Enterprises might not believe it, it had effectively reduced their suspicions about Wei Rong. With Wei Rong's caution, as long as Yu Mu and the others did not use force to pressure him, it would be impossible for them to find out the truth. This was Wei Rong's method, and there was no point in contacting him at this time. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Just how many backup plans did this person have? He had to get rid of him this time, and once this matter was over, he would have to get the old smoker to step in. This person was too dangerous, and Lu Yin could not hold back. Where are we going now, Your Highness? Peach asked. Lu Yin solemnly replied, back to Xinyu Star. It would take too long for a normal spacecraft to reach Xinyu Star. A day later, Lu Yin arrived at a bustling planet. After much difficulty, he managed to buy a luxurious spacecraft that was 5 times faster than a normal spacecraft. Although it could not compare to a Radiant-grade spacecraft, there were still 4 days left, which was more than enough time for them to reach Xinyu Star. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 820. Yu Mu's words echoed in Lu Yin's mind. This person did not even care about Elder Lohar, which meant that his power level was close to 400,000. This was Lu Yin's first time experiencing the power of such a colossus. In the entire Outerverse, there were very few people whose power levels exceeded 300,000, and Lu Yin could count the number of people he knew on one hand. He did not know how powerful Yumu was, but it couldn't be more than 400,000, right? That shouldn't be possible. On the surface, Shamrock Enterprises was just a pharmaceutical company that focused on profit. However, Lu Yin had not forgotten about his classmate, Dark Void, who was one of Shamrock's seedlings. His innate gift was Void Explosion, and he had been the leader of Astral 10 selection. Dark Void was second only to Lu Yin, Xiao Luo, and Silver, and was even slightly more powerful than Lulu, Mavis and Michelle. No one knew how many seedlings with such innate gifts there were, as Dark Void had only been a Lemmeter back then. What about explorers? Cruisers? What about hunters? They all had seedlings. This was the true power of such a colossus. 4 days later, Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star. At this moment, the biggest news in the Outerverse was the 2 plans that were aimed directly at the western frontier. This caused the various great powers there to be furious, and they even seemed like they were about to declare war on Lu Yin and Wei Rong. They felt like they had been underestimated. When Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star, Huan Sha hurried over to report the results of her investigation. Just as Lu Yin had expected, the investigation had not been difficult. The so-called plan had only been written a month ago, and Enya had already followed Lu Yin to Armament Weave a month ago, so it was impossible for her to have written it. Lu Yin ordered people to gather all the evidence and place it in King Zishan's palace as he waited for Yumu's arrival. Yumu arrived, bringing Enya with him. A huge pressure descended on Xenu Star, and Yumu announced his arrival with Enya in his hands. Enya's face was pale, and her lips were cracked. Her face was haggard, and it was obvious that it had not been easy for her to travel from Armament Weave to Xenu Star. Yumu had not treated her well, and she was being held like a prisoner. Lu Yin was furious. Let her go. Yumu threw Enya to Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly caught her and was about to curse, but Enya held him back. She weakly said, "I'm fine, Your Highness. Don't be rash." Lu Yin gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. However, when he recalled his conversation with Elder Lohar 2 days ago, he suppressed his anger and said to Yumu, "Director Yu, all the evidence is here. Go ahead and investigate it." 2 days ago, Elder Lohar had contacted Lu Yin and told him about Yumu's situation. This person had a power level of 370,000, which surpassed Elder Lohar's. He was an existence that could not be provoked in the Outerverse. In the Outerverse, Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus. Aside from their enormous influence, terrifying wealth, and background, their greatest deterrent was the existence of this person. If Jeffrey was in the Lockbreaker Society, then no one would dare to do anything to the Lockbreaker Society. If Jeffrey was in the Outerverse, then no one would dare to do anything to Shamrock Enterprises. Yumu's gaze was calm, and he ignored Lu Yin's rage. He did not care about this person. Even though the Innerverse and Outerverse had yet to be separated, the main company had asked him to try to win over this person, and he had done so. When the Great Eastern Alliance had first been established, he had even asked Shen Fu to send gifts. However, that was just a formality, and he was a businessman. Deep down, Yumu did not care about this person. Yumu used his star energy to scan through all of the evidence. He then said, "Alliance Master Lu, it looks like someone wants to use Shamrock Enterprises to deal with you. Do you know who it is?" Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I don't know." Yumu laughed. "Please don't take offense, Alliance Master Lu. This female subordinate of yours was once the adjutant of the human trader Shuwei Chuanshao. She cannot be trusted, so I had no choice but to come here personally." He then nonchalantly tossed down a cosmic ring. I'm a businessman, and I'm particular about fairness. This is my apology. Farewell, Alliance Master Lu. When Yumu had arrived, he had caused a huge commotion that had caused Xenu's star to tremble. It was as if the entire star had been unable to withstand the pressure, but when he left, he was as calm as the wind, and no one could stop him. This was what it meant to be a powerhouse. Ever since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Luin had rarely experienced such a feeling. It was similar to when he had faced the various great powers in the innerverse, where he had been treading on thin ice. Yumu had left a very deep impression on him. Case carefully walked in and picked up the cosmic ring on the ground. Luin barked, "Give it to me." Case carefully handed it over. Luin took it and put it away without even looking at what was inside. He wanted to return this cosmic ring to Yumu in its original state. No matter what was inside, even if it was 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 star essences, he would not take it. "Your Highness, please do me a favor," Enya said softly, her voice weak. Luin replied, "Don't worry, I'll take revenge for you." Enya shook her head and bitterly said, "I don't care how Yumu treats me, but he insulted the commander. I beg your highness to uphold justice for the commander." Lu Yin's expression turned serious. "All right, I promise you." "Thank you, your highness." Enya was grateful, but then she fainted. Lu Yin hurriedly had someone treat her. Enya was not injured, but Yumu's speed was not something that she could withstand. Even if her body was protected, her mind would not be able to take it. The evidence was easy to gather, and Yumu could see through it with a single glance. There were too many flaws. If Xenu's star was like this, then the Wei family would definitely be the same. Evidence that could be gathered with a single glance would not buy much time, so why would Wei Rong do this? Lu Yin did not understand. Yumu's investigation of the two plans would only stop the war in Armament Weave for 10 days at most. After that, the war would continue, and the Wei family would still be doomed. What was the point of Yumu trying to buy these 10 days? That night, Lu Yin's gadget rang. It was Wei Rong who had contacted him. He tapped on his screen, and Wei Rong's image appeared on it. He had a faint smile on his face, and he looked at Lu Yin with a hint of schadenfreude. "How was it, Brother Lu? Yumu has already gone to Armament Weave." "I believe that you've already prepared the evidence," Lu Yin said calmly. Wei Rong smiled. "Of course. It's obvious that someone is trying to frame me, so it won't be difficult to investigate." Lu Yin said, "Yumu isn't stupid. Even if you implicate yourself, he will still suspect you. Are you really confident that you can shake off his suspicions?" Wei Rong shrugged. "I didn't do it. Yumu would never accuse a good person." Lu Yin was puzzled. Even if Yumu intervened to stop the war, he would only buy you 10 days at most. What can you do in 10 days? Wei Rong's lips curled up. "Let's not talk about that for now. I'd like to ask Brother Lu, how did it feel today?" Lu Yin knew that Wei Rong was asking about Yumu's attitude, and he calmly asked, "What are you trying to say?" "Nothing much. Brother Lu, there's someone who had a taste of what you experienced today, and I'm about to face it as well, so I'm just asking out of curiosity." Wei Rong smiled. Lu Yin frowned. "Are you talking about Star Fox?" Wei Rong nodded and sighed. "Yes. The Mavis Bank was robbed, Aegis was wrongly accused, and an important base was destroyed. In the end, there wasn't even a word of apology. What a colossus." Lu Yin's finger twitched, as Wei Rong's words had hit the nail on the head. Yumu's benevolent attitude infuriated Lu Yin even more than the Dark Phoenix clan's despicable behavior. This was the attitude of these colossus, they were all high and mighty. Today, Lu Yin had also not heard a single word of apology. Wei Rong beamed at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, don't mind them. That's just how they are. Unless the situation changes, these people will be the top figures of the outerverse. You and I are nothing more than clowns in their eyes. Lu Yin stared at Wei Rong. No matter what you say, it won't change the outcome of this war. Wei Rong smiled. It's just a casual remark. Brother Lu, just remember what I said. As for the war, it's about to end. He then waved goodbye to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The war was about to end. Wei Rong would not speak without thinking, and he was definitely confident. Where did his confidence come from? Whether or not the war would end was in Lu Yin's hands, but why was Wei Rong so confident? Lu Yin could not help but contact Wang Wen. The war had already reached this stage, and he did not want to give up. Wang Wen had not given Lu Yin a clear answer, as Lu Yin did not know either. It was easy to scheme against others, but it was very difficult to realize that someone was scheming against you, especially someone as smart as Wei Rong. The only thing that Lu Yin could think of was that Wei Rong would use a powerful force to reverse the situation and force Lu Yin to stop the war. In the entire outerverse, only those colossi or Wan Qianqing had the ability to force Lu Yin to stop the war. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Wan Qianqing. Did Wei Rong have the ability to force Wan Qianqing to take action? Wan Qianqing was a war fort, and its energy cannons could reach 400,000 points. It was rumored that there were even more. Once Wan Qianqing took action, the war would indeed stop. Check if Wan Qianqing has made any movements recently, Lu Yin ordered Qian Yan. Nothing. They've been constantly rebuilding. I've been keeping an eye on Wan Qianqing, Qian Yan immediately replied. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered. No matter how Lu Yin guessed, he would never have guessed that Wei Rong had released a secret that was even more shocking than the two plans from before. Yumu left Armament Weave and confirmed that the two plans were fake. All of the major media outlets in the outerverse changed the topic, and they all began to clarify things. The major powers of the Western Weaves were satisfied, as this was more like it. They were not pushovers, and Wei Rong had actually dared to invade their territory. Due to Shamrock Enterprises' interference, the war was stopped for 10 days. The moment Yumu left Armament Weave, Luiying Zishan immediately contacted Lu Yin to ask if they wanted to start the war. Lu Yin immediately gave the order, fight. 100,000 disciples from the Temple of Tai Mo had already arrived at the front lines. If they did not fight, then there would be no more opportunities. Lu Yin gave the order, and the 100,000 disciples shot arrows at Armament Weave's defensive line. Spacecraft, astral warhorses, and cultivators were all pierced through in an instant, and the entire defensive line collapsed. Armament Weave could not withstand the attacks of the Temple of Tai Mo's disciples. Even if they joined forces with the Dark Phoenix tribe, the Umbral Butterfly tribe, the Ghost Shadow Sword Sept, and dozens of other powers, they would not be able to withstand the onslaught, let alone the Wei family. The Temple of Tai Mo rarely participated in wars, and this battle shook the heavens. In Frostwave Weave, Xiaoyou was sorting out the reports praising Lu Yin, and she looked at her subordinates with dissatisfaction. This matter is too small. His Highness' achievements cannot be too small. If you don't have any, then make up something for me. The purpose of our existence is to make His Highness's image greater and more glorious, especially during times of war. Understand? Yes, Chief Han Li's Wuxiao Adventures. Editor, everyone answered. They were all rather vexed. They did not dare to do so, as Wei Rong was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. What if they made up something bad? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxiao Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 8:21. Just as everyone was busy trying to come up with a glorious image for Luin, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a girl rushed in with a panicked expression. "Big Sisya, look at the internet." Xiaoye immediately turned on her gadget. At the same time, countless people in the Outerverse saw the network and discovered a shocking secret. On Xenia Star, Luin arrived at the space station, as he planned to head to Armament Weave. He wanted to personally monitor the battle. Even if Wei Rong really did have something up his sleeve, he wanted to be the first to know. At that moment, Gavin, Garop, and the rest rushed over in a panic. "Your Highness, look at the network." Lu Yin's heart sank, and he immediately switched on his gadget. When he saw the internet, his expression changed drastically. He had never expected that Wei Rong would be using his secret. The internet was flooded with information about Lu Yin's past. He had gone through Earth's trial, left Earth to participate in the astral combat tournament, and so on. Any normal person would know all of this, but Wei Rong had not exposed all of this. Instead, he had exposed Lu Yin's experiences before he had gone to Earth, such as the trial of the 10 arbiters and a piece of paper with the surname Lu. A single piece of paper with the surname Lu and 72 lives. This was what Lu Yin cared about the most, and it was the driving force behind his cultivation. Now, the entire Outerverse knew about this. Lu Yin's surname was not a legal primeval surname, and he had once been tried by the 10 arbiters. A piece of paper with the surname Lu had been banished from the Interverse, and he had only stayed on Earth for a year. More importantly, he had been tried by the 10 arbiters, and his identity as a primeval surname was not legal. The universe had a strong prejudice against primeval surnames, and anyone who did not have a legal identity with a primeval surname was like a rat crossing the street. This was especially true in the Interverse. Although it was not as exaggerated as being killed, they would still be expelled if they were discovered. Back then, Big Sis and the others had been banished from the Interverse because his surname was illegal. Although the Outerverse was not as extreme as the Interverse, there was still a strong prejudice against people with illegal primeval surnames. More importantly, the Hall of Honor was prejudiced against people with illegal primeval surnames. Everyone knew that Lu Yin was backed by the Hall of Honor. Now that his identity had been exposed, would the Hall of Honor still protect him? Was it still possible to protect him? Even if the Hall of Honor wanted to protect Lu Yin, now that the entire Outerverse knew about it, how could the Hall of Honor protect him with so many people watching? What would those in the Outerverse who were fighting for him think? What would the various powers of the Great Eastern Alliance think? What would the Alliance army think? How could a person with a primeval surname without a legal identity become the Alliance leader? What right do they have to start a war? This was equivalent to a thief wanting to become an emperor. How could the nobles and scholars agree to this? How could they agree to this? Lu Yin had never expected that Wei Rong would actually reveal this secret. Up until now, he had never told anyone about this secret. As for hiding it, it was impossible for him to do so. If someone wanted to investigate it, they would eventually be able to find out. However, no one would have thought about it from this perspective. His identity had always been very normal, and no one had bothered to investigate this matter. He had never expected that Wei Rong would use him today. The battle in Armament Weave came to a sudden halt, and the disciples of Tai Mo Temple stopped attacking. In the current Outerverse, the only power that could influence everyone was the Hall of Honor. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the Hall of Honor's power had been greatly reduced, but its influence was still terrifying. Wei Rong had not expected the Hall of Honor's support for Lu Yin to be so firm that they did not even care about his identity. He was certain that what he had investigated was true, but the Hall of Honor had still acted on Lu Yin's behalf, which meant that Lu Yin had already been prepared for this. Wei Rong immediately ordered the Wei family to withdraw from the homeworld. At the same time, he made a call and said something, but he was not as confident as he had been before. Wei Rong put down his gadget and bitterly said, "I was too hasty. I thought that I had a strategy in place, but I discovered that the enemy is far more powerful than I imagined. Whether or not I can protect the Wei family will depend on the will of the heavens." The various powers of the inner verse immediately left Armament Weave after the change in the winds. They did not even say goodbye, and they left even more decisively than the Umbral Butterfly tribe. After 2 days of rest, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces restarted the war. This time, everyone was certain that the outcome would not change. Wei Rong had used all of his methods, and if he could still change the outcome at this time, then it would no longer be a matter of methods, but rather fate. Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft that headed towards Armament Weave. He did not believe that Wei Rong still had a backup plan, and he needed to destroy the Wei family and Wei Rong. The Wei family was like the last fireworks in space that were about to disappear. The Allied forces spent 3 days to break through the Wei family's final defenses. Yi Feng led a group of lockbreakers loyal to him to resist, but they were still defeated. The Allied forces were already very close to the Wei family's homeworld. Inside Myriad Thousand City, Cheong Shir sighed. They were defeated in the end. They couldn't stop the momentum. As long as the border was secured, the Allied forces would make a comeback. Lu Yin ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to once again conscript the experts from the various powers to join the Allied forces in preparation for the next war. Of course, it was also possible that this was to prepare for the technocracy's invasion. "Your Highness, it's such a pity. We were only 1 step away," Enya said helplessly. Lu Yin returned to Xenu's star and looked at his star chart. He then looked at the borders of the endless weave. If the outerverse is gone, then what does a mere Wei family amount to? "What did you say, Your Highness?" Enya was puzzled. Lu Yin shook his head. "Nothing much. Just tally up the losses and quickly conscript the experts to join the Allied forces. You must ensure that the Allied forces' combat power is maintained." Understood. Now that the war had ended, there were still a lot of things that needed to be taken care of, which gave Lu Yin a headache. The war had started, and everyone had been united against the common enemy. Now that it had ended, there would be a lot of work to do. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he glanced at it. It was Wei Rong. He tapped on his screen, and Wei Rong's image appeared. He smiled happily. "Brother Lu, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lu Yin solemnly replied, "The border war is a matter of race. Use your intelligence to deal with the technocracy. I'm actually glad that I didn't kill you." Wei Rong's expression was solemn. "Brother Lu is righteous. I admire you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "In this war, Brother Wei has consolidated at every step. You've taken 1 step and calculated 3 steps ahead. I admire you as well." Wei Rong smiled. "Unfortunately, I still lost to Brother Lu in the end. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Brother Lu for not hiring the old smoker to kill me." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Don't thank me so early." Wei Rong laughed. "Did Brother Lu ever think of hiring the old smoker to assassinate me? What do you think?" Lu Yin countered. Wei Rong and Lu Yin looked at each other for a while, and then Wei Rong sighed. "We're really the same type of people. If I had the means to kill Brother Lu, then I wouldn't have let you die so easily. What a pity." Lu Yin did not comment. "Brother Lu, how about we make an agreement?" Wei Rong suddenly asked. Lu Yin was interested. "Go ahead." Wei Rong solemnly said, "In the future, if Brother Lu can defeat me in a direct confrontation and occupy one of the central weaves, then I'm willing to assist Brother Lu in opening up new territory." I'll be Brother Lu's vanguard and help Brother Lu overcome all obstacles and kill your way into the Interverse. Lu Yin laughed. Kill my way into the Interverse? I don't have that kind of ambition. If Brother Lu can truly unify the Outerverse, then regardless of whether or not you have ambition, the situation will only force Brother Lu to do so, Wei Rong said meaningfully. Lu Yin shook his head. The Interverse was on the verge of collapse due to the Sixth Mainland's invasion, and it was still unknown how many people were still alive. You're just afraid that I'll hire the old smoker to assassinate you. Wei Rong smiled. Then, is Brother Lu willing to accept this promise? Lu Yin stared at Wei Rong for a while before saying, sure. Hiring someone to assassinate him was a bad idea, and it was no different from the Interverse's great powers using force to suppress others. Wei Rong was right, and Lu Yin was indeed reluctant to give up on the old smoker. However, Lu Yin did not say that he could not use other methods to kill Wei Rong. Once the war reached a critical juncture, Lu Yin would not be lenient, as he was no fool. Wei Rong wanted to use words to provoke Lu Yin, but Lu Yin naturally had a backup plan. Alright, now that we've finished talking about proper business, I have a question that I'd like to ask Brother Lu, Wei Rong said solemnly. Lu Yin asked, what is it? Wei Rong's lips curled up. Brother Lu, as long as it's within my means, I've investigated every step that Brother Lu has taken. Based on my analysis of Brother Lu should be the type of person who will definitely seek revenge. In that case, Brother Lu, are you curious as to which arbiter was the one who proposed the trial? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he stared at Wei Rong. You found out? Wei Rong shook his head. No, but Brother Lu's reaction has confirmed one thing. Brother Lu will definitely go to war with the 10 arbiters from the Interverse. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Yin indifferently replied, there's no need to guess. No matter who it is, that piece of paper with the surname Lu took away 72 lives. The 10 arbiters are after that person, and I'll definitely find him. Wei Rong nodded. Then I wish Brother Lu success. Right, before you go up against the 10 arbiters, do you want to find someone to practice with? For example, Yu Mu. Lu Yin smiled. That's your goal, isn't it? Do you want to make a move against Shamrock Enterprises? Wei Rong was helpless. There's no other way. He then took out a cosmic ring and tossed it up and down before casually catching it. Yu Mu generously gave me this as an apology, but he threw it on the ground. Wei Rong's gaze was bone-chilling. My Wei family has always been united. Although we're not very powerful, we're not at the level where others look down on us. What haven't I seen here? Where's Brother Lu? Lu Yin took out a cosmic ring as well. I haven't seen it either. I'll return it to him one day. Ha 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 ha, then let's work hard together. Yu Mu is an old freak whose power level is close to 400,000. Wei Rong laughed heartily as he put away the cosmic ring. Lu Yin put it away as well. Cherish the time you have left. You won't have much time left. Wei Rong face-bombed. Since Brother Lu still wants to attack me, then I'll have to prepare some backup plans. Goodbye, Brother Lu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 823. Lu Yin ended the call and frowned. Wei Rong's words had reminded him of the past. Had Wei Rong really not been able to find out which trial of the 10 arbiters? Or was he just pretending not to know? Lu Yin had no way to investigate this matter, but Wei Rong might not. Right, the Amethyst Trading Company. Lu Yin suddenly remembered. Since his secret had been made public, he could contact them to investigate. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared at the top floor of the Amethyst Trading Company. Zi Xianxian was not surprised to see Lu Yin here. We don't know much about the border wars and the endless weeds, so there's no need to ask. Lu Yin glanced at the pink sofa. It was always so eye-catching every time he came here. Let's not ask about that. I want to ask how much you know about the universe. Zi Xianxian's eyes lit up. What do you want to ask? Lu Yin answered, you know. Zi Xianxian shook her head and widened her eyes. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at her. How much do you know about the 10 arbiters? Zi Xianxian leaned forward and stared at Lu Yin. You want to ask which arbiter proposed the trial of the Lu surname, right? Lu Yin nodded. Zi Xianxian sighed. The Hall of Honor really treats you well. Your question is basically admitting that Wei Rong's investigation is true. Even so, the Hall of Honor still supports you so much. How did you do it? I'm buying information from you, so there's no need for you to provide it, Lu Yin said. Although Qian Yan and the other pirates had a lot of information, they were not on the same level as the Amethyst Trading Company. They could investigate the dark side of the outerverse, but they could not enter the innerverse. Otherwise, they would not be pirates. Zi Xianxian was helpless. Sorry, I don't know. Lu Yin was not disappointed. Can you investigate? Zi Xianxian shook her head. You can't investigate the matters of the 10 arbiters. You should know that the names of the 10 arbiters cannot be announced to the public, let alone the things that they have done. Lu Yin turned to leave. Wait, Zi Xianxian called out. Don't be in such a hurry. Although I can't find anything, I can analyze it for you. She then gestured for Lu Yin to sit down. Have some tea. Lu Yin nodded and sat down. Zi Xianxian poured Lu Yin a cup, a pink drink. Didn't she say tea? Where is the tea? Zi Xianxian took a sip of her drink and licked her red lips. The current 10 arbiters are made up of 10 different individuals who are invincible. Some of them are straightforward, some of them are gloomy, some of them like to meddle in other people's business, some of them have pure hearts and few desires, and some of them have eccentric personalities. It won't be difficult to find someone who will take the initiative to judge you, and I have a few candidates in mind. Lu Yin looked at her. You know about the 10 arbiters? I don't know, but my Amethyst Trading Company has analyzed their personalities, which is top secret. So. Zi Xianxian raised a finger. 100,000 star essence. No bargaining. Lu Yin was shocked. That many? Do you want it? Zi Xianxian was confident. She would not forget how Deng Pu had ignored her when she had wanted to take the initiative to tell him. Women held grudges. After being disgusted once, she would definitely get it back. Lu Yin had indeed been disgusted. His money was not just money, but also a guarantee of his strength. However, when he saw Zi Xianxian's smug expression, Lu Yin felt helpless. Go ahead. Zi Xianxian was proud. She should not have told anyone about the 10 arbiters' top secrets, but now that the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, there was no point in keeping these secrets a secret. I can tell you, but I'll say this first, I won't be a taboo. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Zi Xianxian solemnly said, these are the rules. Even if the innerverse and outerverse are separated, we can reveal some secrets, but at the very least, we must abide by the rules. Otherwise, there will be trouble in the future. When the Sea King stole Pyrolite, he thought that he had done it flawlessly, but he was still discovered by the Starsabil sect. This is the cycle of karma. Don't ignore it. Lu Yin nodded. All right, go on. Zi Xianxian took another sip of her juice. The first suspect is a scholar. Scholars always have many thoughts and follow certain rules. Since ancient times, there have been many scholars who have admonished others, so it is not surprising that they proposed a trial. Louis nodded, as he knew who it was. Although this scholar doesn't seem to have any conflicts with you on the surface, there are times when his righteousness flares up, and he acts like a lunatic. He'll judge anyone he doesn't like, which is very normal. One year, he proposed a trial for more than 10 people, but none of those trials had anything to do with him. According to our analysis, he just doesn't like the look of it. Louis raised his brows. The second suspect is from an ancient and powerful clan. They have 2 words for their surname, and they're arrogant and conceited. They don't put anyone in their eyes, and they're the type who bites at people for no reason. If you don't bow and flatter him when you meet him, he'll think that you're being disrespectful. He's a gloomy person who looks down on the world, so it's not surprising that he proposed a trial. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he knew who it was. The third suspect is also from an ancient and powerful clan. He likes the color white and is obsessed with cleanliness. At first glance, he looks like a god, and his innate gift is just like a god's. He's full of dignity, and this sort of person doesn't allow even a speck of dirt to exist. An illegal primeval surname is a stain on the universe, so it's normal for him to propose a trial. Louis frowned, and the figure from the Daosor sect's ruins appeared in his mind. The fourth suspect is someone who has killed many people. Fear flashed through Zi Xianqian's eyes when she mentioned this person. This person has a carefree personality and is afraid of trouble. He keeps saying that he doesn't like killing people, so when he attacks, he often destroys entire planets. That way, no one will be able to see the dead, as everyone will be reduced to nothingness. Louis was shocked. This was one of the 10 arbiters that he was unfamiliar with. This 10 arbiters has a special characteristic. Zi Xianqian's gaze turned serious, and there was a trace of confusion in her voice. He can't be attacked. He can't be attacked. What do you mean? Louis was stunned. Zi Xianxian shook her head. I don't know, but he can't be attacked, as any attack will be reduced to nothingness. According to our analysis, it should be an innate gift, but no one has been able to confirm what it is. This person seems casual, but he's actually ruthless and merciless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 824. Louis started rummaging through the items. He had many high-quality items, but not many that could be sold. He flipped through his cosmic ring and found some natural treasures that he had sold the last time, so there was nothing new about them. There was also the blood-colored bell. If he dared to sell it, the Hall of Honor would fight him to the death. There was also the hoe, which no one would use. Right, there were also the arrows from the Temple of Taima and Elder Wu's poison. These things could be sold, but he felt that it would not be good to sell them. After thinking about it, Louis contacted Banjo. Previously, he had asked Banjo to make some more equipment, such as guns, arrows, armor, and so on. All of these required good materials. Banjo had told him that the equipment was useless to him or anyone else, but it was very useful to Louis since he could improve it. Not long after, the technology department delivered a gun, 3 arrows, and a set of universal armor to Louis. Louis also had keys by 3 formcast models and then entered a secret room in the manor. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He did not roll the die very often these days, and the longer the interval, the more likely it was for him to roll the number he needed. He had thought about it before, and this was his innate gift, which might resonate with his inner desires. However, expectations were just expectations, and they were not accurate. Just in case, he placed his cosmic ring to the side to prevent himself from rolling possession. He had more than 1,000,000 star essence in his cosmic ring, and if he rolled possession, he did not know where he would be taken. He might even be taken to the 6th mainland, and he would run out of money in an instant. Although possession could increase his strength and give him more information, it was not something that he urgently needed right now. He would have to wait until he had more time. He tapped the die, and it spun to reveal 3 possession. The greater one's inner desires, the higher their chances of rolling the number they wanted, right? Lu Yin wondered. 2 screens appeared, and Lu Yin tossed the gun onto them. This gun was similar to the one he had given to the Sun family in disguise, and it had been made from rare materials. Its power level was close to 200,000, which meant that it could threaten an enlighter. After spending more than 20,000 star essence, the gun's upgrade was completed. It felt pretty good when he held it in his hand. The number of rune lines on the gun was not at the level of an enlighter, but it was very close to that level. It was enough, as the materials used to make the gun could only be upgraded to this level. Following that were 3 more arrows. No matter how much these 3 arrows were improved, they did not possess any attack power or strange characteristics. They were just like the owl arrow, which was invisible and indestructible. These 3 arrows were just ordinary arrows, but once a hunter used a bow and arrow battle technique to shoot them, their power would increase by quite a bit. In theory, they could even threaten an enlighter. The cost of an arrow was much lower than that of a gun, as it only cost a little more than 10,000 star essence. The 3 arrows and the gun had cost Lu Yin close to 60,000 star essence. In the past, he had not had that much money, but when he had visited Myriad City, Yuehua Mavis and the others had given him more than 1,000,000 star essence, which had given him quite a bit of savings. There were also 3 formcast models. Upgrading the formcast model to the 5th level didn't cost much, but upgrading it to the 6th level required 8,000 crystal essences. Lu Yin did not intend to raise it to the 6th level. A 6th-level formcast model required the help of an emissary, and if he took out a 6th-level formcast model, it would cause a huge commotion. At most, he could only upgrade it to the 5th level, which would not cause such a huge commotion. However, a 5-level formcast model was not simple. Even the Innerverse Sun family might not have many 5-level formcast models, much less the Outerverse. Perhaps only the Tai Mo Temple, Wan Qianqing, the Dark Phoenix clan, and the 4 major corporations possessed such models. These items were enough to support this auction, and Lu Yin did not intend to provide any more high-quality items. Next, he needed to make preparations for his trip to the Daosaur sect's ruins. It had been almost 9 months since he had left the Daosaur sect's ruins, and the conflict between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings should have slowed down considerably. However, he still needed to make some preparations. The first was the owl arrow. It was completely transparent, and there were no traces of it. It was an excellent weapon for sneak attacks, and it had the characteristics of being indestructible. However, its lethality depended on the user, and its lethality was close to that of a hunter's at best. Lu Yin placed the owl arrow on the upper screen and began to frantically upgrade it. The number of rune lines on the owl arrow became more and more exaggerated, and it went from a hunter to an enlighter. After that, it reached the power level of an enlighter with a power level of 250,000, which should be enough to injure a realmling. Lu Yin did not intend to upgrade it any further, as it was too powerful for him to control, and he had already reached his limit. Upgrading the owl arrow had cost him nearly 100,000 star essence, which was rather exaggerated. This was because its characteristics were different from the previous 3 arrows, and it belonged to the ranks of divine arrows. Next was the medicine, which was the true life-saving item. Lu Yin took out the ancient pills that he had obtained from the Qianglin banquet. These pills were different from Shamrock Enterprises pills, and they were spherical in shape. It was obvious that they had been refined by a cultivation sect. These pills had excellent healing effects, and Lu Yin took one out and upgraded it several times. He only stopped when the number of rune lines within the pill neared 200,000. No one would complain about a life-saving item. Of course, He did not upgrade it any further, as there was no point in upgrading it too many times. Upgrading a single pill had cost him more than 20,000 star essence. This was only one pill, and there were 12 pills in the bottle. Lu Yin calculated that he had only upgraded 3 pills, which was enough for him to use. The owl arrow and the 3 pills had cost him nearly 160,000 star essence. As his strength increased, his requirements for external items would also increase, and so would his expenditure. When he became an enlighter, he would need to upgrade his external items to the point where they could threaten a power level of 400,000. Any random upgrade would probably cost him more than 100,000 star essence. Lu Yin still had 1,240,000 star essence left, and the next step was to upgrade his universal armor. His original universal armor had cracks on it, and it was very easy for him to be injured. This new set of armor had been ordered by Banjo to be made after he had left Myriad City. It was made from the best materials, and he estimated that it would be able to withstand attacks with a power level of 300,000. He upgraded the universal armor 16 times until it could withstand an attack with a power level of 260,000. Only then did he stop, as he had spent a total of 23,000 star essence to upgrade it. Any more upgrades and the armor's materials would not be able to withstand it. This set of universal armor was slightly inferior to his previous set of armor. Its advantage was that the price of upgrading it was much cheaper than upgrading the owl arrows, and it was about the same as upgrading pills. That made sense, as the armor was a defensive weapon while the owl arrows were offensive weapons. The next day, Lu Yin handed over a gun with rune lines close to an enlighter's, 3 arrows with rune lines close to that of an enlighter's, and 3 5-stage formcast models to Bei Qing. Bei Qing was stunned. "Why, Your Highness, what's this?" Lu Yin casually replied, "Sell them." Bei Qing blinked. "What you're saying is true." Lu Yin was displeased. "Would I lie to you?" Bei Qing hurriedly apologized, but he could not believe that a gun could threaten an enlighter. Was this a joke? Were they trying to bully him because he was a native? Did they not recognize guns? And these 3 arrows were actually powerful enough to threaten an enlighter. They were just arrows, so how could they fire themselves? However, the 3 formcast models shocked Bei Qing. He had never heard of a 5-stage formcast model being sold in the Outerverse. Everyone treated them like family heirlooms, or at the very least, they would give them to their own family. Who would sell them? Lu Yin knew that Bei Qing would not believe him easily, so he could only say, with the reputation of the mainland's auction house, "Sell them as much as you want. There will be people who will believe you." Previously, Lu Yin had relied on this gun to kill multiple enlighters and obtain the title of enlighter assassin. Everyone knew about the legend of that gun, and it had been destroyed in Iron Blood Weave. Now that this gun had appeared, countless people would remember it and believe it. "Then, Your Highness, how much do you want to set the price?" Bei Qing asked. Lu Yin thought about it. In the Outerverse, enlighters were like the heavens themselves, and even a weave might not produce an enlighter. Such an item could be used as a deterrent, so the price could not be too low. If it was too high, then there would definitely be people who could afford it. For example, the 4 major corporations, the 3 great powers, or even those colossal organizations. Lu Yin had not forgotten the generosity of the Temple of Tai Mo when they had bought the arrows. The starting price for the gun is 60,000 star essence, and each of the 3 arrows is 20,000 star essence. As for the formcast model, Lu Yin thought about it. There's no starting price. Ordinary people did not have a 5-stage formcast model because they lacked people who could produce it. Lu Yin had originally thought that an enlighter would be able to produce a 5-stage formcast model, but he had been too naive. Even if the creator could not reach the level of an emissary, they would not be too weak. Colossal organizations like Shamrock Enterprises definitely had such an expert, and they did not lack such experts. There were 2 hurdles to cross. Colossal organizations with super experts could produce 5-stage formcast models for their top geniuses to use, while organizations without such experts would find it difficult to purchase one even if they were willing to pay the price. The creation of a formcast model was directly related to the creator, and some people could use a formcast model to deduce the creator's strength. For these people, every time they produced a formcast model, the chances of exposing their own weaknesses would increase. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, such formcast models would not be leaked to outsiders. Upgrading a 4-stage formcast model to a 5-stage one had only cost Luin around 300,000 star crystals, which was very cheap. However, it would be difficult to buy one since no one was willing to sell it. Once news of a 5-stage formcast model being auctioned spread, Luin believed that it would cause a huge commotion. At the very least, the 4 major corporations would not remain indifferent. They definitely did not have an expert who could produce a 5-stage formcast model, and it would be very difficult to purchase one. However, they had many heirs, and everyone wanted their heirs to be more outstanding. A 5-stage formcast model represented a higher possibility of success. Bei Qing left, feeling both excited and apprehensive. Was the item being sold this time reliable? He was not sure, but he had no choice but to sell it. He had no choice but to grit his teeth. After all, it was His Highness's, and even if it was fake, he would lose out on His Highness's reputation. Whatever, he had to sell it. Lu Yin immediately contacted Xiaoya. After Bei Qing left, Lu Yin spoke with Wendy Yushan for a while, mainly asking her to wait for him to explore the Daosaur sect first. He then entered a secret room in the manor with the owl arrow strapped to his back, the rebound pearl in his hand, and the ultra flash strapped to his waist. He sat on his futon and entered the ruins of the Daosaur sect. He hoped that his luck would not be as bad as the last time. The scenery in front of him changed, and when Lu Yin could see clearly, he had arrived at a familiar yet unfamiliar place, the Futon Plaza outside the First Divine Gate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 825. The Futon Plaza was familiar to Lu Yin because he had been here several times before, and this was the first time he had been here. However, it was unfamiliar to him because the entire plaza had changed, as if it had been flattened by some unknown force. Even the landscape had changed. Lu Yin stood up and scanned his surroundings. He released his domain, but it went further and further away. There was not a single person within the range of his domain. Right, the floating continent in the mountain sea had fallen to the bottom of the ocean, and he could not directly appear in the mountain sea. Thus, he could only come to the Futon Plaza. Lu Yin raised his foot and stomped on the ground, leaving a deep footprint. His eyes flashed. These were the ruins of the Daosaur sect, and the ground was much harder than ordinary ground. Yet, it had actually been reduced to dust. The person who had attacked was definitely one of the 10 arbiters, a realmling, or one of the Daosaur's 3 skies like Wu Tai-bai. Lu Yin could not tell how long the battle had taken place based on the traces left behind, so he could only cautiously walk towards First Divine Gate. He smoothly entered First Divine Gate, and many of the stairs had been damaged. There were no First Divine Gate guardians blocking his path, and there were corpses on the ground that looked like they had been dead for quite some time. Lu Yin had already released his domain, but he still could not see anyone. He passed through First Divine Gate and entered the budding terrace, but there was not a single person there either. Although the battle between the Realmlings and the 10 arbiters had caused most of the 6th mainland's cultivators to not dare enter, it should not have been so empty. Lu Yin did his best to restrain his aura as he headed towards the space where the Daosaur's 9 cauldrons were located. His main goal in coming here was to comprehend the 9 cauldrons' battle techniques. If he ran into White Knight or Wen Sansi, he would be able to learn more about the war between the inner verse and the sixth mainland. If he ran into any of the other 10 arbiters, he did not plan on showing himself, as it was too dangerous. It was as if there was not a single person in the entire Dowsor sect, and it was only when he arrived at the space where the 9 cauldrons were located that Lu Yin sensed the presence of people through his domain. This actually made him relax, as he would have panicked if there was not a single person in the entire Dowsor sect. Back in the cauldron that Blood Looney had trapped them in, 2 youths were currently searching for something. Lu Yin retracted his aura and did not reveal himself. The 2 youths searched the cauldron, and one of them sighed. "Why are you leaving? What's the rush?" These are the ruins of the 5th mainland's Dowsor sect, and they're the origin of all battle techniques and bloodline inheritances. If this were any other time, would you have been able to explore this place so easily? But this place has already been explored for tens of thousands of years. If it was easy to find anything good, it would have already been taken away by others. Look, the others have all gone to the battlefield to hunt down the so-called titled powerhouses of the 5th mainland. The reward for killing one is great, and the highest reward is being accepted as a disciple by the 3 ancestors. Hunting. Those people still think that the people from the 5th mainland are so easy to deal with, and that they've all been tricked into going to their deaths. Why? Originally, the main forces attacking the 5th mainland were the Grand Martial Realm, the War Martial Realm, and the Black Blood Realm. Then, senior brother, how's the martial ancestor? Apparently, he's injured, but the remnant spiritual force of the 5th mainland's progenitor has also disappeared. Many people have requested the secret progenitor or the blood progenitor to help change this heavenly change, but they've all been rejected. Now, our 2 mainlands are in a war of attrition, and both sides have people with power levels below 200,000. In other words, the younger generation has become the main force. The true main force should be the Realmlings and the Dowsor's 3 skies. Although they've also been suppressed and can't exceed 200,000 power levels, they're still the strongest even if they're at the same level. There's also the descendants of the Imprinters clans. "We're just cannon fodder," the junior brother said helplessly. "It's good that you know that. I can't contact a few of my good friends anymore. The battlefield being sealed off is one thing, but apparently, they're all dead." The senior brother's tone was gloomy, and it was obvious that he was afraid of the battlefield. Lu Yin was shocked, as he had never expected to hear such news. When he had merged with Tong Chao's body, he had learned that the 6th mainland had requested for a progenitor to take action. He had never expected that the progenitor would actually take action, but it had drawn out such a terrifying event. The progenitor himself had been injured, and the other 2 progenitors didn't even dare to show their faces. It was no wonder why the Yu family's elders had said that the 5th mainland was not that simple. The 6th mainland had originally thought that the 5th mainland was a caged beast, but they had never imagined that they would be trapped as well. It was impossible for them to retreat now, as both sides had exhausted too much of their forces. Even the martial ancestor had taken action, and once they retreated, the invasion would fail, and the martial ancestor would lose all face. In order to preserve their reputation, the 6th mainland had no choice but to lure everyone with a power level below 200,000 to the battlefield and fight against the Innerverse powerhouses. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had heard some good news. In terms of top-tier power levels, the 5th mainland could not compare to the 6th mainland. It seemed that the remaining progenitor's spiritual force had been aware of this fact, which was why he had deliberately changed the weather. Lu Yin wondered which progenitor had survived, and he really wanted to see for himself. What Lu Yin was most interested in right now was the commander appointing stage. Would it be a titled powerhouse? With a power level below 200,000, that meant that the top 100 rankings, the 10 arbiters, and the younger geniuses from the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse were the main forces. Lu Yin wondered who would be titled, Mu Rong, Ling Ke, Lu Xiaoqiu, Zhanlong Dainite, Xue Dainite, Long Yun, Zhang Dingtian, Yo Yir, and the others. What would happen to the people he was familiar with? These people could at most fight against a hunter, but he did not know if they would be titled. Lu Yin walked out. The senior brother had not expected someone to actually appear, and they stared at Lu Yin as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Yin jumped into the cauldron and looked at the senior brother. You mentioned a title. What title? The senior brother frowned and asked warily, what title? Brother, you must have misheard. Lu Yin's tone was cold. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'll ask again, what title? The senior brother's eyes narrowed, and he exchanged a glance with the junior brother. Then, they both attacked at the same time, using their imprints to boost their attacks. They attacked Lu Yin with their killing moves, and they were both explorers. Most people would not be able to deal with them if they worked together, but these two were far weaker than Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 826. Lu Yin did not know whether to rejoice or not. The battle between the progenitors had not caused any abnormalities in the astral river's energy, or else the inner verse and outer verse would have been connected. He took a deep breath and decided to forget about it. None of that mattered to him. What he needed to do now was to comprehend the 9 cauldrons battle techniques while no one was around in the Daosaur sect's ruins. He sat down cross-legged and emptied his thoughts. Half an hour later, he began to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. The moment he started reciting the Stonewall Scriptures, the cauldron shook. Lu Yin was delighted, as it was indeed useful. The Stonewall Scriptures could help him comprehend the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, which was too miraculous. Legend had it that the 9 cauldrons battle techniques would be invincible when combined, and Lu Yin wanted to see just how powerful they were. 3 legs as a cauldron, suppressing the heavens. As Lu Yin recited the Stonewall Scriptures, he unknowingly lost consciousness. Or rather, his consciousness did not completely belong to him. He seemed to have become a ray of light that traveled through the river of time and arrived in a world that had existed for an unknown amount of time. He did not know who he was, as he had no memories, no emotions, and no consciousness. He had nothing. He was the heavens and the earth, and the heavens and the earth were him. He saw an incomparably large tree towering in the heavens, and he did not know how tall or large it was. Its branches drooped down, and there were all sorts of strange things hanging from its leaves. A blurry figure appeared, and his clothes did not cover his body. He looked like a savage, and he was holding some dirty dirt in his hands as he pinched something. After an unknown amount of time, he had pinched something into a strange shape. It was long and had a depression at the top. The savage had broken off a branch and placed it in the depression. It seemed like he wanted to ignite it, but the long object toppled over easily. The savage shook his head and then split the long object in 2, which made it more stable, but it still toppled over easily. Finally, the savage seemed to have become smarter, and he split the object into 3 legs and placed them in the depression. After that, the object did not topple over. The savage was delighted, and he lit the branch on fire as if he was burning something. Another unknown amount of time passed, as time did not mean anything to a ray of light. The ugly, 3-legged object that the savage had pinched out of the dirt slowly hardened under the burning flames. It was unknown what it had experienced, but it eventually took shape. Not only did it not topple, but it was also used by the savage as a weapon that could flatten the heavens. That 3-legged object had existed for an unknown period of time, and it had a name, Cauldron. Time passed, and an indescribably cold pair of eyes enveloped the heavens. It was a pair of terrifying eyes that could not be looked directly at. Even though Lu Yin had transformed into a stream of light, he still felt a subconscious fear. A large hand pressed down, and the cauldron shattered into 9 fragments that scattered in all directions. Time passed again, and the fragments of the 9 cauldrons were fused into 9 huge cauldrons, which were stored in the Sex Dao field. They were given a new name, the 9 cauldrons. When the 9 cauldrons appeared, 9 blazing suns appeared in the sky, illuminating the starry sky and illuminating the dazed eyes of countless people. It also illuminated Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flew open, and he propped himself up with his arms as he panted heavily. His gaze was dazed at first, but he gradually regained his senses. What happened? He seemed to have traveled through the long river of history and seen something. However, he shook his head with all his strength. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't remember anything at all. The only thing he could remember was 4 words, 9 Yang Cauldron. 9 Yang Cauldron, 9 Yang Cauldron, he muttered to himself as he tried to recall the words. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and slammed his palm against the ground. The cauldron trembled, and then something invisible condensed and fused into Lu Yin's palm and into his body. No one could see what it was, not even Lu Yin himself, but he knew that he had absorbed something called cauldron qi. He instinctively knew how to absorb it, and he even knew how to use it. He raised his left hand and gathered the star energy in his body into his palm, gradually forming a sphere. This sphere was formed purely from star energy, and it contained a quarter of the star energy in his body. This amount of star energy was only a quarter to him, but it was equivalent to all the star energy of an ordinary hunter with a power level of 150,000. Its power far surpassed that of a peak explorer, but it still could not compare to the power of his battle techniques. Just because his star energy was comparable to a hunter's didn't mean that he could display the power of a hunter. All this time, Lu Yin had felt that his star energy was a waste. Aside from being able to resist the suppression of realms, there was no other use for it. He had never run out of star energy. Now, however, he had a use for it. The 9 Yang Cauldron transformation required the creation of suns, and each sun was equivalent to a 9th of a battle technique. Only when all 9 suns were gathered could the 9 Yang Cauldron's full power be displayed. However, even if the full power of the technique could not be displayed, the suns formed from the cauldron qi fused with star energy were still astonishing. The more star energy gathered, the more powerful the technique would be. Lu Yin's right palm absorbed the cauldron qi and fused it into his body, which then naturally fused into the sphere of star energy in his left hand. Suddenly, the number of rune lines on the sphere of star energy rapidly increased until it was comparable to a hunter's. This was an amount that could only be achieved by using the Sky Beast Claw battle technique. This was only a quarter of the technique's power. Once he gathered all the star energy in his body, his power might even shock an enlighter. Lu Yin was delighted, as he finally had another powerful attack. More importantly, there was no upper limit. Whether it was the Dream Finger or the Sky Beast Claw, they would only grow stronger as his strength increased. However, this technique was different. The more cauldron qi he absorbed, the more star energy he could gather, and the more star energy he would be able to use. Absorbing star essence could still produce star energy, which meant that the 9 Yang Cauldron transformation had no upper limit to its power. The more star energy there was, the more powerful it would be. Hold on. Lu Yin's face suddenly turned bitter. Star energy meant money, and he had always been short on money. Everything required money, but now, even a battle technique required money. It seemed that he was walking further and further down the path of being short on money. The 9 Yang Cauldron transformation required him to absorb cauldron qi, and the cauldron qi came from this large cauldron. He had forgotten why, but he had a vague feeling that this cauldron might contain the source of this battle technique. This was just one cauldron. Lu Yin looked in another direction and saw that there were 9 cauldrons in this space. Did the 9-yang cauldron transformation mean that the cauldron chi within each cauldron was enough to open a single sun? Once all 9 cauldrons' cauldron chi were absorbed, all 9 suns would open, and he would be able to fully display the 9-yang cauldron transformation battle technique. It was no wonder why it was rumored that the 9 cauldron transformation battle technique was invincible when combined. This wasn't 9 battle techniques at all, but rather one battle technique that had been split into 9 parts. In other words, one needed 9 cauldrons to successfully cultivate this battle technique. Lu Yin calmed himself down and sat down cross-legged. He didn't know how long it would take for him to completely absorb the cauldron chi within this cauldron, but no matter what, if he wanted to cultivate the 9-yang cauldron transformation, he would have to absorb it step by step. As he thought about this, he discarded all distracting thoughts and began to recite the Stonewall scriptures while simultaneously concentrating on absorbing the cauldron chi within the cauldron. Time quickly passed, and Lu Yin cultivated within the cauldron for nearly a month without being disturbed by anyone. Finally, the scenery in front of him changed, and he left the Daosaur sect's ruins. There was one thing that he found strange. The time that he had lasted in the Daosaur sect's ruins was not much longer than the first time he had been there. He had clearly absorbed Luiying Zishan's spiritual force, which had greatly increased his spiritual force, but he still hadn't been able to last that long. The last time he had been there, he had been impatient to leave as soon as possible, but this time, he had paid more attention. Could it be because he didn't know how to use spiritual force? Lu Yin was puzzled. After staying in the Daosaur sect's ruins for nearly a month, Lu Yin looked at his hands. He didn't know how much cauldron chi he had absorbed, as this thing did not have any rune lines, and it was as if it didn't exist. However, when it fused with his condensed star energy, it had actually increased his strength by a great deal. There was even a trace of an unfathomable might within it, which was a very strange thing. The universe was too vast, and most of what they saw were mainstream cultivation methods. Many planets actually had their own cultivation methods, but they all led to the same destination. However, some cultivation methods were truly unique, and this was especially true for a battle technique that had originated from ancient times. Cauldron Chi did not have any rune lines, and Lu Yin even suspected that this battle technique had been created even earlier than the rune progenitor. "You're suffocating me, 7th bro. I don't even know what you're doing in that damn cauldron. You made me stare at it for an entire month," the monkey complained. "You'll find out in the future." Lu Yin was in a good mood. Bei Qing was the first to rush over when he heard that Lu Yin had exited seclusion. He told Lu Yin that the premium auction would be held the next day. They had been promoting it for an entire month, and it had caused a huge commotion. The results were even better than the previous time, and many of the people who truly had the power to make decisions had appeared. Lu Yin had missed the first auction, and he decided to go to the auction site the next day to take a look. His thirst for money was growing stronger by the day, and no one needed it more than he did. After resting for a while, Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Elder Lohar. Elder Lohar's image appeared, and he smiled. "Alliance Master Lu, you've been in seclusion for a month. Your strength must have improved quite a bit." Lu Yin smiled. Based on Elder's expression, is the technocracy's attack going to be fine? Elder Lohar's tone was relaxed. "It should be fine. The technocracy only attacked for less than 10 days before retreating." Lu Yin's expression was solemn. "If I were an elder, I wouldn't be so relaxed. This past month, I went to the Daosaur sect's ruins and ran into the 10 arbiters." Elder Lohar's expression changed, and his heart sank when he saw Lu Yin's serious expression. "How's the inner verse?" Lu Yin replied, "Don't worry, elder. The inner verse is fine." Lu Yin then explained the situation regarding the war between the inner verse and the 6th mainland, including the general appointment platform. Elder Lohar was delighted. "That's good news. Why is Alliance Master Lu so worried? Lu Yin raised his brows. According to the information I received, the Sixth Mainland has a total of 9 domains. The Grand Martial Realm, War Martial Realm, and Black Blood Realm are attacking the Inner Verse, while the Blood Homage Realm, Stone Realm, and Eastern Realm are attacking the Astral Beast Domain. I'm not sure how the war in the Astral Beast Domain is going, but since the Inner Verse is at war, if I were one of the upper echelons of the Sixth Mainland, I would definitely change the battlefield. For example, the Outer Verse. Elder Lohar's expression changed. Alliance Master Lu, are you guessing? Lu Yin replied, that's right. Elder Lohar fell into deep thought. There are conflicts of interest everywhere, and the Sixth Mainland's martial ancestor has already taken action. If the war is lost or the benefits are not as expected, then it will be a slap to the martial ancestor's face. Elder, do you think that the martial ancestor will agree? Even if the martial ancestor doesn't care, the martial ancestor's 3 territories will not agree. Since the war has already started, then the Sixth Mainland will definitely obtain the benefits of the war. If the Inner Verse cannot be taken, then the Outer Verse cannot escape. Elder, please be cautious, Lu Yin explained. He had so many experts under his command, and there were also quite a few geniuses among the younger generation. Rather than putting them up for sale, it would be better for him to use them internally. Although he might not be able to sell them for a high price, they would be used by his own people, so he would still make a profit no matter how much he sold them. The various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance had been trying to contact Lu Yin to purchase them internally, but he was in seclusion, and they could not reach him. Many Weave's powers from the outside world ridiculed him, saying that the Great Eastern Alliance was not united at all and that they could not even protect their own interests. They also said that Lu Yin was a money grubber, and so on. In short, there were all sorts of things being said, which made the various powers of the Great Eastern Alliance very uncomfortable. Lu Yin had heard about all of this after coming out of seclusion, but he had not thought things through. When Hil-Ana found out that Lu Yin had come out of seclusion, he immediately sought an audience with him. Lu Yin had Hil-Ana contact the leaders of the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance and tell them that he would sell them a quintuple form cast model. Only then did the commotion from the various great powers calm down. If he had not done so, then these people would not have been the only ones gathered outside the mainland's auction house today. There would have been people from the various great powers of the Great Eastern Alliance present as well, and a small auction house would not have been able to accommodate so many people. Lu Yin changed his appearance and retracted his aura, walking down the most bustling street of the Great Eastern Alliance like an ordinary person. Everyone who appeared here was either wealthy or respectable. The Mavis Bank was on his left, and cosmic dollars would occasionally fall from the sky, but nobody picked them up on the street. In the distance, the Aurora Corporation stood tall, as well as Shamrock Enterprises, Amethyst Trading Company, Endless Borders, and so on. These were all giants that everyone knew about, and there were also many large financial groups that might have rented many planets in the outside world. However, on this street, they could only rent one office, which was already quite impressive. At that moment, Lu Yin saw a familiar name appear in the building where Endless Borders offices were located, the Daystar Shipping Company. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this company. Back when the Savage Ape planet had undergone great changes, he had saved a woman who had been the manager of the Daystar Shipping Company. The first time he had heard of this name was when Yu Xianzi had told him about it. The Daystar Shipping Company was one of the Innerverse financial groups, and they were very rich. Since they could survive in the Innerverse and even expand their business to the Outerverse, this financial group could be considered a colossus. However, there had never been any traces of their activities. They were very low-key, to the point that it was a little strange. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 828. Ling Yan's words caused Lu Yin's gaze to turn cold. The Outerverse 4 major corporations can recruit as many powerhouses as they want, but that's because they can only recruit enlighters at most. It's the same for us. So what if we roam the Innerverse and Outerverse freely? Most of the money we earn is handed over to those powerful organizations, and we don't have many experts to protect us. Although my Daystar line spans across the Innerverse and Outerverse, and it looks like we're rich and powerful, we're not as intimidating as the Outerverse for major corporations. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, endless borders will instantly swallow our businesses, Ling Yan explained. Lu Yin fell silent. Ling Yan sighed. Dino just gave us an ultimatum. He wants to buy over our businesses, or else he'll completely suppress us. In the Outerverse, our Daystar line doesn't even have an enlighter, so we can't contend against endless borders. Lu Yin understood Ling Yan's words. The powers of the Innerverse were too tyrannical, but he didn't believe that the Innerverse corporations were that miserable. Many of them were backed by great powers. He could ask Dino about Daystar shipping, but no matter how powerful Daystar shipping was, it couldn't compare to a colossus like Shamrock Enterprises. Even Shamrock Enterprises and the Mavis Bank existed, so Daystar shipping wouldn't make a difference. Lu Yin left, as he was merely curious about the Daystar line. Even if he had any ideas about it, he would have to remain in the Outerverse unless they had the strength of the Neo-Human Alliance. However, he still had to ask. He quickly contacted Dino and asked about the Daystar line. Dino's answer was the same as Ling Yan's. The Daystar line was indeed unable to continue operating. However, Lu Yin had received an unexpected piece of news. The Daystar line wasn't an independent company. It was just one of the subsidiary companies that belonged to the Innerverse Giant Financial Group, one of the top financial groups in the Innerverse. Even with the Giant Financial Group backing you, you still dare to attack Daystar shipping. On the other end of the call, Dino was helpless. Your Highness, it's not me. It's the headquarters. They need the Daystar line star chart. As for the Giant Financial Group, their main business is in the Innerverse, so they won't have much of an impact on us. Lu Yin ended the call. The Giant Financial Group. Endless Borders was not afraid of them. Just as Ling Yan had said, the Innerverse financial groups were not doing well. They had money but no power. Or was Endless Borders just too powerful? Or had endless shipping expanded? Lu Yin put down his gadget and stopped thinking about the Daystar line. It had nothing to do with him for the time being. The Innerverse had undergone a huge change, and the final outcome was still unknown. He really hoped that what Ling Yan said was true. That would be a good thing. Those consortiums were like money bags. As long as there was no one to protect them, there would always be a way to take out money. He didn't know if his luck was good or bad today. He had just seen Ling Yan, an old friend, and now another old friend had appeared in front of him. Jerlin, I'm serious about you. Don't go, Jerlin. Jerlin frowned impatiently. Beside her was a handsome guy who looked rich and had 4 cosmic rings on his hand. Lu Yin watched with interest. Jerlin turned back and spat, "You're so annoying. I'll never like you, so give up." Jerlin, we've known each other since we were kids. We're childhood sweethearts. Shut up, who's your childhood sweetheart? We've only met a few times, Jerlin raged. 10,000 years in a single glance, he exaggerated. Jerlin was speechless. You want to be with me because you want to use my brother's connections to enter U Academy. Don't think I don't know. Let me tell you, that's impossible. My brother won't play favorites. The guy hurriedly explained, You've misunderstood, Jerlin. I'm serious about you and don't have any other thoughts. It doesn't matter if I go to U Academy or not, just give me a chance. Helpless, Gerland glanced to the side and saw the auction house in the distance. I'll give you a chance if you take me there. The guy's expression changed and he bitterly replied, don't make it difficult for me, Gerland. There are very few people in the Great U Empire who are qualified to enter the auction house. Even my uncle, a courtier, can't enter. I heard that even cabinet ministers have to verify their assets if they want to enter. This place only recognizes money, not people. I don't have that much money. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's fine if you can't get in, Gerland said smugly before turning to leave. The guy hurriedly followed, I can't get in. No one my age in the Great U Empire can get in. You won't be able to find a boyfriend with this standard. Gerland snorted, this standard is only for you. It's different for the person I like. The guy's expression changed and he gritted his teeth as he stared at her back. Also, Gerland suddenly turned around and stared at him. The royal regent is younger than you, but he can get in. The guy was speechless. This auction house belongs to the royal regent. Gerland snorted and was about to leave when someone blocked her path. You really want to go in? Luine pointed at the auction house and looked at Gerland in amusement. Before she could reply, the guy grew angry and rushed over to glare at Luine. Brat, what are you trying to do? Gerland looked at Luine curiously, feeling that this person was familiar. His gaze was especially mischievous. Luine looked at her and smiled. Old friends, do you still remember the happy times when we robbed together? The guy was furious. Brat, I'm talking to you. Gerland's eyes lit up and she looked at Luine happily. You're Lou. Luine raised a finger and pointed at the auction house. Let's go in and take a look. She nodded, but suddenly thought of something. I almost forgot. Can we bring Geraldine along? She wants to go in too. Geraldine is coming too. All right, bring her along, Luine said. They were all old friends, especially Geraldine. She was one of the first trial takers he had met on Earth and had been his guide. They had even met once outside the prince's mansion. How nostalgic. In the blink of an eye, it had been 8 years since Earth's trial. Gerland, who's this brat? The guy asked, glaring at her. Gerland contacted Geraldine through her gadget, ignoring the guy. The guy glared at Luine. Brat, I'm warning you to stay away from Gerland. My uncle is a minister of the Empire, watch out for your life. Luine looked at the guy. Got it. The guy was stunned. Was he giving in just like that? Geraldine ran over from nearby and was a little reserved when she saw Luine. Long time no see. It hasn't been that long, Luine smiled. Geraldine seemed to remember something and blushed, but she didn't say anything. Come, let's go in. Gerland was very excited, pulling Geraldine and Luine towards the auction house. Luine was puzzled. When did you two become so close? We both joined U Academy, didn't you know? Gerland rolled her eyes. U Academy wasn't that big, and the two had gone through Earth's trial together. It was normal for them to be familiar with each other. The guy quickly chased after them. Where are you going, Gerland? Gerland waved, to the auction house. The guy was stunned. Auction house? The auction house? How are you going to get in? Gerland laughed, and so did Geraldine. With this old friend around, even the Imperial Palace wouldn't be a problem, let alone the auction house. Luine smoothly brought the two girls into the auction house. The guy stared blankly, his eyes flashing. Did the auction house not need to check one's assets this time? He hurried over, wanting to enter as well, but was stopped. This made him realize that he had to check his assets before entering. Who was that kid? How did he get in so easily? Was he from the Empire? Or was he from another region? Inside the auction house, Luine had Bei Qing arrange a private room for him. Bei-chin didn't dare ask about his relationship with the two girls and left after instructing the staff to take special care of the room. Wow, so this is the auction house. I've always been curious about what it's like inside. It's not even on the net, but I finally got to see it today. It's very normal, Gerlin commented. Geraldine looked down curiously as well, seeing quite a few people rising from the ground and appearing in the hall. This was Lu Yin's first time here as well. Why aren't you changing your appearance back? It's so awkward, Gerlin grumbled. Lu Yin restored his appearance. Where's your brother? On the first ring of the continent, he's not interested. She paused and pursed her lips. He doesn't have any money either. Let me know if you see anything you like later. Gerlin was delighted. You'll buy it for us. Lu Yin replied seriously, I can give you a discount. Hey, you're the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, can't you be a little more generous? Geraldine whispered, Gerlin, don't spout nonsense. Lu Yin smiled, can't help it, I'm short on money. You're short on money. You have so much money that you don't even know where to spend it. Lu Yin pursed his lips but didn't explain. The amount of money he lacked couldn't be explained with words. It was a huge amount, especially when it came to the 9-yang cauldron. He didn't even know how much money he would need to fill this hole. Of course, the thing he needed the most was the dye. He wouldn't be able to fill the hole with enhance in this lifetime. Your Highness, I'll return that to you, Geraldine whispered to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. What? Have you forgotten? Her gaze dimmed. Lu Yin thought about it. Oh, that. I'll give it to you, you don't have to return it to me. She had a complicated expression. Gerlin came over and stared at Lu Yin. What did you give Geraldine? It's not a love token, is it? Lu Yin was about to speak when Geraldine hurriedly interrupted. It's starting, the auction is starting. Gerlin's attention was immediately diverted, and she looked down with great interest. This was the most famous auction in the entire Outerverse, and she didn't want to miss a single item. She sighed in relief. Rings were very important to girls. Lu Yin didn't care, but she couldn't ignore it. If she found out, she would definitely spread the news, and that would be troublesome. When the auction started, the first item brought the atmosphere to a climax. The Formcast model was auctioned off without any warning. Everyone thought it was the finale, but the auction house was too capricious. According to some estimates, the gun's power level had reached 200,000, which shocked countless people. Many people's eyes burned with desire. The items sold by the mainland's auction house were indeed real. On Xenia's star, the person in charge of the Mavis Bank was vexed. Every time the mainland's auction house held a premium item auction, his star essence would be completely used up. He had already gathered all of the star essence from all of the Mavis Bank branches in the Eastern Weaves, but he still couldn't keep up with the consumption. If the Innerverse and Outerverse hadn't been separated, then he wouldn't have cared even if they held a premium item auction every day. There were only so many star essence in the Outerverse, and the Mavis Bank didn't have much in stock. He hurriedly reported the situation to his superiors and asked them to think of a solution or to negotiate with the mainland's auction house so that they could circulate star crystals. Alon was an ordinary cultivator who had come from a barren but beautiful planet. His life had been peaceful, but one day, a group of youths who called themselves trial takers had arrived and completely changed his life. His planet had more than 1 billion people, but in the end, only a few had followed the trial takers into outer space. The reason he had been able to do so was because he had awakened an innate gift of listening. That's right, listening was an innate gift that could be useful or useless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 830. Alon could hear the heartbeats of the people around him to determine their strength. Back then, during the trial of those young people, he had relied on this talent to rely on a very low-key, seemingly down-and-out person. In the end, that person eliminated all the other trial challengers and became the champion. As for him, he naturally stepped into the starry skies. However, reality was not as good as he had imagined. That person was said to be from the Dark Phoenix clan, who had not taken a fancy to him and had thrown him here. This was the border between the Endless Weave and the Technocracy. The Technocracy would attack the Endless Weave from time to time, and the border had long since grown accustomed to it. However, Alon knew a secret: this war between the Technocracy and the border had been instigated by someone. He even knew that person. Although he did not know why that person had attacked the Technocracy in such a suicidal manner, the war had been started by that person. He hated war because he could die at any time. Fortunately, the war had not lasted for long. Alon leaned against the wall and looked at the dark sky. In the distance, the star was about to collapse. Suddenly, Alon's expression changed. His pupils shrank, and he subconsciously covered his ears. What had he just heard? He had heard a heartbeat that shook the universe. He had never heard such a strong heartbeat before. Even the supposedly powerful powerhouses did not have such a heartbeat. In fact, the difference was too great. He did not know how great it was, but his intuition told him that it was very great. He looked up and saw nothing, but he was sure that someone had just passed by. That person was so powerful that the border defense line had not even been able to detect them. Alon's face went pale. Should he report this? In the end, he decided not to, because no one would believe him. The war between the Technocracy and the human domain had continued since ancient times. No one remembered why the two domains had started fighting. It was just like the war between the human domain and the astral beast domain. Most people did not know what the Technocracy was like. Even powerful human organizations like the Day-Night clan did not know. It was rumored that the Technocracy was controlled by the mainframe, and no one could sneak in. The mainframe could monitor everything inside. If the humans wanted to understand the Technocracy, the only way was to send super powerhouses in every once in a while. Those who could barge into the Technocracy had to be at least at the level of an emissary. The Technocracy was used to this and had long since prepared measures to deal with the human powerhouses. However, this time, all means used to deal with the human powerhouses collapsed in an instant. The superweapons erected at the border of the Technocracy to attack the human domain were shattered into pieces. All surveillance methods failed, and no images could be captured. Elder Lohar's teacher rushed into the Technocracy without any hindrance. Every step he took distorted space and time as he crossed an endless distance. Suddenly, the entire Technocracy was shaken, and countless pairs of eyes opened. Human super powerhouses, protect the Central Command. In the starry skies of the Technocracy, a figure suddenly appeared. Ripples appeared in the void, unable to bear the weight of this figure. Really, it's been a long time since I last came. An aged voice rang out. It was Elder Lohar's master, known as Master Yuan. Master Yuan looked around and focused on a few directions. He could feel the terrifying power. For the Technocracy to be able to resist the human star domain for so many years, they also had their own powerhouses. However, what Master Yuan feared the most was the mysterious mastermind. Even now, no one knew where the mastermind was or what kind of power it possessed. Master Yuan's eyes flashed, and he took another step forward before vanishing into outer space. In a corner of the Technocracy, machines were quickly assembling to form numerous spaceships. Not too far away, there were even more spaceships. Inside these spaceships were humans, not androids. It was unusual for humans to appear in the Technocracy, but these people were different. They were from the sixth mainland. Liu Yin's guess was correct. The sixth mainland's progenitors had already taken action, and they could not return empty-handed. The innerverse was in a state of chaos, so they had set their sights on the outerverse, which they had originally planned to attack. They had bypassed the astral river's energy barrier and attacked through the technocracy. Countless cultivators from the sixth mainland boarded spacecraft and headed towards the outerverse. Inside one of the spacecraft, Huang San gulped and carefully looked outside. This is the fifth mainland. Even the sky is dark, but it's not connected. It's really been shattered. This is just a corner of the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland's true territory should be the human domain. The technocracy is much smaller than the human domain's outerverse, Yan Xiaojing calmly said as she appeared behind him. Huang San turned around. Xiaojing, will we be able to return alive? Yan Xiaojing fell silent. In the past, they would have said yes without hesitation. Not only would they be able to, but they would also be able to destroy the fifth mainland's cultivators and even wipe out their cultivation system. After so many years, they had been this confident. However, after the Innerverse War, the martial progenitor had been severely injured, which had caused the situation in the Innerverse to change completely. Their thoughts had also changed. It seemed that the fifth mainland would not be so easily defeated. Don't worry. This is the fifth mainland's weakest human outerverse. With our blood-burn realm strength, we can destroy it, Yan Xiaojing reassured him. Huang San had a complicated expression. The Huang family had once been an imprinter family, and even if they had declined, they could still obtain some information. Apparently, the war in the Innerverse had not gone well, and many people had died, especially those of the same age. The Innerverse had become a graveyard. Would this place become the Bloodburn Realm's graveyard? In another spacecraft, Autumn Frost Qing's eyes were filled with pride. Unlike Huang San, he was filled with ambition. Even though he knew that the war in the Innerverse would be difficult, he was still filled with confidence. After all, this was only the human domain's outerverse. If the Bloodburn Realm could not even take down the human domain's outerverse, then they would have failed. He wanted to perform meritorious deeds in this war and suppress those of the same age who wanted to slaughter the Innerverse-titled powerhouses. Many people only wanted to go to the Innerverse and slaughter the fifth mainland's titled powerhouses, and even DFA was the same. He was different, as he liked to crush others. If he could not crush the fifth mainland's Innerverse cultivators, then he would crush the Outerverse cultivators. On another spacecraft not too far away from the Autumn Frost family, a man's eyes were cold and filled with excitement. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have definitely recognized him as Butcher, the expert who had absorbed Che Lai's bloodline back in the Daosaur sect's ruins. The Bloodburn Realm was one of the sixth mainland's 9 filaments, and its strength was unfathomable. This time, the person leading the attack against the human domain's outerverse was Patriarch Mo Jiang, a world imprinter. A world imprinter had a power level of over 800,000, and they were incomparably terrifying powerhouses. The sixth mainland had never believed that there would be a powerhouse in the outerverse who could rival them, until Master Yuan appeared. Patriarch Mo Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, and the heavens trembled. Not good. He then stepped forward. The next moment, many of the sixth mainland's cultivators felt a heavenly pressure, especially those who were imprinters of Patriarch Mo Jiang. In the distance, Patriarch Mo Jiang and Master Yuan encountered each other. Get lost. Master Yuan barked, his voice echoing through the heavens and tearing through the stars. Many of the sixth mainland's cultivators were shocked, and those who had not reached the explorer realm all spat out blood. Yan Xiaojing's face paled, and she looked up into space. How was this possible? This was the technocracy. Had the mainframe made a move against them? You'll be destroyed sooner or later, so why struggle? If you surrender, I can guarantee that you will become an elder of the sixth mainland's Daosaur sect, Patriarch Mo Jiang said, his voice echoing through the heavens. Just the two of them were conversing, but the heavens were unable to withstand the pressure, and they immediately split apart. I said, get lost. Master Yuan barked again. Then, the heavens turned upside down, and everyone from the sixth mainland felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The fear that came from their hearts overwhelmed them. Then let's fight, Patriarch Mo Jiang said. Following that, many of the sixth mainland's cultivators saw an unforgettable scene. Two palms collided, and the heavens shook. Countless cracks extended into the distance with no end in sight. The fleet of spacecraft was mercilessly torn apart, and many spacecraft exploded as countless cultivators howled in agony. Within one spacecraft, an old woman with the strength of an imprinter shrieked as she charged towards the battlefield, but she was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood. Imprinters had power levels that exceeded 500,000, and they were known as envoys in the fifth mainland. However, such powerhouses did not even have the qualifications to join the battlefield. The heavens seemed to have changed, and it was as if a piece of paper had been torn apart. Inside was an unshakable expanse of space that no one had ever seen before, and it seemed even more real. All of the cultivators from the sixth mainland had fainted, and no one had witnessed this scene. After an unknown amount of time, Huang San woke up and saw several powerful cultivators in outer space discussing something. He looked around and saw that Yan Xiaojing was still asleep. He hurriedly woke Yan Xiaojing up. Yan Xiaojing rubbed her head. What happened to us? Huang San shook his head. I don't know. Yan Xiaojing looked into outer space and saw several seniors. However, these seniors did not seem to be in a good mood, especially when she saw Patriarch Mo Jiang. Patriarch Mo Jiang's expression was ugly, and it was obvious that the situation was not good. Yan Xiaojing's heart sank. Had the invasion failed before it had even begun? On another spacecraft, Autumn Frost Qing rubbed his head as he stood up. He panted heavily and wiped the corner of his mouth. He had actually been injured, and he could not take a single look. This was the strength of a world imprinter. The fifth mainland's outerverse actually had such a powerhouse. However, no matter how strong they were, they could not stop the Bloodburn realm. Patriarch Mo Jiang was only one of the Bloodburn realm's world imprinters, and the Autumn Frost family's ancestor was also one. The Bloodburn realm's three strongest families all had terrifying powerhouses, and above them were the even stronger cosmic imprinters and the legendary celestial imprinters. How could the outerverse stop them? What could they use to stop them? Outside the technocracy, one of the defensive lines against the human domain suddenly collapsed. Master Yuan walked out, and his pale face returned to normal. During his battle with Patriarch Mo Jiang, he had deliberately concealed his strength because he was afraid that Patriarch Mo Jiang would invite the sixth mainland's powerhouses to join the battle. He had even pretended to be injured in order to numb the sixth mainland. Now, he needed to buy time and gather the entire outerverse strength to resist the sixth mainland. Elder Lohar's words made Lu Yin realize that the situation this time was serious. Back when Iron Blood Weave had been recruited, Elder Lohar had not even spoken to Shamrock Enterprises or the other major powers, and he had not even invited Master Yuan. This time, Master Yuan had personally made an appearance, and it was likely that even the super powerhouses like President Yu would not be able to escape. Lu Yin's guess had come true, and the sixth mainland was indeed attacking the outerverse through the technocracy. The sixth mainland had only used 3 filaments to force the innerverse progenitors to come out, which showed just how powerful they were. Now, the outerverse was being attacked by the Bloodburn realm, which was closest to the outerverse. According to what Lu Yin knew, the Bloodburn realm had 3 strongest families, and the Autumn Frost family was one of them. Each family had a world imprinter, and although Lu Yin did not know their specific power levels, he knew that an imprinter was equivalent to an emissary. A world imprinter was definitely far stronger than an emissary, and it would be difficult for the Outerverse to stop them. However, no matter what, they could not escape from this battle. At this moment, Aiden arrived. "Your Highness, I've been recruited." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Check who else has been recruited besides you and me." He had just finished speaking when Wendy Yushan contacted him. She had also been recruited. Lu Yin was worried that all of the Great Yu Empire's powerhouses had been recruited. The battlefield was merciless, and even emissaries could appear. If the Outerverse was defended while the Great Yu Empire's powerhouses were all gone, that would truly be a disappointment. Fortunately, only the three of them had been recruited in the entire Great Yu Empire. Of course, there was also the Great Eastern Alliance's Rapid Response Team. This team had been rather conspicuous on the battlefield in Armament Weave, so they had also been recruited. Elsewhere, Wei Rong had also received the same notification as Lu Yin. He had been forcibly recruited to Dark Phoenix Cliff to assist Commander Zephyrus in defending the border. Wei Rong was stunned. Was it that serious? No way. He had only sent people to harass the technocracy and had only fought a few battles at most. How had he been recruited? Also, he was not a talented fighter, so what was the point of being recruited to the border? He did not want to go, but the Hall of Honor had forcefully recruited him, so he had no choice but to go. Wei Rong was speechless. Could something have happened that he was unaware of? Speaking of which, Lu Yin's sudden withdrawal had been unexpected. Wei Rong had originally wanted to use the war to pressure Lu Yin and force him to stop fighting, but Lu Yin had immediately withdrawn. Wei Rong would not believe that Lu Yin cared about the border and the human domain even if he was beaten to death. At this moment, he was certain that Lu Yin knew something that he did not. Wei Rong was not the only one who was depressed. Cheong Shier was also depressed, and her entire face had turned bitter. What did the border war have to do with her? What was she being recruited for? Shier, the border war is no small matter, especially this time. Even the Hall of Honor's Master Yuan has appeared, so it's definitely not simple, Cheong Shanhai said solemnly. Cheong Shier was puzzled. Who exactly is this Master Yuan? Cheong Shanhai shook his head. I don't know who he is exactly, but... He paused to think for a moment before continuing. This name appeared in our Cheong family's ancestral records, so he should be someone from a very long time ago. Let's take a look at the ancestral records, Cheong Shier said. Cheong Shanhai helplessly replied, the ancestral records were destroyed in the last great battle. Cheong Shier helplessly asked, how long ago was it? Cheong Shanhai answered seriously, a conservative estimate, about 1,000,000 years ago. Cheong Shier was horrified. 1,000,000 years ago? Are you kidding me? Cheong Shanhai shook his head. I just remembered that the ancestral records that recorded Master Yuan's name have almost been worn away. It's at least 1,000,000 years old. Cheong Shier's hair stood on end. The universe's inheritances had been passed down from generation to generation, and no matter how old they were, they had all disappeared in the river of time. Even the powerful clans of the inner verse that had inherited ancient inheritances had only retained their concept of time. However, this Master Yuan had jumped out from the river of time, so it was impossible for him to have lived for so long. He must have been frozen, but even so, being able to live for more than 1,000,000 years was already terrifying. It was no wonder why this old man had been so arrogant and had forcefully recruited her as soon as he had appeared. Even Myriad City would not be safe against such an old man. In the Outerverse, there were very few people who were qualified to be forcefully recruited, and there were even fewer of the younger generation. Wei Rong and Cheong Shier had been forcefully recruited because of Wang Wen. Wang Wen had played a decisive role in Iron Blood Weave, and Wei Rong and Cheong Shier, who were equally famous, were naturally not inferior to him. This was especially true for Wei Rong, who had used one method after another in armament weaves war to forcefully stall an enemy that was 10 times stronger than him. The Hall of Honor could not ignore such methods. And this was just the younger generation. On the other side, Gong Ling, the head of the Temple of Mo, had been forcefully recruited by the Hall of Honor. The Temple of Mo had to send an enlighter to participate in the border war. Gong Ling could not refuse. Whether it was for the sake of humanity or for the sake of Master Yuan, he did not dare to refuse. The 3 great powers and the 4 major corporations had all been notified by Elder Lohar in Master Yuan's name. As for Shamrock Enterprises, Yu Mu had personally seen Master Yuan through his gadget. Yu Mu bowed deeply in front of Master Yuan. "Senior, you've awakened." Master Yuan looked at Yu Mu indifferently. "There's a crisis at the border. Report to Santai's Cliff District and guard the border." Yu Mu did not dare to utter a single word. "Yes." At the Mavis Bank, Yuehua Mavis also saw Master Yuan. "My ancestor asked me to send her regards," she said respectfully. Master Yuan sighed. "It's been hundreds of thousands of years since we last met, and time no longer means much to us. While I'm still alive, I'll do my best to return and see her." Yuehua Mavis knew that Master Yuan was not talking to her, he was just sighing. "Report to Iron Blood Cliff District and guard the human border," Master Yuan said. Yuehua Mavis respectfully acknowledged. "Be careful. The enemy this time is from the 6th mainland," Master Yuan added. Yuehua Mavis's expression changed. "I understand, Senior." At the Aurora Spacecraft Company's Outerverse headquarters, the flame engineer arrived underground and activated his gadget. Master Yuan's image appeared. Underground, an old man appeared. He faced Master Yuan and slowly bowed at the waist. "Respected teacher." Master Yuan replied, "There's no need to call me that. Report to Endless Cliff District and guard the human border." The old man respectfully replied, "Yes, Master." Master Yuan's image disappeared. The flame engineer looked at the old man and respectfully asked, "President Qi, who was that just now?" The old man recalled, "A respectable elder who has taught countless people. He's a senior who truly enlightened cultivators. You can call him Master Yuan." The outerverse was like a deep pool, and no matter how much one tried to stir it up, the bottom of the pool would always be hidden. However, Master Yuan's appearance had cleared out the entire pool, and no one could escape the responsibility of guarding the border. Some people might be late, but there was no way they could avoid it, such as Ancestor Arrow Mountain from Mo Temple, Wan Qianqing, Endless Borders team that was exploring the astral wilderness, the old assassin from Aegis, and there was even a possibility that the enlighters who were guarding Iron Blood Weave would appear. Lu Yin took Aiden and Wendy Yushan to a spacecraft and headed to Endless Weave. With the speed of a radiant great aurora, they would arrive in 20 days if nothing unexpected happened. This was Lu Yin's 3rd border war, and it was also the most serious one. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 832. Many people from the Eastern Weaves were heading to the Endless Weaves, and each weave had sent at least 2 hunters, 5 cruisers, and 20 explorers. There were 72 weaves in the Outerverse, and at least 100 hunters had been sent to reinforce the Endless Weaves' borders. It was a terrifying force. Coupled with the enlighters and existences that surpassed them, this force was enough to sweep through everything. However, Lu Yin was still not optimistic, as they were facing the 6th mainland. Even if it was just a single domain, it was still terrifying. Elder Lohar had specifically contacted Lu Yin to ask about the situation in the 6th mainland's Bloodburn realm, and Lu Yin had told him everything he knew, especially about the 3 great clans. The Hall of Honor immediately sent out a notice, explaining the Sixth Mainland's battle plan based on Lu Yin's description. Countless people at the border were in an uproar, as they finally realized that their enemy was not just from the technocracy, but rather, the Sixth Mainland. The Hall of Honor did not explain the Sixth Mainland situation, only stating that a powerhouse with a power level in the million might appear. This statement sent chills down the spines of countless people. The Hall of Mo and Wan Qianqing received another notice, and they were prepared to mobilize all of their forces at any time. This meant that the Arrow Mountain Ancestor, the three inherited arrows, and Wan Qianqing, the War Fortress, would all be mobilized. This time, all of the Outerverse power would be mobilized by Master Yuan. Lu Yin looked at the star chart. Not too long ago, he had not been able to see the universe clearly, but now, he could. The Endless Weaves was different from Iron Blood Weave, as it was not purely a war zone. Aside from the defensive lines, there were also some family powers that existed, such as Endless Borders and the Dark Phoenix clan. In the Endless Weaves, there was another existence that could not be ignored, Astral 9. The Astral Combat Academy was the most famous institution in the entire universe. It had nurtured countless experts and had an unfathomable foundation. This time, Astral 9 had also been summoned, but it had not been named. Even the Hall of Honor had to respect this institution with such a long history, and the Hall of Honor believed that Astral 9 would go all out. Astral 9 was currently very lively, and many students excitedly signed up to participate in the border defense. Astral 9 was located in the Endless Weaves, and it was no stranger to the border defense lines. Every year, students would participate in border wars, and compared to the other academies, Astral 9 students had clearly participated more often. Originally, only Melders were allowed to participate in border battles, but this time, Astral 9 had set a rule that only Lemeters were allowed to participate, which made many students unhappy. "I want to join the battle, I want to bathe in the blood of humans," a student shouted in the square, but he was sent flying by the teacher with a slap. "So noisy. I've already said that you're not allowed to go if you haven't reached the extreme realm," the lecturer roared. His expression was sinister, and quite a few students were scared. Discussions could be heard everywhere. Nearly 100 students were gathered in the square. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked out and said in a low, muffled voice, "Instructor, student registration." Many students were in an uproar. "It's Brother Kwang. He's going to fight." Brother Kwang is one of the area masters of the Tao of Seed. He's extremely powerful, and he'll definitely become famous in the Outerverse this time. "Bro Kwang, you can do it. Bring glory to Astral 9 and defeat Lu Yin," a student shouted. Lu Yin was a name that none of them were willing to mention. He was the student leader of Astral 10 and a member of the Council of Astral Academy. He was their greatest competitor, and his rise to power had been unstoppable. Now, he had even become the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance. He was no longer on the same level as them. That student's words caused Brother Kwang's expression to turn ugly, and he left without another word. Even the former student leader of Astral 9, Lu Yin, couldn't compete with Lu Yin, let alone him. After Brother Kwang left, many Lemeters from Astral 9 signed up. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Another famous person had appeared, but this person should not have appeared in Astral 9. Chao Ji had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and risen like a comet, but she had been defeated by Lu Yin in the end. Even though she had been defeated, no one dared to underestimate her. Her strength had been obvious to all, and she had definitely surpassed the average area master. She had even been able to fight against a realm master, which was the equivalent of a student leader. She had also attained four-lined battle force and possessed the battle technique Season Wind. Why is she back? Didn't she graduate? Yeah, almost everyone who made it to the top 32 graduated during the astral combat tournament. Senior Lu Yin also graduated and left a long time ago. Senior Lu Yin has always been at the border. And that bearded guy as well. He suddenly appeared to participate in the astral combat tournament, but he's still at the border now that he's graduated. The students discussed amongst themselves, and the mentor was puzzled. Chao Ji, why did you come back? Chao Ji's expression was cold. Mentor, do you know which cliff zone Lu Yin is guarding? The mentor replied, I heard that it's the Iron Blood Cliff Zone. Chao Ji nodded. I'll sign up in Astral 9. Astral 9 students are all stationed in the Iron Blood Cliff Zone, right? The mentor nodded. That's right. Do you want to sign up? Sure. I didn't expect Lu Yin to be in the Iron Blood Cliff Zone as well. This is going to be interesting. I heard that Senior Lu Yin is there as well. The Iron Blood Cliff Zone is the weakest of the 6 major cliff zones. Those who don't have any special connections or are willing to participate in the defensive line are all assigned to the Iron Blood Cliff Zone. They have the most people, but they're also the weakest. Astral 9 has always been guarding the Iron Blood Cliff Zone. This time, we must show Lu Yin that even if he's stronger than all the other students in the Astral Combat Academy, he won't be able to suppress our passion. Speaking of which, Lu Yin broke through to the Explorer realm a long time ago and even graduated. What are you guys competing for? The others looked at each other. That's right, what's the point of competing with him? The mentor looked at the students in amusement. They were all full of vigor, and he hoped that none of them would die in this war and that they would all survive. The Endless Weave's defensive line completely connected the east and west, forming a continent with Blackfire Rock as its foundation. All of the cultivators who participated in the defensive battle lived on Blackfire Rock. The Blackfire Rock was scorching hot and had a pungent smell of gunpowder. If given a choice, no one would want to live on it. However, Blackfire Rock was the only thing that could block the technocracy's various technological detection methods. It was a necessity for the defense against the technocracy. The Hall of Honor had recruited many people from the Outerverse to participate in the defense, but before they could arrive, the bitter war had already begun. The technocracy's attacks covered the sky and descended, accompanied by countless androids that charged into the Blackfire Rock continent to fight with the humans. Each of the 6 major cliff zones had an enlighter overseeing them. With many experts under their command, it was not that difficult to resist the technocracy's attacks, and there were even times when they could counterattack. However, a few days later, the 6th Mainland's fleet transporting cultivators appeared, and the technocracy's attacks suddenly stopped. After that, a figure accompanied by a terrifying pressure descended upon the Damu Cliff Zone, and countless spear images tore through the void. The defensive power that the Damu Cliff Zone's tens of thousands of cultivators had continuously gathered instantly collapsed. Grandmaster Chao, the commander of the Damu Cliff Zone, stared at the countless spear images in shock. Each one caused his heart to tremble. This was an attack from a powerhouse that far surpassed him, and each spear image had a power level of over 300,000. If the countless spear images were allowed to attack, the Damu Cliff Zone would instantly vanish. Regardless of whether it was the people or the Blackfire Rock continent, they would all be reduced to cosmic dust. Countless people looked up in despair. Just as the countless spear images were about to land, time stopped, and the spear images gradually turned to dust. Master Yuan appeared in outer space, looking into the distance with a solemn expression. Patriarch Mo Jiang appeared at the same time and stared at Master Yuan. You can't stop this. Try it. Master Yuan's tone was cold. The 2 figures instantly vanished. Even further away, a middle-aged man walked out of the void with a spear in hand as he stared at the Damu Cliff Zone. He was the person who had just acted, and his name was Mo Jiangshan. He was a powerhouse from the Mo Jiang clan who was second only to the patriarch. His power level was over 500,000, and he was an imprinter. Master Yuan was blocked by Patriarch Mo Jiang, but Mo Jiangshan remained arrogant. He gripped his spear tightly and stabbed out, causing countless spear images to appear once again and shoot towards the Damu cliff zone. The same desperate situation appeared once again. Master Yuan's eyes trembled as he stared at Mo Jiangshan. Mo Jiangshan sensed something, and his scalp went numb. The countless spear images had been forcibly stopped and could not descend. He was terrified. Master Yuan looked back, and it was as if he controlled the entire world. Patriarch Mo Jiang barked, "Attack!" Mo Jiangshan's eyes flashed, and he casually swung his spear. It was only a single spear image, but it pierced through the void and tore space in half. The Black Fire Rock Continent, the Damu Cliff Zone, and Grandmaster Chao were all torn in half at the same time. Mo Jiangshan was afraid of Master Yuan, and he had not attacked the entire Damu Cliff Zone. However, he had killed Grandmaster Chao. Grandmaster Chao had been an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000, and he had guarded the Damu Cliff Zone for over 1,000 years. He had even survived the bitter war when half of the endless weaves had fallen into the technocracy's hands. Master Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand, causing a shockwave to sweep out. Patriarch Mo Jiang hurriedly retreated, and countless androids from the technocracy were instantly destroyed along with their weapons. Patriarch Mo Jiang sensed that something was amiss, and he immediately retreated. Mo Jiangshan left as well. Master Yuan stood tall in outer space with a complicated look in his eyes. With his strength, he could protect Grandmaster Chao, but that would mean exposing his full strength, which would attract even more powerhouses from the 6th mainland, which would be disadvantageous for the 5th mainland. He could only watch as Grandmaster Chao died. This was a tragedy. Ever since he had reached his current level of strength, nothing had ever gone out of his control. But now, he could only watch as the 6th mainland's people left. Master Yuan sighed and looked towards the east. He did not feel good, and neither did the Innerverse and Neoverse. The 6th mainland's desire to attack was too strong, and their strength was too great. Whether or not they could defend themselves would depend on luck. News of the Damu Cliff Zone's collapse spread, and it shocked the Outerverse. The human domain and the technocracy had been at war for so many years, but none of the Damu Cliff Zones had collapsed so quickly. Even their commanders had died. It was rumored that a powerhouse with a power level of over 500,000 had appeared in the technocracy, but most people did not believe it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 833. Everyone's attention was still limited to the technocracy. Even if Wei Rong and the others had obtained some information about the 6th mainland, they still could not imagine how powerful the 6th mainland was, let alone others. The 6th mainland's imprinter had a power level of over 500,000, and there were quite a few of them. Even that fatty Huang San was from an imprinter family, and there was also Yan Shaojing. Lu Yin could imagine that there were at least 10 imprinters in the Bloodburn realm, and this did not include the world imprinters, cosmic imprinters, or even the strongest celestial imprinters. Lu Yin felt that his hopes of the Outerverse withstanding the Bloodburn realm's attack were even lower now. In the Taimao Palace, Gong Ling was shocked when he heard that the Demuyan district had collapsed. The 6th mainland had destroyed one of the districts in a single move. Would the other districts be able to hold on? He quickly received a notification and immediately contacted Ancestor Arrow Mountain. The Hall of Honor had forcefully recruited him to reinforce the Demuyan district. Gong Ling could not refuse, so he went to Arrow Mountain and requested an audience with the Ancestor. Ancestor Arrow Mountain walked out of the valley and looked up. The war has finally begun. Ancestor, you knew that the war would begin. Gong Ling was shocked. Ancestor Arrow Mountain shook his head. There has always been a rumor in the sect that a calamity will arrive one day, and it should be referring to the Sixth Mainland's attack. He then looked at Gong Ling. Guard the Taimal Palace well. If the war does not go well, think of a way to leave behind your inheritance and head to the astral wilderness. Gong Ling replied, this disciple is also willing to defend the border. Ancestor Arrow Mountain smiled. If you are also being forcefully recruited, then it means that you are truly facing a desperate situation. Think of a way to leave behind your inheritance. He then stepped out and left the Taimal Palace. Over at Myriad City, Jade Mountain Sea stared at his gadget in shock. The Hall of Honor had forcefully recruited Myriad City to defend the border, and there was no room for negotiation. Myriad City, the fortress of war, had to take the field. Jade Mountain Sea had not expected that a single attack would scare the Hall of Honor to this extent. He did not dare to refuse and could only move Myriad City towards the Endless Weaves. At the border of the Endless Weaves, the Sixth Mainland had officially joined forces with the technocracy to attack the humans. The 6 major rocky regions, including the long and narrow black fiery land in the middle, had all been attacked at the same time. The battle situation was far more intense than anyone could have imagined. The defensive line cultivators had long since been prepared for the technocracy. After fighting for so many years, they all understood each other. However, the Sixth Mainland's attack had pushed the human defensive line to the brink of collapse. Even without any super powerhouses taking action, the defensive line was still on the verge of collapse. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators had an innate suppression over the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, and this suppression was especially obvious among cultivators of the same level. In a one-on-one fight, cultivators of the same level were no match for the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Moreover, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had imprints and bloodlines. Cultivators from the various factions of the Endless Territories continued to join the defensive line. Some sects even left only a few people behind to guard, while the rest went to the front lines. Even so, it was still very difficult to stabilize the situation. The Sixth Mainland's offensive was simply too powerful. The Dark Phoenix Rock District was guarded mostly by members of the Dark Phoenix race or forces related to the Dark Phoenix race. Of the 6 major rocky regions, the defenses of the Dark Phoenix Rocky region were the most stable and had never been broken through before. When the black flames swept through, the technocracy would often suffer heavy losses. However, in the face of the Sixth Mainland's offensive, even the powerful Dark Phoenix race was suppressed and killed one after another. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, it was almost impossible to emerge victorious. Bonnie Phineas panted heavily as he stared at the man in front of him. The man's expression was frivolous, and he gestured at Bonnie Phineas with a crooked finger. Again. Bonnie Phineas growled. He was an elite of the Dark Phoenix race and a genius of Astral 9. He could not be defeated. The Black Phoenix soared into the sky and pounced towards the man in front of him. An imprint of an old man appeared behind the man, and strange patterns appeared on his body. His fingers transformed into sharp, stone-like claws that pierced through the Black Phoenix and grabbed at Bonnie Phineas. Bonnie Phineas hurriedly retreated, but his chest was still torn open by the strong wind, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground. The man laughed maniacally. You trash from the Fifth Mainland don't even have an imprint. What right do you have to fight us? He then charged towards Bonnie Phineas. Bonnie Phineas despaired. The two of them were both Lameters, so the difference between them should not be so great. He stared at the blurry figure behind the man. Ever since this figure had appeared, this person had almost crushed him. Why? What kind of power was this? Why didn't they have it? Just as the man was about to hit Bonnie Phineas, the heavens trembled as an enormous pressure descended. The man suddenly stopped and looked into space. It's Lord Mo Jiangshan. You're all finished. Bonnie Phineas also looked up and saw countless spear images descend. These spear images avoided the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland and pierced through many of the Dark Phoenix clansmen before ruthlessly stabbing towards the mainland. Just like the Damu Crag district, the Dark Phoenix Crag district was about to collapse. Suddenly, the air rippled, and then, to everyone's disbelief, the air turned into black flames that enveloped the entire Dark Phoenix Crag district. Whether it was the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, the androids from the technocracy, or the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland, they were all enveloped by the black flames. The only difference was that the black flames did not harm the cultivators from the Fifth Mainland, but many of the cultivators and androids from the Sixth Mainland were turned to ash. The man who had almost killed Bonnie Phineas also died tragically under the black flames. In outer space, Mo Jiangshan's expression changed. The boundless black flames swept up and transformed into a black phoenix that charged towards him. A phantom image of Mo Jiang appeared behind Mo Jiangshan and stabbed down with his spear. You're just a native from the Fifth Mainland. You're courting death. The 9 feathers on the back of the black phoenix ignited, and it instantly transformed into a black phoenix that ignited the heavens. Even outer space was burning. Mo Jiangshan's body was burned, and large amounts of blood evaporated. He was in a sorry state, and even his spear had melted. This was no ordinary spear, it was a power vessel, but now, it was finished. Native, just you wait. Mo Jiangshan roared before disappearing into outer space. The Dark Phoenix Crag district was in an uproar as countless Dark Phoenix clansmen cheered excitedly. Everyone knew that the Dark Phoenix clan was very powerful and was one of the top 3 powers in the Outerverse that could not be provoked. However, no one knew exactly what they were relying on. Now, they saw a black phoenix burning through outer space. The ancestor of the Dark Phoenix clan, Yen Phineas, had once fought his way out of the Innerverse on his own. He had finally appeared. Bonnie Phineas heaved a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall of Blackfire Crag. He looked up at the sky, he had almost died just now. These cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were so powerful that they had completely suppressed him. He was a student of Astral 9 and had the innate gift of the Dark Phoenix clan, the Black Phoenix. Even so, he had still been suppressed. The other cultivators must have been in a worse state. That battle had cast a shadow over his heart. The Dark Phoenix Crag district had been attacked by imprinters, and the Iron Blood Crag district, which was the furthest away from the Dark Phoenix Crag district, had also been attacked by imprinters. The one who had attacked was the ancestor of the Yen family, Yen Qing. The Yen family was an imprinter family, and all of its glory was due to the ancestor. It was because of Yen Qing that the Yen family had its current status. However, Yen Qing was not satisfied. On one hand, he wanted to marry into the Autumn Frost family, but on the other, he wanted to join the war and raise the Yen family status. In the Sixth Mainland, imprinter families were in an awkward position. They were neither high nor low, and they could not rule over the world or command the masses. However, they were not restricted in every aspect. He was not satisfied with his current status, and he wanted to expand his horizons. War was the most suitable choice. When Yen Qing appeared, the entire Iron Blood Crag district was immersed in the terror of an imprinter. Countless cultivators collapsed to the ground. This was a domain. Yen Qing had a domain, and it was not weak. The Sixth Mainland followed their ancestral teachings and did not place much importance on domains or battle force. Yen Qing was the same, but he was an imprinter with a power level of over 500,000. No matter how ordinary his domain was, the power he could display was unimaginable. The commander of the Iron Blood Crag district squatted with difficulty and looked up in despair. Yen Qing waved his hand, and countless androids and cultivators from the sixth mainland rushed down to slaughter them. The cultivators in the Iron Blood Crag district had no power to resist at all. Lu Yin could only watch as a blade slashed towards him. He was powerless to resist. As the former leader of Astral 9, he was no different from an ordinary person on this battlefield. Suddenly, green branches sprouted from the Blackfire Crag district and extended endlessly. The branches transformed into towering trees that enveloped the entire Iron Blood Crag district. Yan Cheng's domain was immediately blown apart. Lu Yin immediately regained his strength, and his blade had already sunk half an inch into his opponent's body. He grabbed the blade's hilt with one hand, preventing the sixth mainland cultivator from advancing any further. Lu Yin opened his mouth and roared with his ancient illusory soundbird bloodline, causing everyone within 100 meters to hallucinate. Lu Yin flipped his blade and slashed horizontally, decapitating the sixth mainland cultivator. The cultivator's entire body crashed to the ground, and fresh blood flowed onto the Blackfire Crag district. In outer space, Yanqing stared at the towering tree in shock. What was that? His instincts told him that this tree was not simple. Moonlight Mavis appeared at the top of the tree and calmly looked at Yanqing. You're the sixth mainland's imprinter. Yanqing's gaze was cold. Who are you, little girl? Moonlight Mavis. Yanqing frowned. Mavis. He felt like he had heard this surname before, but he could not recall where. Little girl, I can make the decision to let you join the sixth mainland and become an elder of the Yen family. In exchange, I'll spare your life. What do you think? Yanqing asked. Moonlight Mavis's eyes flashed with a verdant green as she stared at Yanqing. Let's see if you have the power to subdue me. Yanqing found this funny. He was an imprinter, and this little girl's power level was at most 300,000, yet she dared to challenge him. Suddenly, Yanqing's mind went blank, and he felt dizzy. He felt as if he had lost control of his body, and a green light appeared in front of him. He felt a sense of foreboding, and he immediately averted his gaze. You want to control me? You're courting death. Yanqing's domain suddenly condensed and transformed into a giant palm that slammed down. 3 joined palms. Unfortunately for Moonlight Mavis, her opponent was too strong, and she could not control him. She saw the 3 joined palms descending, and she knew that she would not be able to block it with her current strength. Fortunately, she had the tree. The towering tree swayed, and a fruit formed at the top. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 834. Moonlight Mavis plucked the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. The next moment, she opened her eyes, and the emerald green in them grew even more resplendent. She clasped her hands together, then slowly opened them again. A ray of moonlight shot out from her palms, piercing through the void and tearing through the 3 palms as it shot towards Yanqing. Yanqing was shocked. She had actually broken through his attack, and the current Moonlight Mavis made him feel a sense of danger. The heavens trembled as Yanqing and Moonlight Mavis battled. The towering tree shook from time to time, and a green aura entered Moonlight Mavis' body, allowing her to fight evenly with Yanqing. This was inconceivable, but it had actually happened. Moonlight Mavis only had a power level of 290,000, but she had managed to block an imprinter. This was the power of the Mavis family, and they had unimaginable power. With Moonlight Mavis around, Yanqing could not attack Iron Blood Crag district, so he could only retreat for now. Barrier appeared behind Moonlight Mavis and bowed deeply. Thank you. Moonlight Mavis looked exhausted. Below her, the towering tree transformed back into a branch and landed in her palm. This method won't last long. Barrier had a complicated look in his eyes. The opponent's envoys are not something we can contend with. Moonlight Mavis narrowed her eyes, but she did not say anything. The previous battle had only been a test, but in less than 2 days, the technocracy had joined forces with the Sixth Mainland to launch an even more desperate battle. Although no imprinters had appeared this time, powerhouses with power levels of 200,000 to 300,000 had appeared frequently. Ironblood Crag District alone had encountered 2 powerhouses with power levels above 300,000. If not for Moonlight Mavis, they would not have been able to withstand them. The other districts were also on the verge of collapse. The 3 districts had collapsed, unable to withstand the enemy's attack. If not for Yumu's timely arrival, the Baldi who had commanded the 3 districts would have died. The Hall of Honor continued to send in reinforcements, and reinforcements continued to arrive. Behind the Damu Crag district, a stretch of land paved with black lava stretched far into the distance. Technological weapons were not allowed to appear at the border, and spaceships were no exception. This was to prevent the technocracy from using them to gather information. If they wanted reinforcements, they could only use the most primitive type of mechanical vehicle to rush to the front lines. The space-exploring powerhouses were an exception, as they could fly directly. Mechanical vehicles were vehicles with 2 wheels, and they needed to be stepped to move forward. The more strength they used, the faster they would go. Above his head, numerous figures flashed past. Cheong Shi-er looked up and saw space-exploring powerhouses heading off into the distance from time to time. She could already see the huge Demuyan district in front of her, and they were getting closer and closer. Behind him, Zhu San panted, Shi-er, wait for me. Wait for me. Cheong Shi-er felt depressed when she heard Zhu San's voice. The Hall of Honor didn't forcefully recruit you. Why are you here? Of course it's to protect you. You are my wife, Zhu San said righteously. Cheong Shi-er was speechless. She flung her short hair and sped up. When Cheong Shi-er, Zhu San, and the rest of the cultivators arrived, they saw that the sky was filled with the flames of war. Endless beams of light swept across the land, and the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were engaged in a life-or-death battle with the Blackstone continent. There were also countless cyborgs that launched fatal attacks from time to time. Above the planet, explorers, cruisers, hunters, and even enlighters were all fighting. Corpses fell one after another like rocks, never breaking. On this battlefield, people were dying at every moment. Zhu San's face paled. Let's find a place to hide. Cheong Shi-er's face was also pale. She had never experienced such a battlefield before. Was this the border war zone that Wang Wen had always been in? No wonder that guy had always looked down on them. Even the various battles that Wei Rong had personally directed were far inferior to this. They were not even on the same level. Behind them, groups of cultivators put down their mopeds and charged into the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, a group of people had died. Cheong Shi-er watched as the people who had been following them on their mopeds died in the blink of an eye, and her heart turned cold. In the sky, dozens of beams of light shot towards them. Shi-er, be careful. Zhu San grabbed Cheong Shi-er and ran away. The ground was pierced by the beams of light, and the mopeds were incinerated and turned to ash. More than 10 cyborgs descended, and they wielded all sorts of weapons as they fired at Cheong Shi-er and the others. Cheong Shi-er pushed Zhu San aside and leaped up. Her fingers curved into a strange pattern, and with a single point, the cyborgs were shattered at the waist. Zhu San sighed. Shi-er, you're so powerful. Cheong Shi-er's fingers trembled slightly. That attack had not been easy, and she had already exceeded her limits. These cyborgs' defenses were truly high. In the endless cliffs, arrows filled the sky. Reinforcements from the Temple of Taima had arrived, and the North Division soared into the sky. Together with Commander Krone Fu, they fought against the 6th Mainland's powerhouses. A powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000 appeared in Santai's cliffs. Behind him was Patriarch Emo Jiang, and his might was boundless. The bold commander was heavily injured, and Yumu gritted his teeth and leaped into space to battle with the powerhouse. Blood dyed the sky red. Manor Lord Lien arrived and cooperated with Yumu to barely fight against the powerhouse. In the glorious cliffs, Zirong led the Amethyst Trading Company's reinforcements over. His 1,000 army instantly killed several 6th Mainland cultivators, but he was quickly targeted by a powerful enemy. The enemy was also a hunter, but Patriarch Emo Jiang suppressed Zirong. Zirong was incomparably sullen, and even his 1,000 army was blocked by the enemy. Nearby, Lilac Snow was also present. Her face was cold as she fought against the technocracy's strange cyborgs. The cyborgs did not just have human appearances, but also all sorts of strange creatures. The most troublesome of all were the miniature cyborgs, as they were impossible to detect. Sometimes, they would fly into a cultivator's ear and blow off their head. A terrifying power descended from the sky, and everyone retreated. Lilac Snow was unable to dodge in time, and Zirong hurriedly went to her aid. Fortunately, a middle-aged man blocked the attack, giving Zirong and Lilac Snow a chance to escape. "Thank you, Mr. E," Zirong said gratefully. The middle-aged man was called Mr. E, and he was an enlighter who worked for the Amethyst Trading Company. "Be careful. No one is safe in this battlefield," Mr. E warned before disappearing. In the Iron Blood Cliffs, Chao Ji's forehead was bleeding. In front of her was a 6th Mainland cultivator who was also in a sorry state. The woman was also an explorer, and her realm was the same as Chao Ji's. "I never thought that I would be stopped by a 5th Mainland native. How humiliating." Chao Ji's eyes turned cold. She was an absolute elite of Astral 9 who had participated in the Astral Combat Academy tournament and made it into the top 32. She was an outstanding talent of the younger generation, and her name had shaken the universe. However, she had been forced into such a sorry state by someone from the 6th Mainland. Her opponent was clearly not her opponent, but when she attacked, she felt like she was being suppressed. Furthermore, her opponent's imprint was buffed with too much power, making it impossible for her to win. "Native, die," the woman from the 6th Mainland shouted. The imprint on her back became slightly clearer, and her bloodline began to change as she charged towards Chao Ji. Chao Ji took a deep breath, and her four-lined battle force appeared. Monsoon. Not far away, Lu Yin, who was wearing an earpiece, was in a bitter battle. He had yet to recover from the injuries he had sustained during the previous battle, and now, he was facing a true life-or-death crisis. The woman in front of him was terrifyingly strong, and all of his attacks were easily dispelled. She had even comprehended a domain. "You're afraid," Yan Xiaojing said as she coldly looked at the man wearing an earpiece. However, she did not stop attacking. Her eyes swept over the man, and when she saw the blood flowing through his body, she struck out with her palm. 3 joined palms. Lu Yin grunted as the palm struck his abdomen and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his skin cracked open. "It's over. I'm really going to die this time." Yan Xiaojing did not show any mercy, and her palm pressed down on Lu Yin's forehead. At the critical moment, a pale-faced man appeared and deflected Yan Xiaojing's palm, saving Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly retreated and clutched his abdomen as blood stained his clothes. "Thank you, Brother Beard," Lu Yin said weakly. The person who had saved Lu Yin was Beard, who had also participated in the Astral Combat Academy tournament. He was a man who had been sealed in ice for 200 years and looked like a dead man. Back then, he had only had 3 lines of battle force, but now, he had 4 lines. Yan Xiaojing's tone was cold. It doesn't matter if there are 2 of you. She then attacked again. Lu Yin and Beard worked together to block Yan Xiaojing's attacks, but they could not hold on for much longer. Fortunately, Chao Ji had finished off her opponent. Despite being heavily injured, she used Ji Feng to corrode her opponent's body and sneak attack Yan Xiaojing. Huang San was furious as he had been watching the entire time. He did not care if Lu Yin and Beard worked together, as they were clearly not Xiaojing's match. However, the 3 of them had gone too far, and he could not tolerate it any longer. He quickly rushed over. You bastards dare to bully Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing frowned and glanced at Huang San. This has nothing to do with you. Go away. Huang San was about to say something when a man descended from the sky and arrogantly waved his hand, sending Lu Yin, Beard, and Chao Ji flying. He then raised his hand. Sky Render Claw. In that instant, Lu Yin and the other 2 were shocked. This person was unstoppable. This person was Autumn Frost Qing. He acted, announcing the end of the battle. The Sky Render Claw descended, enveloping Lu Yin and the other 2. Huang San took pity on them, they were dead meat. Autumn Frost Qing pressed down with his claw, not even bothering to look. 3 ants were not worth his attention. Lu Yin and the other 2 watched as the Sky Render Claw drew closer and closer, and they despaired. There was a thump when a figure flashed past and shattered the Sky Render Claw with a single kick. He then stood in front of Lu Yin and the other 2. Lu Yin and the other 2 stared blankly at the figure. It was a familiar figure. Autumn Frost Qing was about to speak to Yan Xiaojing, but the moment the Sky Render Claw shattered, he suddenly turned around and looked at the newcomer. Another one has come to die. Yan Xiaojing and Huang San stared in disbelief at the person who had shattered the Sky Render Claw. How could it be him? Long time no see, everyone, Lu Yin said indifferently, his gaze landing on Huang San. Huang San was stunned and only reacted when Lu Yin spoke. Deaf mute bro, you're deaf mute bro. Yan Xiaojing looked at Lu Yin as if she had seen a ghost. She remembered this person, he was the one who had saved them and had been with the fatty the entire time. She had thought that he was deaf mute, but now, he had actually appeared here and saved these natives. You're from the 5th mainland. Lu Yin looked at Yan Xiaojing and then at Autumn Frost Qing. The Autumn Frost family is participating as well. Bro, are you really from the 5th mainland? Huang San asked with a conflicted expression. On one hand, he was glad that he had been able to meet his deaf-mute brother, but on the other hand, he did not want to hear the answer, even though the answer was obvious. The resulting explosion caused Yan Xiaojing, Lu Yin, and the others to bleed from their orifices, and they almost fainted from the impact. Autumn Frost Qing's giant palm only felt boundless heat and a terrifying rebound force. There was also a trace of unimaginable power that terrified him, as if he was facing the might of the heavens. His body could not withstand the force, and he was sent flying. His entire arm was broken, and his bones pierced through his skin to reveal the rest of his body. The intense pain caused Autumn Frost Qing to howl in agony. Lu Yin appeared in front of him. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump as Autumn Frost Qing's abdomen was struck, and his stacked stacks exploded, almost shattering his internal organs. Lu Yin did not let him off, and he launched another attack at him. Autumn Frost Qing gritted his teeth and pulled out a power vessel from his cosmic ring. Along with the power of his predecessor, he transformed it into a sharp blade and slashed out. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched, as the sharp blade caused him to shiver. It was definitely an attack with a power level of over 200,000. He waved his left hand and activated the Use Secret Art, causing the sharp blade to change direction and slice through the void. Autumn Frost Qing's pupils shrank, and he pulled out another power vessel. His body transformed into a ray of light as he fled. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the area, and he picked a direction to chase after. Yan Xiaojing and the others were stunned where they stood. Autumn Frost Qing, who was almost invincible in their hearts, had been beaten so miserably that he did not even have the strength to retaliate. He had even used his life-saving power vessel. Lu Yin and the others had complicated expressions, as they felt that Lu Yin was getting further and further away from them. What had happened to him over the past few years? What had made him so powerful? Autumn Frost Qing wanted to escape, but Lu Yin did not plan on letting him go. This person was second only to the Realmlings, and if Lu Yin could kill him, it would be a great contribution. Furthermore, if such a person did not die, then it would not benefit the Fifth Mainland in the future. Autumn Frost Qing had thought that he could escape, but when he turned around, he discovered that Lu Yin had actually chased after him. His face paled. How had this person found him? Even an enlighter would not be able to keep up with the power vessel's sudden burst of speed, and Autumn Frost Qing could not even find the right direction. Lu Yin unleashed all of his physical strength and chased after Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing pulled out another power vessel and tried to escape, but Lu Yin hurriedly threw out his super flash. The teardrop bullet's glaring light illuminated the heavens, and not just Autumn Frost Qing, but everyone in the Iron Blood Rock district was blinded by the blinding light. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to grab an owl arrow, tear through the void, and pierce towards Autumn Frost Qing. Autumn Frost Qing's scalp went numb as he watched Lu Yin draw closer. "Don't kill me, don't." Lu Yin's arrow pierced downwards, but a furious roar rang out beside his ear. "Stop!" An enlighter rushed over and stabbed his sword at Lu Yin. Sword light traversed through space, but Lu Yin casually waved his hand and used the Yu's secret art to divert the sword light. The owl arrow pierced into Autumn Frost Qing's abdomen. The enlighter had originally wanted to stab Autumn Frost Qing's neck, but Autumn Frost Qing's reaction was not slow either. He instantly enlarged, and the owl arrow could only pierce his abdomen. "Junior, you're courting death." Ancestor Autumn Frost's imprint appeared behind the enlighter, and a cold sword light swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not have the strength to fight against an enlighter, so he hurriedly donned his universal armor. He was struck by the sword light, and he was sent flying towards the Blackfire Rock district. Autumn Frost Qing's body returned to its original size, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He viciously shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" The enlighter was clearly someone from the Autumn Frost family, and when he heard Autumn Frost Qing's words, he decisively rushed down and slashed out with his sword. Sword light tore through the void as it descended. There was no one in the Iron Blood Rock district who could help Lu Yin, as everyone had their own opponents. In outer space, Yu Mavis and Jia were all tied down by their opponents. Aiden was also tied down by an enlighter, and Wendy Yushan was facing off against the Sixth Mainland's young elites. Lu Yin could only face them by himself. Of course, he did not need anyone's help. He leapt out of the ground and faced the sword light that enveloped him. He used the rebound bead and absorbed all of the sword light before rebounding it back. The enlighter was astonished, and his sword deflected the sword light. "Junior, hand over the power vessel." Lu Yin sneered. "Old fogey, I'll use your life as a starting point to help me enter the battlefield." He then put the bead on his wrist and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind the enlighter and punched out. The enlighter did not seem to care at all. So what if this person defeated young Master Autumnfrost? He was an enlighter, and he had an innate advantage over Lu Yin. Furthermore, the Sixth Mainland suppression of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators was just as strong. "Be careful, he's not being suppressed." Autumn Frost Qing shouted. The Enlighter did not understand Autumn Frost Qing's words, as there were two types of suppression that he could use against Lu Yin. The first was the natural suppression that the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had over the Fifth Mainland's cultivators, and the second was the suppression of their star energy. These two types of suppression were enough to cause Lu Yin to die without a grave. However, the Enlighter had never expected that these two types of suppression would not even exist against Lu Yin. Lu Yin punched the sword, and the Enlighter thought that the sword would be enough to cut off Lu Yin's arm. However, he discovered that he could not harm Lu Yin at all. Furthermore, Lu Yin's strength had exceeded his expectations. The sword's blade bent and then cracked. The Enlighter's pupils shrank. This was impossible. With a bang, the sword shattered. Lu Yin changed his fist into a palm and slammed it into the Enlighter's heart. Overlaying stacks exploded, and an intense shock wave rippled out from the Enlighter's back. The Enlighter spat out a mouthful of blood, and his right hand, which was holding onto the sword, was unable to loosen its grip. Lu Yin changed his palm to a finger and used Dream Finger. With a whoosh, the void froze, and Lu Yin's finger pierced through the Enlighter's body. He then tossed the Enlighter's body towards the ground as if he was throwing away trash. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 836. Countless people were stunned. Lu Yin had killed an Enlighter in a single exchange. How was this possible? Whether it was the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland or the Fifth Mainland, or even the androids from the technocracy, everyone who saw this scene was so shocked that they even forgot that they were on the battlefield. Lu Yin had indeed killed Enlighters in the past, but he had relied on external items to do so, such as that spear. This time, however, he had faced the Enlighter head-on. From an outsider's perspective, Lu Yin had indeed crushed an Enlighter in a head-on confrontation. The universal armor and bracers were both defensive items that could not be used to attack. Only Lu Yin himself knew that the bracers' double strength had been the decisive blow. When he had used his full strength, he had even been able to contend with Euphinius, who had a power level of close to 300,000, let alone this Enlighter who had just stepped into the Enlighter realm. To others, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators might have been suppressed, but that did not apply to Lu Yin. In his eyes, this person's true power level could not even compare to Kai Jinxiang's. Aiden was the weakest Enlighter that Lu Yin had encountered so far, and even with Elder Autumn Frost's imprint, he was still very weak. Fortunately, this person had not been able to use any other methods in time. If he had reacted in time and used his bloodline and battle techniques, then killing Lu Yin would not have been so easy. The death of an Enlighter gave Lu Yin 30,000 battle credits, which were recorded by a very ancient recording device. This type of recording device was an inanimate object that was not connected to any technological network. It was similar to a moped, and it was not affected by the technocracy. Anyone who performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield would be recorded by the recording device, and once they left the border, their battle credits would be calculated. Lu Yin paused for a moment and turned around to look for Autumn Frost Qing, but he found that the man had already fled. It was not just Autumn Frost Qing, all of the androids and cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were gradually retreating. They retreated very steadily, and the cultivators at the defensive line did not dare to chase after them too fiercely. Lu Yin saw Huang San and Yan Shaojing retreating, and the two of them were also looking at him. Huang San, in particular, had an indescribably complicated look in his eyes. He had always treated Lu Yin as his savior. Without Lu Yin, he would not have been able to obtain the Sky Gobbling Pig's bloodline, and he would not even have been qualified to participate in this battle. However, Lu Yin was his enemy, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Yan Shaojing looked at Huang San and then pulled him away from the battlefield. Don't overthink it. Huang San sighed, looked at Lu Yin one more time, and then left. Lu Yin looked at the defensive line. This battle had caused countless corpses to pile up in the Iron Blood Crag district. The surviving soldiers had piled up the modified corpses to prevent them from being used by the technocracy. As for the cultivator corpses, they were directly burned. The corpse of the Enlighter who had been killed by Lu Yin had also been incinerated, but his cosmic ring had been given to Lu Yin. He was the one who had killed the Enlighter, so no one dared to snatch it from him. Lu Yin did not stand on ceremony, and he took a look. There were quite a few things inside the cosmic ring, and he put them all away. There were also 40,000 star essence, which showed how poor Lu Yin was. Aiden arrived. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and glanced at Wendy Yushan in the distance. She wasn't injured, which reassured him. Landing on the Black Lava continent, Lu Yin, Chao Ji, and Beard were in a sorry state. Especially Lu Yin and Chao Ji, they were seriously injured and should be treated. "Long time no see," Lu Yin smiled. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Lu Yin replied, "Hurry up and get treated." Lu Yin nodded, though he felt a little depressed. When Lu Yin had first joined the Council of Astral Academy, the gap between them had not been so great. Now, however, the gap was so great that Lu Yin despaired. As he watched the desolate figures of these people leave, Lu Yin could understand the bitterness in their hearts. It was just like how he felt when he looked at the 10 arbiters. He was also unwilling, but so what? The gap between him and the 10 arbiters would not shrink, and it would only widen. Lu Yin was still far from reaching the 10 arbiters level. He looked up at the sky and saw that this defensive line was completely different from Iron Blood Weave's. Iron Blood Weave's strongholds had been used as a defensive base, and every stronghold had a sourcebox array. It was rumored that this defensive line should have won as well, but that was only the previous defensive line. After the technocracy had invaded Endless Weave and occupied half of the weave, the defensive line had completely collapsed, and the sourcebox array had naturally disappeared as well. This defensive line had only been established later. They were standing on black lava rock, which smelled very pungent. "Did you just use a new battle technique?" Wendy Yushan's voice rang out, filled with doubt and curiosity. Lu Yin nodded and looked at her. 9-yang cauldron transformation. Wendy Yushan nodded, but her expression remained cold. "It's a very powerful battle technique. Its power is enough to make an Enlighter apprehensive." Lu Yin smiled. Was it just apprehension? The more star energy one had, the more powerful it would be. It was similar to pyrolite, but its only flaw was that it did not have enough cauldron chi. Only by completely absorbing the cauldron chi within the cauldron could one truly cultivate a single yang. At that point, it would be completely different, and it would be equivalent to a metamorphosis. The arrival of reinforcements allowed the defensive line's guards to breathe a sigh of relief, and the scene of Lu Yin killing an Enlighter excited many people in Iron Blood Weave. Elsewhere, in the technocracy, a giant mechanical fortress floated in space. Nearly 1 million cultivators from the 6th mainland were gathered here, including ancestor Mo Jiang. There were 3 other similar fortresses. Huang San had just returned to the mechanical fortress when he was surrounded by cultivators from the Autumn Frost family. He was captured and brought to Autumn Frost Qing along with Yan Xiaojing. Autumn Frost Qing's gaze was cold as he stared at Huang San. "Fatty San, you dared to collude with someone from the 5th mainland." Huang San's eyes widened, and he roared, "Autumn Frost Qing, you're trying to frame me." Autumn Frost Qing sneered. "That person contacted you 2 years ago, and you dare to deny it. We just arrived in the technocracy and were discovered before we could even attack. You must have been the one who leaked the information. Brother Autumn Frost, is there a misunderstanding here?" Yan Xiaojing hurriedly asked. Autumn Frost Qing waved his hand. Xiao Jing, this has nothing to do with you. I'm here to catch a traitor. Huang San angrily retorted, nonsense. Even if I wanted to, I don't have the ability to do so. With my strength, how could I have crossed the technocracy and spoken to Brother Deafmute? Autumn Frost Qing's eyes narrowed. That's hard to say. There are too many mysterious methods in the universe. If he didn't bribe you, then how could you have obtained the Sky Eater Pig's bloodline? That's one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Ever since the fatty had obtained the Sky Eater Pig's bloodline in the ruins of the Daosaur sect, everyone had known about it. Autumn Frost Qing naturally knew about it as well, and he had long since found the fatty an eyesore. This was a good opportunity to get rid of the fatty and vent his anger. Yan Xiaojing knew that Autumn Frost Qing was using this opportunity to take revenge, but she could not help the fatty. After all, she might become Autumn Frost Qing's wife in the future. She only felt apologetic towards the fatty, but she could not just watch him die. She hurriedly notified the ancestor. No matter how the fatty tried to explain himself, Autumn Frost Qing was certain that the fatty had betrayed them, and he planned to get rid of the fatty. The Huang family was just a declining imprinter family, and the fatty was the only one participating in this battle. What's going on? Yen Cheng, the ancestor of the Yen family, appeared. No one had expected an imprinter to appear, and they hurriedly bowed. When the fatty saw Yen Cheng, he hurriedly recounted what had just happened. Yen Cheng's sharp gaze swept over Autumn Frost Qing, but he did not blame him. Instead, he said, "There's something strange about this matter, but it's unlikely that he leaked the information. After all, the distance is too great." "Senior, there's still the Daosaur sect," Autumn Frost Qing reminded him. Huang San angrily roared, "Nonsense. Ever since that place became the battlefield between the Realmlings and the 10 Arbiters, I haven't been there in a long time. If not for you, how could the 5th mainland have discovered us?" Autumn Frost Qing coldly questioned. "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? You can't beat them, and that's why you're venting your anger on me. You're just a piece of trash." Autumn Frost Qing was furious. "You dare insult me? You're courting death." He was about to attack. Yen Cheng stood between the two and signaled for Autumn Frost Qing to stop. He then looked at the fatty with a complicated expression. "The Huang family has a deep relationship with my Yen family, and I believe that you did not betray the 6th mainland. However, it's true that you know someone from the 5th mainland, and there is indeed a possibility that you betrayed them." The fatty's face paled. "How about this? I'll make the decision. You shouldn't go to the battlefield for the time being, and you should stay here and be investigated. Don't worry, if you didn't do it, I'll definitely clear your name," Yanqing slowly said. The fatty was helpless. "I'll follow the ancestors' instructions." Autumn Frost Qing was unwilling, and he wanted to say something. Yanqing continued, "Right, do you have any thoughts about the engagement between you and Xiaojing?" When the fatty heard this, his expression changed, and he looked at Yanqing. When he saw the apologetic look in Yanqing's eyes, his face paled. He finally understood that this had been Yanqing's goal all along. The Yen family had always wanted to break the engagement, but they couldn't take the initiative to annul it. Yan Xiaojing understood as well, and she looked at the fatty with pity. The apologetic feeling in her heart deepened. Autumn Frost Qing was delighted. So this had been Yan Cheng's goal all along. On the surface, Yan Cheng had helped the fatty and saved his life, but in reality, Yan Cheng had wanted to use the engagement as an exchange. Autumn Frost Qing laughed and looked down at the fatty arrogantly. A declining imprinter dared to fight over a woman with him. The fatty overestimated himself. So what if he had the sky-gobbling pig bloodline? It wasn't thick enough, and even if he had the complete sky-gobbling pig bloodline, it would be useless before he matured. He would die sooner or later. The fatty laughed self-deprecatingly, but his laughter was somewhat miserable. He turned around and looked at Yan Xiaojing with longing. His eyes reddened, but he closed them and took a deep breath. Fine. I, Huang San, will annul the engagement with the Yan family as the successor of the Huang family. Effective immediately. If I go back on my word, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Yan Xiaojing's heart trembled. Although she didn't like the fatty, she still felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. Perhaps she owed him, and she would make it up to him in the future. Autumn Frost Qing's lips curled up, and he laughed proudly. Yan Qing sighed and looked at the fatty with a complicated expression. He patted the fatty's shoulder and gently said, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone wrong you. As long as I don't die, I can guarantee that you will safely return to the Bloodburn realm." This was Yan Chang's apology. The fatty bowed and left bleakly without even looking at Yan Xiaojing. Yan Xiaojing looked at him with pity. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Actually, the fatty hadn't even been on the list for this war, but he had followed her because of her. He had known that there was a slim chance of survival and that he would be targeted by Autumn Frost Qing, but he had still followed her. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't moved by his actions. It had been the same when they had entered the Daosor sect's ruins, and there had been many other times where the fatty had risked his life for her without hesitation. Thank you. Mountain Breeze. Thank you for your support, thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 837. After the fatty left, Yan Cheng looked at Autumn Frost Qing and said gently, "You heard what I said, right? I hope you won't make things difficult for him." Autumn Frost Qing smiled. "Thank you for your help, Senior. Don't worry, this person is already worthless in my eyes. I won't do anything to him." After saying that, he looked at Yan Xiaojing and greedily glanced at her body. This woman was going to be his. Reinforcements from various regions of the Outerverse arrived at the borders of Endless Weave, and the 6 major cliffs reorganized their defenses. Ironblood Cliff District held a war council, and Lu Yin was invited to participate. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength or status, Lu Yin was qualified to join the meeting. He was no longer the insignificant cultivator that he had been back in Ironblood Weave. There were currently 2 Enlighters in the Ironblood Cliffs district, and they were Commander Limbo and Moonlight Mavis. Aside from them, there were about 30 other hunters. Only hunters were qualified to participate in this meeting, and Aiden and Wendy Yushan were also included in the list. This was because they had the strength to resist a hunter. Lu Yin's ranking was second only to Ji and Yu Mavis, and no one dared to raise any objections, especially since he had killed an Enlighter as soon as he had stepped onto the battlefield, shocking the entire Ironblood Cliff district. The dozens of hunters below watched as Lu Yin took a seat that was second only to Yuehua Mavis, and they all gasped in amazement. This person was a legend in the universe, and it was likely that he had killed more Enlighters than the commander himself. Lu Yin glanced around and could not help but sigh. If all of these people were under his command, then the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to sweep through the entire Central Weave. This was only one of the 6 major rocky regions. At this point, the entire border defense line had gathered all of the Outerverse strength. The strategy meeting was very simple. It was just about assigning each person a place to guard. The entire defensive line spanned across the endless territories. Apart from the 6 cliff regions, there was also the Black Flame Rock continent in the middle. These places all needed to be guarded. However, there were rules to follow. They just had to follow the previous arrangements. The most important thing now is that the 3 rock areas have collapsed before. The black fire rocks are not enough to cover the defense line. We need to transport them. Everyone, who can take on the task of transporting them? Zue asked as he glanced at everyone. He and Moonlight Mavis couldn't move, especially Moonlight Mavis, who bore the heavy responsibility of resisting the imprinter. Everyone subconsciously looked at Luin, as he was the only one among them who had the strength to do so. Crossing the rocky regions was extremely dangerous. The technocracy had been keeping a close eye on the defensive line this entire time, doing everything they could to completely separate the 6 rocky regions so that they could not support each other. Thus, whenever someone tried to cross the rocky regions, they would be attacked. "I'll do it," Aiden said. After he had entered the battlefield, he had been able to withstand the attacks of several peak hunters from the 6th mainland. His position was extremely close to the front, and he had even blocked an enlighter. Ji shook his head. Only enlighters can cross the stony zones. The technocracy won't target the cultivators who are guarding the Blackfire Boulder continent, but they'll target the cultivators who are trying to cross the stony zones. Crossing the stony zones is extremely dangerous, and just relying on defenses isn't enough. He then looked at Luin. "Alliance Master Lu, are you willing to take on this heavy responsibility?" Luin did not refuse. "All right. Thank you, Alliance Leader Lu." There were some people that he could order around, but there were others that he could not. Ji was an instructor of Astral 9, and he understood this principle. Besides, Luin was from Astral 10, and although there was competition between the 2 academies, they were still part of the same organization. Ji had a good impression of Luin, especially since Luin had just saved Luin and the others. If possible, Ji would not have wanted Luin to go, but he had no other choice. If the 3 rocky regions lacked Blackfire Boulder, then there would be no way to prevent the technocracy from investigating. The entire Endless Weave would be exposed to the technocracy, which would be very disadvantageous for them. That's how war is. It's a matter of life and death, and someone has to be sacrificed. This includes me, the commander. I've already changed dozens of times, so it's very normal. Thus, I hope that everyone can put aside their past grudges and work together to protect the Ironblood Boulder region and the human border's defensive line, she announced loudly as he stood up. Everyone stood up. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Over the countless years, countless corpses had been buried at the border, and it was impossible to count them all. Participating in border wars was not for glory, but rather to protect humanity. This was the most basic understanding. Luin felt the same way. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to complete the delivery mission. She handed him 10 cosmic rings, each of which had a similar range as his own. Each ring could store an entire mountain range, so 10 of them were equivalent to 10 Blackfire Boulder mountain ranges. These are just the ones that we're sending over. The other rocky regions have also sent over some Blackfire Boulder, which should be enough to completely replenish the 3 rocky regions, Ji said. Luin nodded and bid farewell to Aiden and Wendy Yushan. His figure flashed as he followed the Blackfire Boulder landmass towards the Honor Cliff region. The 3 rocky regions were west of the Honor Cliff region. He only needed to deliver the cosmic rings to the Honor Cliff region, and then the Honor Cliff region would send someone to escort him to the 3rd rocky regions. He did not need to go to the 3rd rocky regions himself. The distance between the Ironblood Boulder region and the Honor Cliff region was very long, and it was equivalent to dividing the border between the Endless Weave and the Technocracy into 6 sections. Luin had to cross a sixth of the distance, which was about the length of an entire region. If he flew alone, it would take him a very long time to cross this distance, and even if he flew for a long time, he still could not reach the speed of an enlighter. Fortunately, there were wormholes within the defensive line that allowed him to cross a large distance. Lu Yin left the Iron Blood Boulder region and flew towards the wormholes. His whereabouts were immediately detected by the technocracy. The technocracy was very vigilant against people from the rocky regions, and they wanted to completely eliminate any assistance between the rocky regions. The technocracy frequently bombarded wormholes, so their locations often changed. Lu Yin's figure flickered as he rapidly advanced across the black fire boulder landmass. Several hours had already passed, and he was not too far from the wormholes. Patrolling troops passed by the black fire boulder landmass from time to time, and as soon as they discovered any enemies, the troops would immediately attack each other. Everything around him was black, and it was as if he was exposed to outer space. Lu Yin got closer and closer to the wormholes, and when he looked up and saw that he had not encountered any attacks, he heaved a sigh of relief. Up ahead, he saw a wormhole unlocked in. Only space-exploring powerhouses could traverse wormholes with their physical bodies. Lu Yin felt the space tearing at his body, but it was only a little numb, and there were no major problems. His body felt light, and the scene in front of him changed. He had arrived at a wormhole that was very close to the Honor Cliff region. Suddenly, beams of light swept down from the sky, and each beam had rune lines that neared the peak of a hunter's. In particular, there were in lighters rune lines that did not originate from the beams, but instead descended along with them. Without the rune lines, Lu Yin would not have been able to detect them. He easily dodged the beams and kept a close eye on the enlighter's rune lines. The beams fiercely bombarded the black fire boulder landmass, attracting the attention of the defenders. Lu Yin shouted, "Don't come over." The next moment, a strange, palm-sized cyborg flapped its wings and charged towards Lu Yin without leaving a trace. Its speed was so fast that it tore through the void. Lu Yin shivered, and he put on his universal armor. Then, he wielded the rebound pearl and swatted at the cyborg. The cyborg had not expected to be discovered by Lu Yin, and its body turned into a ray of light as it slammed into the rebound pearl. A similar force surged out from the rebound pearl and sent the cyborg flying. The cyborg's rune lines immediately decreased, and it seemed that it only had enough power for a single attack. Lu Yin was puzzled, and he quickly reached out to grab the cyborg. At this moment, the cyborg's rune lines had already decreased to the level of an explorer, and they were still decreasing. However, just as Lu Yin was about to grab the cyborg, it exploded and turned into dust. The army immediately rushed over, and the leader was a middle-aged hunter. The entire group of soldiers surrounded Lu Yin. "Who are you?" Lu Yin revealed his identity, and the hunter's expression changed. "So it's a powerhouse from the Iron Blood Cliffs. Did you cross the cliffs to come here?" Lu Yin nodded and squatted down to look at the cyborg's corpse. He picked up a half-burned chip and looked at it curiously. The hunter did not dare to disturb Lu Yin, and he led the army to guard the area. He looked at Lu Yin with a gaze full of respect. Crossing the cliffs was a taboo in the technocracy, and anyone who dared to cross the cliffs would be killed by the technocracy. This was done in an attempt to cut off communication between the various cliffs. If one wanted to communicate, they would have to take a detour to the endless weaves, and it was impossible to do so through the black fire boulder. Lu Yin dared to cross the cliffs, which was worthy of respect for these border guards. Lu Yin tossed the chip away, as he could not understand it. He nodded at the hunter and then quickly headed towards the glorious cliffs. There were only a few hours left before he reached the glorious cliffs. At this moment, a bitter battle was taking place in the glorious cliffs. Although Mo Jiangshan had been burned by the Dark Phoenix clan's ancestor and could not participate in the battle, the Bloodburn realm had more than just imprinters. There were also terrifying powerhouses with power levels of over 200,000, 300,000, and even 400,000. The space in the glorious cliffs had been torn apart, and black holes of various sizes were devouring each other. The commander, Elder Big Drum, and Mr. E, who had come as reinforcements, were stained with blood, and they were having a difficult time resisting the onslaught. Aside from them, the Hall of Honor also had an enlightened defending the area. Even with the three of them working together, they were still on the verge of collapse. On the mainland of the glorious cliffs, countless cyborgs frantically shot out beams of light that swept across the land in an attempt to completely destroy the black fire boulder. Zirong had encountered a powerful opponent, Mo Jiangshao, one of the direct descendants of Mo Jiang's bloodline. Although he was only a cruiser with a power level of 80,000, that was under normal circumstances. Mo Jiangshao had imprinted ancestor Mo Jiang and used the Mo Jiang bloodline's battle techniques and bloodline. Coupled with a power vessel, he was evenly matched with Zirong. Zirong was a hunter with a power level of 150,000, and his army of 1,000 was enough to shock even enlighters. However, he was being held back by Mo Jiangshao. Mo Jiangshao reminded Zirong of Lu Yin, who was also an innate genius. On the other side, Lilac Snow had encountered an opponent. It was a young woman from Mo Jiang's bloodline. She giggled as she slashed Lilac Snow's body, and her hook-shaped weapon was laced with poison. She stared coldly at Lilac Snow and said, "Next time, I'll cut your pretty face and see if any man likes you." After she spoke, the hook-shaped weapon indifferently blossomed with a dark brown light. The woman's blood dripped onto the weapon, and the light grew more and more intense. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 838. The hook-shaped weapon had not been smeared with poison, but rather the woman's blood. The woman's bloodline had turned her blood into a highly toxic poison, and it had also caused her soul to become deceitful and dark. When she saw beautiful women, she only wanted to destroy them. Violet's now was not the woman's opponent at all, and the woman did not even use her imprint. Her suppression of the fifth mainland's cultivators allowed her to crush Violet's now. The hook-shaped weapon slashed across, leaving a bloody mark on Violet's nose neck as blood flowed down her snow-white neck. The woman smiled sinisterly. She was not in a hurry to kill Violet's now, and it was as if she was toying with a pet. Violet's nose gaze was cold, but she was not afraid. She was simply searching for the woman's weakness, but the suppression was too terrifying, and she was unable to retaliate. At this moment, the woman's expression changed, and she hurriedly dodged to the side. A strong wind swept past where she had been standing, tearing through the void and splitting the ground. The woman's pupils shrank, and she looked into the distance, but there was nothing there. She suddenly reacted and tried to dodge, but it was too late. A palm landed above her head and slammed her into the ground, killing her instantly. Violet's now panted heavily, her face pale as she looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Violet's now, and with a single glance, his domain transformed into a towering tree that swept through the void and shattered many of the miniature androids. "You were too careless," Lu Yin said. Violet's now retracted her gaze and took out some special medicine to treat herself. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The rune lines were getting fewer and fewer, and this battle would soon end. Sure enough, not long after, Elder Big Drum returned to the Cliff District in a sorry state. He was missing an arm, and as a powerhouse with a power level of more than 300,000, only someone at the same level could injure him to this extent. That Mr. E was in a much better state. A small portion of the Honorable Cliff District had been destroyed. Everyone habitually cleaned up the battlefield. Zirong came to Violet's side and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" She shook her head and glanced at Lu Yin. "He saved me." Zirong looked at Lu Yin and gratefully said, "Thank you." Lu Yin tossed 10 cosmic rings to Zirong. Send the black fire ore to the Santai district. Get someone to deliver it. His position in the Iron Blood Cliff district was among the top 3, and Zirong's position in the Honorable Cliff district was not low either. Zirong took the cosmic rings. I'll deliver them. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, but he wasn't surprised. With Zirong's strength, he could definitely cross the cliff zone. Be careful. When I came here, I was ambushed by someone from the technocracy. They're almost as strong as an enlighter, Lu Yin warned. Zirong nodded, looked at Zi Shui, and then back at Lu Yin. When are you going back? 7th bro, this guy is burning the bridge after crossing it. The monkey shouted. I'll be leaving soon, but I want to talk to her. He then looked at Zi Shui. Zirong frowned. You already talked to Zi Shui back in the Great Yu Empire, and the misunderstanding has already been resolved. What else do you want to talk about now? Zi Shui said to Zirong, he saved me. Zirong wanted to say something else, but when he saw Violet Snow's resolute gaze, he nodded and said, I'll leave first. The mission is more important. He then stared at Lu Yin and said, I'll say it again. She's Violet Snow, not White Snow. After Zirong left, she looked at him. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin frowned. Is there really nothing to tell me? I'm sure you're Bai Shui. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 839. Old Ancestor Mo Jiang's eyes burned with passion. There was no mistaking it, this was the arrow progenitor's arrow. During the primordial era, when the 2 mainlands had been at war, the arrow progenitor had fallen in the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect, and his inheritance had been hidden within the Daosaur sect's ruins. Back then, when old ancestor Mo Jiang had attacked the 5th mainland, he had shot out many arrows, and this arrow was one of them. As long as he could obtain this arrow, he would be able to find the arrow progenitor's inheritance hidden within the Daosaur sect's ruins. Patriarch Mo Jiang immediately extended his hand to grab Patriarch Arrow Mountain. Master Yuan moved even faster. He had already sensed that something was wrong with old ancestor Mo Jiang, so he stopped him. Destroy the big Mayan district. Ancestor Mo Jiang shouted. Yan Cheng's face was pale. He was seriously injured. If the arrow hadn't been slightly off target, he would have been finished. The arrow had hit his heart, but it hadn't hit the most important part of the body. His heart could be resuscitated, but once that position was damaged, he would be finished. He originally wanted to retreat, but old ancestor Mo Jiang was determined to destroy Damo Cliff district, so he couldn't retreat. When Forefather Arrow Mountain heard Forefather Mo Jiang's words, his gaze became resolute. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the arrow and knocked his bow once more. This time, his target wasn't Yan Qing or the other imprinter, but Forefather Mo Jiang. Patriarch Mo Jiang sensed Patriarch Arrow Mountain's killing intent. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind tore through the void and descended. To Patriarch Arrow Mountain, this gust of wind was a heavenly might that he could not resist. Left with no other choice, he shot out an arrow. The void froze once again as the arrow broke through the wind and continued towards ancestor Mo Jiang. Master Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the arrow and pointed out with his finger. The arrow changed direction and shot towards the imprinter who was standing not far from Yan Qing. The imprinter did not expect such an unforeseen event and was careless. The arrow pierced through his head and shattered with a bang. An imprinter had died, just like that. For those who weren't that strong, unless they were immortal, they wouldn't be able to survive if their heads were shattered. Imprinters, on the other hand, weren't immortal yet. Yan Cheng's eyes widened. Seeing a master of the same level as him die, and at such a close distance, he subconsciously grabbed the arrow and disappeared. Yanqing left. The scene of that imprinter's death had sent a chill down his spine. Even if Patriarch Mo Jiang ordered him to stay, he wouldn't. As for that arrow, for it to be able to kill an imprinter, it had to be extraordinary. Old Ancestor Mo Jiang also left, and no one stopped him. Everything happened too quickly. Patriarch Arrow Mountain watched helplessly as the arrow was snatched away. He formed a seal to snatch it back, but it was impossible. The person who snatched the arrow was Yanqing, not an ordinary person. Ancestor Arrow Mountain's body swayed and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, a Tai Mo Hall's disciple reacted quickly and went forward to support him. It was gone. Even the ancestor of Arrow Mountain felt an unbearable pain after losing one of the 3 legacy arrows. Master Yuan descended and said solemnly, "With your archery skills, it's impossible for you to injure Ancestor Mo Jiang. If that arrow had been aimed at Ancestor Mo Jiang, it would have been meaningless." Ancestor Arrow Mountain replied weakly, "I understand. Thank you for your help, Master Yuan." Master Yuan nodded. "I'll do my best to help you get that arrow back." The ancestor of Arrow Mountain smiled bitterly and shook his head. "There's no need. It would be my fortune to obtain it, but it would be my fate to lose it. It's not worth risking Master Yuan's life for an arrow." Master Yuan sighed. "No one can escape from this battle, let alone worldly possessions." With that, he vanished. After Master Yuan left, the ancestor of Arrow Mountain spat out another mouthful of blood. At the same time, in the endless cliffs, Master Yuan's face was pale as well. He could no longer feel the arrow, and he hurriedly tried to pull it back, but he found that it was useless. He had a bad feeling about this, and his heart sank. He spat out another mouthful of blood and almost fainted. In the technocracy, Yanqing returned to the huge technological fortress and immediately received treatment. His injuries were very serious, and the arrow had not only pierced through his body. If not for the fact that the ancestor of Arrow Mountain's cultivation was unable to fully utilize the arrow's power, he would have died even if the arrow had only scratched his skin. At that moment, Ancestor Mo Jiang appeared in front of him. Yanqing applied some medicine to his heart and hurriedly bowed. Ancestor Mo Jiang gently said, "There's no need to bow. You've worked hard in this battle." Yanqing respectfully replied, "If not for Ancestor, would have been dead." "Thank you, Ancestor." Ancestor Mo Jiang grunted in acknowledgement and had a strange look in his eyes. "How's the arrow?" Yanqing's eyes flashed, and he took out the arrow and handed it to Ancestor Mo Jiang. Ancestor Mo Jiang caressed the arrow. "It really is the arrow progenitor's arrow. Very good, very good. I like it very much." Yanqing's heart skipped a beat. He had known that the arrow was extraordinary, but he had not expected it to be the arrow progenitor's arrow. His wound was affected, and blood flowed down his chest, but Yanqing did not mind. Instead, he said, "If not for Senior, would not have been able to retrieve this arrow. Thank you for your help." Ancestor Mo Jiang frowned. "This arrow is not bad." Yanqing lowered his head and did not reply. Ancestor Mo Jiang's tone was cold as he handed the arrow back to Yanqing. "Keep it well. You can use this to sense the inheritance that the arrow progenitor left behind in the Daosaur sect's ruins. If I can obtain the arrow progenitor's inheritance, then my life would not have been in vain." Yanqing accepted the arrow, but he suddenly coughed up blood and could not stand steadily. A cold glint flashed through Ancestor Mo Jiang's eyes. "Rest well." He then left. After Ancestor Mo Jiang left, Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief. Ancestor Mo Jiang had made it very clear that he wanted the arrow, but Yan Qing had no intention of handing it over to him. He wanted to leave it to the younger generation of the Yan family so that they could search for the arrow progenitor's inheritance in the Daosaur sect's ruins. However, Ancestor Mo Jiang's attitude before he left made Yan Qing feel a chill. These old fellows were all vicious and merciless, especially Ancestor Mo Jiang. In order to curry favor with the martial progenitor, he had willingly led the entire Mo Jiang bloodline to invade the Fifth Mainland's outerverse. He was someone who would do anything to achieve his goals, and with the strength of the younger generation of the Yan family, it was impossible for them to compete with Mo Jiang's bloodline. As he thought about it, Yan Qing immediately sent someone to the Sixth Mainland to inform Elder Autumnfrost that he wanted to give the arrow to him. With the marriage between Xiaojing and Autumnfrost Qing, it would be enough to tie the Yan family to the Autumnfrost family. It should be known that Elder Autumnfrost was slightly stronger than Ancestor Mo Jiang. Not long after, in outer space, the person that Yan Qing had sent out looked ahead in fear. Mo. Ancestor Mo Jiang. Ancestor Mo Jiang casually waved his hand, and the hunter was instantly reduced to dust. I was right. You want to give the arrow to the Autumnfrost family? Yan Qing, I'll let you know the consequences. Ancestor Mo Jiang's tone was icy as he vanished. A single arrow was clearly not enough to satisfy Yan Qing. Over the next few days, the Sixth Mainland focused their attacks on the Demuyan district. Yan Qing repeatedly attacked in an attempt to force Ancestor Arrow Mountain to use that arrow again. He had thought things through very clearly. If Ancestor Arrow Mountain really did use the arrow, then he would immediately flee and hand it over to Ancestor Mo Jiang. As for whether or not Ancestor Mo Jiang could snatch the arrow away, that would have nothing to do with him. He hoped that Ancestor Mo Jiang would be able to obtain the arrow. That way, Ancestor Mo Jiang would not be eyeing the arrow in Yan Qing's hands. Once the Sixth Mainland launched an all-out attack, it would be extremely terrifying. Almost 10 powerhouses with power levels over 200,000 had arrived, and there were even powerhouses with power levels over 300,000 and 400,000. The Demuyan district would not be able to withstand such an attack, and even Ancestor Arrow Mountain, an envoy, would not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, Wan Qianqing had arrived in time and killed many of the Sixth Mainland's experts with a single shot. It had also destroyed a large number of the technocracy's androids, allowing the Demuyan district to catch a breather. Yan Qing had never expected that a war fortress like Wan Qianqing would appear. It was not a technological weapon, but it still contained some technological control. The technocracy wanted to influence Wan Qianqing's control, but they found that they could not. Wan Qianqing's war fortress came from ancient times, and it also had a protective barrier. Its power was determined by the amount of star essence it consumed, and at this moment, Wan Qianqing's protective barrier had already been upgraded to the point where it could resist envoys, so it was very difficult for technology to affect it. Half a month passed, and there were not many changes in the Iron Blood Cliffs district. His battle merits had already risen to 50,000, and he had traveled to the Iron Blood Cliffs district to provide support. Coupled with the number of enemies he had killed during this period, his battle merits were outstanding. It was a pity that he had killed enlighters at the beginning, which meant that no other enlighters from the Sixth Mainland dared to cause trouble for him. He had only killed hunters and hunter androids. On this day, the commander came looking for him. The situation in the Demuyan district is desperate, and we need reinforcements. Alliance Master Liu, I'm sorry, but only you can go. The monkey was furious. Seventh bro, why do they have to look for you for everything? Those people from the Sixth Mainland are attacking the Demuyan district like crazy. Aren't you just courting death if you go? Lu Yin did not want to go, and he hesitated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 840. Lu Yin was not the only one to be transferred to the Damu Cliff district. Nearly 30 hunters and 100 explorers from the Ironblood Cliffs district had been transferred there. Fortunately, Aiden and Wendy Yushan had not been transferred, or else Lu Yin would have been worried. Due to the presence of Dark Phoenix clan's ancestor, Yen Phineas, the Sixth Mainland and the technocracy were not too keen on attacking this area. However, the Dark Phoenix Cliffs were close to the Damu Cliff district, so many of the Dark Phoenix clan's experts had been transferred there, including Hugh Phineas and Wei Rong. Wei Rong was dumbfounded. When he found out that he had been transferred to the Damu Cliff district, he felt unwell. Why? He was just a puny explorer who could not even cause a ripple in the Damu Cliff district. Why had he been transferred to the most desperate battlefield? Who had transferred him? There must be something wrong with their brains. Wei Rong rarely lost his composure, but when he saw the transfer order, he almost cursed out loud. He was a scholar, not a battle maniac. This was the most suitable place for Lu Yin to go, so what did it have to do with him? He felt as if he had been set up. Speaking of which, Zhongxi seemed to be in the Damu Cliff district as well. In Ironblood Weave, Wang Wen was leisurely eating snacks in Ironblood Fort, which was located at the very front. Ever since the Astral Beast domain had been invaded by the Sixth Mainland, there had been no more battles. It had been a long time since he had been so carefree. Elder Lohar walked out of the void. Elder Big Drum has already transferred those two to the Damu Cliff district. Lu Yin can be forgiven since he has the ability to protect himself, but why do you suggest that Wei Rong be transferred to the Damu Cliff district as well? Wang Wen shook his bag of snacks and said, Wei Rong is very smart, so he might be able to help. Elder Lohar clearly did not believe him. In that kind of battlefield, being smart won't be enough to protect him. Even if Lu Yin relies on external items, it's hard to say if he can truly survive. However, he has the Inquisitor's warrant, so that might not be the case. Who cares? Just throw them all over. It's best if they can help, but if they can't, then it's his bad luck. Wang Wen smiled. Elder Lohar shook his head. He couldn't see through Wang Wen's thoughts, but due to his trust in Wang Wen, he didn't ask any further questions. Even if Wang Wen wanted to kill Wei Rong on purpose, it didn't matter. Elder Lohar knew who was more important, a person who had guarded the border for many years and made countless contributions, or a person who schemed against others and dreamed of reaching the heavens in a single step. As for Lu Yin, even if Wang Wen hadn't suggested transferring him to the Damuyan district, Lu Yin would still have done so. It wasn't for any other reason than the warrant from the head judge, which wasn't as simple as a warrant. You should make your preparations as well, Elder Lohar suddenly said. Wang Wen was stunned, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. What? Even I have to go to the Endless Territories? Elder Lohar replied, that's possible. It's too difficult to defend the front lines, so the second round of reinforcements has already been drafted. I can't go. If I go, what about this place? Don't forget that the Sixth Mainland has already attacked the Astral Beast domain. Once the Astral Beast domain can't hold on, they'll most likely use the Primal Zone to attack us, said Wang Wen. Elder Lohar felt a headache coming on, but he nodded and left without saying anything else. Wang Wen frowned, as the situation was becoming more and more difficult. The Innerverse, Outerverse, and the Astral Beast domain were the Sixth Mainland's three battlefields, and that might not be their full strength. They had to find a way to break through the situation, or they would be completely annihilated sooner or later. Reinforcements to the Damuyan district did not travel through the Blackfire Rock continent. Instead, they first went to the inner regions of the defensive line and used the spacecraft there to travel in the direction of the Damuyan district. This would be faster, and it would also prevent them from being attacked by the technocracy. Lu Yin was in the Iron Blood Crag district, which was quite a distance away from the Demuyan district. Wei Rong, on the other hand, was right next to the Demuyan district, which was too close. In less than 2 days, Wei Rong arrived at the Demuyan district. When he saw the blood and corpses falling from the sky like meteors, as well as the frequent attacks that could destroy him, Wei Rong trembled in fear. He wasn't a coward, or else he wouldn't have dared to scheme against the Lockbreaker Society. However, in the end, he still used his brain, just like how he hadn't been to the front lines during the Armament Weaves War. Now that he was asked to rush into such a battlefield, he panicked. Although he had life-saving methods, he couldn't withstand such frequent attacks. But regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had to obey military orders. When he stepped into the Demuyan district, he was greeted by a few androids that were quickly defeated by the surrounding defenders. He had always been protected in the Dark Phoenix Crag district, as the Dark Phoenix tribe did not want him to die there. Now that he had arrived at the Demuyan district, he could only pray for his own fortune. Chungxia and Zhu San were in a sorry state. They were not weak among Lemeters, but there were attacks that surpassed the Lemeter realm everywhere. They had been lucky to have survived until now. Over the next few days, Chungxia and Zhu San hid everywhere, occasionally killing a few enemies who weren't at the space-exploring realm. Coincidentally, they ran into Wei Rong. Smart people all had the same idea, and they all found the same hiding spot. Wei Rong and Chungxia stared at each other, not knowing what to say. "Hey, I remember that you're an explorer. Protect us!" Zhu San shouted. Wei Rong was speechless, as he was also powerless to protect himself. In the sky, Enlighter Ox spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blasted into the ground by an enormous force. He had only been conscripted a month ago, and he had originally been stationed on Xenius Star as a guard. Although he had been on the battlefield for less than a month, Ock had already encountered several life or death crises. This time, he really could not hold on any longer. No less than 5 Enlighters had died on this battlefield, including Lord Egret, who was a powerhouse from Aegis. Ock crawled out of the ground with great difficulty, turned around, and saw Wei Rong and the others hiding. He spat out another mouthful of blood and said, "Hide further away." Zhu San carefully poked his head out and then let out a strange cry before hurriedly fleeing. However, he was a little slow, and Wei Rong grabbed Chungxia and Zhu San before rushing off into the distance. The place where they had been standing had been blasted to pieces by an enormous force. The area of impact was not large, but it had pierced through the entire Blackfire Crag district. If they had not escaped, they would have died. Zhu San's face was deathly pale. "I miss home." Chungxia panted heavily and glanced at Wei Rong. "I owe you my life. Then return it to me now. Goodbye." Wei Rong abandoned Chungxia and Zhu San and turned to run. He had just exchanged glances with a cultivator from the 6th mainland, and in that instant, he had felt a chill run down his spine. That person was an existence that he could not fight against, and now, that person had arrived. Chungxia was stunned, but before she could react, white bone spikes protruded from the ground to the east and extended towards them. They pierced through many cultivators and androids along the way, slaughtering everyone regardless of friend or foe. Zhu San was speechless. "Run!" Wei Rong felt a chill run down his spine, as that person was definitely a terrifying powerhouse. The bone spikes extended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to catch up to Chungxia and Zhu San. In the east, a young man had a cold gaze. His name was Butcher, and he was one of the top experts of the Bloodburn realm's younger generation. He was comparable to the heirs of powerful families, and he was second only to the Realmling, DFA. Countless arrows fell from the sky and shot towards Butcher. Butcher did not dodge and allowed the arrows to hit him. Some of the arrows were unable to pierce through his body, while others were blocked by the bone spikes. However, there were still some arrows that pierced through his body. Many disciples from Taima Temple fired a volley of arrows, and there were even hunters among them. The arrow that had pierced through Butcher's body had come from a hunter. The bone spike stopped spreading, and fresh blood sprayed out from Butcher's body, splattering across the blackstone ground. Cheongshir, Zhu San, and the rest sighed in relief, as they had managed to survive. Even further away, Wei Rong felt that something was strange. That person's gaze had terrified him, and he should not have been dealt with so easily. Even if a hunter had attacked, Butcher should not have died so easily. Or were the disciples of Taima Temple just too powerful? Butcher's body now had 5 bloody holes, and it was a horrifying sight to behold. The group of Taima Temple disciples no longer paid any attention to him, and their arrows shot in another direction. Butcher moved his finger, and a pill appeared in his palm. He slowly popped it into his mouth. No one noticed, as everyone thought that Butcher had died. Only Wei Rong continued to stare at him. He watched as the bloody holes on Butcher's body slowly healed. That terrifying rate of recovery left Wei Rong in disbelief, and he fled without looking back. Zhu San sneered, "That guy's too cowardly. What's there to be afraid of when he's already dead?" Cheongshir suddenly turned back to look at Butcher. Coincidentally, Butcher also looked up, and his cold, bloodthirsty eyes met hers. He revealed a cruel smile, and he raised a hand to lick the blood off his arm. Cheongshir's scalp went numb. "Run!" Zhu San looked back and almost fainted from fright. Butcher waved his hand, and his bone spikes extended and pierced towards the Taima Temple disciples who had injured him. A single white bone spike pierced through a dozen disciples, killing them in midair. They were clearly bone spikes that had grown out of Butcher's bones, but they seemed boundless as they extended far into the distance. "You're courting death," the Hunter Realm disciple from the Taima Temple bellowed. He took out a corporeal arrow that flickered with a dark red light. It was clearly an arrow with a special arrow intent, and he shot it at Butcher. Butcher leaped up and allowed the arrow to pierce through his abdomen. He grabbed a handful of pills and popped them into his mouth. At the same time, the bone spike in his hand extended and transformed into a bone blade that slashed out. Behind him, Ancestor Ma Jiang's imprint appeared, and his speed suddenly doubled. The bone blade danced as it cut through the Hunter Realm disciple's longbow. A huge bloody wound appeared on the hunter's body, as the blade had nearly cut him in half. The Taima Temple disciple was shocked. Although he had just broken through to the Hunter Realm, he was no ordinary cultivator. He was a disciple of the Taima Temple, but he had actually been injured by a cruiser. His body flickered as he retreated, and the star energy in his palm transformed into an arrow that he shot out. Butcher still did not dodge, and the injury that he had sustained from the corporeal arrow healed once again. The arrow pierced through Butcher's thigh once more, but Butcher smiled cruelly and slashed out with his bone blade. The Hunter Realm disciple barely dodged the attack, but he did not expect the bone blade to extend. With a single slash, the hunter's head flew off. Many of the Taima Temple disciples were shocked, and their star energy transformed into arrows that shot towards Butcher. Butcher laughed maniacally as he allowed the arrows to attack him. He slashed out with his bone blade and killed dozens of Taima Temple disciples as if he had gone mad. In the distance, Cheongshir and the others felt their eyelids twitch. This was a madman. Hunters were considered experts on the battlefield, but the battlefield was too large, and the hunters were scattered all over the place. No one in the area was Butcher's match. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 841. After slaughtering nearly 100 disciples of the Mo palace, Butcher was still not satisfied, and he chased after Cheong Shi and the others. Zhu San howled, "Why is this lunatic chasing us?" Cheong Shi's heart sank as bone spikes tore through the void behind her. She narrowly avoided them, but when she looked back, Butcher was getting closer and closer. Even further ahead, Wei Rong stepped onto the Blackstone continent that connected to the Damu Cliff region. The reinforcements from the Outerverse were all heading in this direction, so Wei Rong could only escape in this direction. Perhaps he would run into some expert who could block that lunatic. Butcher licked his lips and leaped up. He raised a palm and aimed it at Cheong Shi and Zhu San. His palm split open and white bone spikes shot out, enveloping the two like raindrops. Zhu San despaired. It was over. Cheong Shi's pupils shrank, and she clenched her fists. Even further away, Wei Rong's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him, and star energy transformed into a claw that blocked Cheong Shi and Zhu San's heads. It counterattacked and shattered all of the bone spikes before swiping at Butcher. Butcher raised his brows, and bones extended from his body, transforming into bone blades that sliced the claw into pieces. However, he was also pushed back by the enormous force. He was shocked. There was an expert here. There was a whoosh, and a figure appeared in front of Cheong Shi and Zhu San. What a coincidence! Cheong Shi looked at the figure's profile and was shocked. Lu Yin. Zhu San was excited. Brother Lu, is that you? That's great, you're finally here. Even further away, Wei Rong heaved a sigh of relief. He had fled in the right direction. If he had fled in any other direction, then even if Lu Yin had arrived at this battlefield, he might not have been able to save them in time. Lu Yin ignored Cheong Shi and the others, and instead looked at Butcher. So it's you. Butcher's eyes narrowed, and he popped a pill into his mouth. The wounds on his body quickly healed. You know me. Butcher, an expert second only to DFA in the blood-burn realm. Butcher was confused. How do you know me? We've met before, but you might not remember, Lu Yin said. The Butcher looked at Lu Yin and then laughed. I don't care who you are. Die. He then pressed a hand against the ground, causing a bone spike to protrude and pierce towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's right foot stomped on the ground, and a visible ripple of energy swept out, shattering the bone spike. His body then vanished and reappeared at the Butcher's side. He raised a hand, and his palm transformed into a claw. This sky beast claw was completely different from the previous one. The Butcher was shocked. Bone spikes spread all over his body, making him look like a white hedgehog. He punched out, and the sky beast claw slammed into the Butcher's body, smashing him into the ground. However, the sky beast claw was pierced through by the bone spikes and disappeared. Lu Yin pressed down on the ground with one hand. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a loud bang, and the Blackstone continent was pulverized. An enormous force passed through the ground and shattered the ground. Butcher was just about to leap out when his organs were shaken by this sudden force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and had a bad feeling. This person was terrifyingly strong, so he hurriedly grabbed a handful of pills and tossed them into his mouth before leaping out. He had just leaped out of the ground when Lu Yin appeared in front of him. He tapped out with a finger, causing the void to freeze. This was the Dream Finger. The Dream Finger was aimed at the Butcher's forehead. Compared to Autumn Frost Qing, the Butcher's recovery ability was terrifyingly strong. His innate gift was absorption, and he could absorb medicinal effects thousands of times more. However, his attack power and defense were much lower. Back then, the fatty had said that the butcher was an expert second only to DFA, and that he was on par with Autumn Frost Ching. However, from Lu Yin's perspective, the butcher was slightly weaker than Autumn Frost Ching. Just as Lu Yin's finger was about to touch the butcher's forehead, the imprint on the butcher's back became even clearer, causing the butcher to wake up from his dream. His bones transformed into a large hand that pushed Lu Yin away. Lu Yin's finger did not land on the butcher's forehead, and it brushed past his shoulder. However, it did shatter the butcher's right ear and leave half of his face a bloody mess. In the distance, Qiongxi and the rest were stunned. They knew that Lu Yin was very powerful, and he had even killed an enlighter before, but that had been with external items. Now, he was actually fighting one-on-one with that madman, and he was even suppressing him. This was a little inconceivable, and it reminded them of the Jasper Forest banquet, where this person had defeated Tyler Phineas in a single move. The butcher continuously retreated as he chewed on pills to recover from his injuries. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Who exactly are you?" He could not help but be shocked, as the person in front of him was definitely not a hunter or even a cruiser. The butcher could sense that this person's star energy had only circulated a few times, but he had still been able to suppress the butcher. This was impossible, as the only person in the entire Bloodburn realm who could do this was DFA. At the same level of power, only DFA could suppress the butcher, but this person was actually comparable to a realmling. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. "You're even worse than Autumn Frost Ching." He then raised his right hand, and star energy converged as he used Nine Suns Cauldron. First Sunday, a scorching sun rose from his palm and smashed towards the butcher. The butcher's eyelids twitched, as this attack caused his scalp to go numb. All of the bones in his body expanded, and they eventually transformed into a white shell that wrapped around his entire body. The first sun smashed into the butcher's white skeletal body, causing the void to ripple and then shatter. The butcher's white skeletal body cracked open, and golden light scattered in all directions. His entire body was then blasted into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Following that, an intense gale howled out from the ground, transforming into berserk star energy that swept out and shook the surroundings. Qiongxi and Zhu San were almost swept away by the star energy. Even further away, many people were shocked, as they could sense a power comparable to a peak hunter's. Another expert had arrived on this battlefield. Lu Yin floated in the air and looked down at the ground. The butcher's rune lines were already very weak. Autumn Frost Ching had been heavily injured by this attack and had been forced to rely on a power vessel to escape. This butcher would not be able to withstand this attack either. Beneath the ground, the butcher was in an incomparably miserable state. His body seemed to have been torn apart, and large patches of his skin had been torn apart. Blood dyed the ground red, and his bones were scattered everywhere. Anyone else would have died from such injuries, but this was the butcher who had fused with Che Lai's bloodline and had an innate gift of absorption. His mouth opened and closed as he swallowed all of the pills in his mouth. The next moment, his body, which was close to being torn apart, suddenly reformed, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. Ancestor Mo Zhang's imprint also appeared indistinct and became clearer. Up above, Lu Yin's expression changed. The butcher's rune lines were actually recovering. Lu Yin aimed a single palm downwards and pressed down. His palm transformed into a claw, and the sky beast claw slammed into the ground. The butcher grinned and took out a wooden sculpture that resembled a spider. This was a power vessel. The wooden spider leapt up and opened its mouth to absorb the sky beast claw before disappearing. The next moment, it reappeared above Lu Yin's head with its abdomen bulging. It was obvious that it was about to explode, and the power of this explosion was no weaker than the sky beast claws. Lu Yin had not expected the butcher to have such a power vessel. With a wave of his hand, the wooden spider disappeared and then reappeared beside the butcher. The butcher was stunned. What was going on? Was that a secret technique? There was a boom as the ground exploded once more, and the Blackstone continent was pierced through. The butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, and this time, he was in an even more miserable state. His head had clearly cracked open. Ever since Patriarch Mo Jiang had successfully imprinted and made a name for himself in the blood-burn realm, the butcher had never been in such a miserable state. Although he loved to kill and was crazy in battle, he was not stupid. If he encountered an existence like DFA, he would stay far away. Even if it was Autumn Frost Qing or Mo Jiangshao, who were direct descendants of world imprinter families, he would not approach them. But today, he was truly unlucky. Who would have thought that such a freak would appear in the Fifth Mainland who could suppress him with just the strength of an explorer? Not only had his sneak attack failed, but he had even been counterattacked. The butcher had definitely used a secret technique, and if the butcher even had a secret technique, then this person was definitely one of the Fifth Mainland's top geniuses. The butcher weakly opened his bloodshot eyes, and he saw Lu Yin's cold expression. He grinned again and took out a source box from his cosmic ring. The moment the source box appeared, a strange killing intent enveloped an area of thousands of kilometers, but it did not harm the butcher at all. In Lu Yin's eyes, the number of rune lines contained within the sourcebox's killing intent had missed the butcher's position, which meant that he could still escape with the sourcebox. I admit defeat. Tell me, what's your name? The butcher weakly looked at Lu Yin, and he seemed to be in an abnormally miserable state. Autumn Frost Qing and the butcher. Top geniuses like them had all sorts of life-saving methods, which Lu Yin had expected. However, compared to Autumn Frost Qing, this butcher seemed to be much more unlucky. Lu Yin smiled strangely and stepped into the sourcebox's killing intent. He then slowly approached the butcher. The butcher was stunned. What's wrong with you? Lu Yin coughed. I'm sorry, but I'm a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. The butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, as he was truly disgusted this time. Someone with such a powerful innate gift for battle was actually a lockbreaker, and even worse, he was actually a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. The butcher's sourcebox was only a perceptive intermediate sourcebox, and it could withstand the attacks of a hunter for a period of time. This period of time was just enough for the butcher to escape into outer space and leave the battlefield. But who would have thought that this person in front of him was actually a lockbreaker? The sourcebox's killing intent was completely useless against him, and he easily avoided the sourcebox's killing intent. Even a typical perceptive intermediate lockbreaker would not be able to do such a thing. Lu Yin walked in front of the butcher and looked down at him from above. Let me go. You won't be able to withstand our attack. As long as you let me go, I'll protect your life and recommend you to join Mo Jiang's bloodline. In the future. Before the butcher could finish speaking, Lu Yin stomped him to death. Although this person had a high innate gift and was rather famous, he alone was not enough to make the decision for Mo Jiang's bloodline. Besides, even if the Outerverse was defeated in the end, that did not mean that the Sixth Mainland could slaughter the Outerverse without restraint. Everyone had a bottom line, and the Sixth Mainland could at most plunder the Outerverse resources and kill a bunch of people, but they could not kill too many people. Besides, he still had Mr. Mu, so he should have no problems keeping himself alive. At worst, he could escape to the astral wilderness, and he would not need a cruiser's help. This person had killed so many people, and he had to pay for it. Unfortunately, Lu Yin did not have much money in his cosmic ring, and all of his life-saving items had been used up. He only had this sourcebox left. As he thought about it, Lu Yin put the sourcebox away. Lu Yin and Butcher's battle did not last long, but the spectators were all stunned. Butcher could be considered the strongest powerhouse in the area, and he had even killed a hunter from Taimal Palace. But now, he had died at Lu Yin's hands. Wei Rong stared at Lu Yin in shock, as he suddenly felt that he had overlooked a problem. In this universe, the strong were respected, and sometimes, an absolute powerhouse could change the entire situation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 842. Wei Rong realized that he had spent a lot of effort trying to outsmart Lu Yin, but if Lu Yin stepped into the ranks of the top powerhouses, then all of his efforts would vanish. This person had a very high chance of stepping into the ranks of the top powerhouses. Perhaps Wei Rong had guessed wrongly from the very beginning. It was not that the Hall of Honor wanted to support this person, but rather that they had to. This person's future was unpredictable. After watching Lu Yin's battle, Wei Rong recognized many problems, and many of his previous plans were overturned. Aside from Lu Yin, the reinforcements from the various boulder districts had basically all arrived. The Damu Cliff district had suddenly gained dozens of hunters, which temporarily stabilized the battlefield. The battle ended just as quickly as it had started. The Sixth Mainland and the Technocracy's forces had temporarily retreated. Countless people sighed in relief. Lu Yin had experienced the Erudite Flowzone's border war and the Iron Blood Weaves war, so he was no stranger to border wars. However, the tragedy of the Damu Cliff district still shocked him. As far as the eye could see, no less than 20 hunters had died. It was too tragic, and the entire Great Yu Empire did not have so many hunters. There were even more explorer corpses floating in outer space. At present, the commander of the Damu Cliff district was the Arrow Mountain Ancestor. The previous commander, Master Chao, had died long ago, and Lord Egret had also died. Ok had managed to survive and become the only remaining enlighter in the Damu Cliff district with a power level of over 200,000, but he had also been severely injured. Lu Yin met the Arrow Mountain Ancestor. The Arrow Mountain Ancestor had changed greatly. Back in Taima Palace, he had been a leisurely old man, but now, he reeked of blood, and his gaze was filled with dignity and oppression. Lu Yin had originally thought that the Arrow Mountain Ancestor's power level would be around 400,000 at most, but after arriving at the border, he had discovered that the Arrow Mountain Ancestor was actually an envoy-level powerhouse who could kill an imprinter with a single arrow. "We meet again so soon, kid," the Arrow Mountain Ancestor said gently as he looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Lu Yin bowed. "Senior, are you well?" The Arrow Mountain Ancestor sighed. "I'm a little injured, but it's not a big deal. How's little Peach?" "She's in Frostwave Weave, and she's doing well." The Arrow Mountain Ancestor nodded with a complicated look in his eyes. "The intensity of this battle exceeded my expectations, and things aren't looking good." Lu Yin frowned. "Senior, what have you noticed?" "The Sixth Continent's Bloodburn realm has a power level that surpasses Patriarch Mo Zhang's." "How does Senior know?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Ancestor Arrow Mountain looked up into the sky. "Their imprints are all supreme powerhouses, and Ancestor Mo Jiang, who fought against Master Yuan, also has an imprint. He's an old man, and that old man should be the true supreme powerhouse of the Sixth Mainland. Many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland have mentioned that old man's name in order to shake our morale, Old Man Sangqiong." Lu Yin wasn't surprised, as he had heard of Old Man Sangqiong. He was a celestial imprinter. The Ancestor of Arrow Mountain sighed. He was rather tired. "The Hall of Taimo has passed down 3 arrows since ancient times. This time, we might not be able to keep them. I've already lost one." Lu Yin was shocked. "Senior, did you use one of these arrows to kill the imprinter?" The Ancestor of Arrow Mountain nodded. "Grandmaster Bei's arrow was stolen by an imprinter from the Sixth Mainland. It was my fault." He subconsciously looked down at his cosmic ring. He still had an arrow in his hand. Even Ock's position might not be higher than his. Lu Yin sent the others away and found a secluded place. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. It was time to upgrade something that could change the outcome of the battle. Lu Yin thought of many things, and he decided to use poison. Once poison was used on a large scale, its effects would be terrifying. Ordinary poisons would not work, and even poisons that could threaten enlighters would not work. The Sixth Mainland and the technocracy had no lack of detoxification methods, but if it was a poison that could threaten powerhouses with power levels of 300,000 or even 400,000, then things would be different. Even if the poison could not harm the imprinter would not be able to easily detoxify the poison. If possible, Lu Yin did not want to use poison, but he had no other choice. The war had already reached this stage, and if he lost the border, then the outerverse would suffer a great calamity. This was something that he could not accept no matter what. As he thought about it, he tapped his die, causing it to slowly spin. Then, it stopped and revealed a 6. Lu Yin knew that something was wrong, as he had forgotten to place his cosmic ring aside. Just as he thought about it, the scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a dark space. He saw balls of light around him. Lu Yin was afraid that he would use up too much star essence, so he casually fused with one of the balls of light. The scene in front of him changed again, and he saw a giant flow zone arc. At the same time, memories flooded into his mind. Lu Yin was speechless, as he had fused with another cultivator from the Sixth Mainland. This one was a cruiser, and he was currently besieging someone with other experts. That person was an old acquaintance of Lu Yin's, Ling Quebec. This was a tributary of the astral river that connected Chaos Flow Zone and a smaller flow zone. Traveling between the two flow zones depended on the giant flow zone arc. When the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the astral river had expanded, and this tributary had also separated the two flow zones. However, a powerhouse with a power level of 400,000 from Chaos Flow Zone had taken action and forcefully broken through the energy barrier, allowing the two flow zones to reconnect. This was a common practice among the innerverse major flow zones. There was no lack of super powerhouses, and it was easy to reconnect. The Sixth Mainland had attacked, and the innerverse had joined forces to resist. The battle between the martial ancestor and progenitor Chen's remnant spiritual force had caused the innerverse weather to change greatly, and it had put an end to attacks with power levels above 200,000. Now, the innerverse was filled with battles between enlighters, and even enlighters had to control their power levels below 200,000. This was exactly what Lu Yin had heard in the ruins of the Daosource sect. The innerverse had brought out the general appointing platform, and anyone who performed meritorious deeds would be given titles such as General, Marquis, King, and so on. This was the innerverse way of encouraging cultivators to resist the Sixth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland had also targeted the general appointing platform and had set up a reward system. Anyone who killed a titled powerhouse would be rewarded handsomely. The high rewards attracted countless people from the Sixth Mainland, and even the Daosource sect's ruins were not visited. In front of Lu Yin was a scene of a dozen cultivators from the Sixth Mainland surrounding a titled powerhouse. The person that Lu Yin had casually merged with was one of the attackers, and he was even the strongest one. This person was the one who had led more than a dozen people to participate in the siege, and the one being surrounded was Ling Ke, a titled spirit general. Lu Yin looked up and saw a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland clutching his neck as he slowly fell to the ground. Ling Ke was panting heavily, and his arm hung down unnaturally as he stared at the person that Lu Yin had merged with. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his hair was stained with blood. He had a sword stuck in his abdomen, but he could not pull it out. The K's mighty slash revolved around his body as it sliced through the void. Lu Yin sighed, as he had not expected to encounter Ling Ke in such a situation. Through his memories, Lu Yin knew that Ling Ke was rather famous on the battlefield. He had once killed a powerful expert from the Sixth Mainland's war martial realm and had even escaped from a cultivator who was second only to a realmling. That cultivator had been on the same level as Autumn Frost Qing and Rin Tu, which was why he had been conferred the title of Spirit General by the General Appointing Platform. Ling Ke had originally been one of the strongest Lemeters, and after breaking through to the Explorer realm, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. With the Lingling clan's innate gifts and battle techniques, it was not strange for Ling Ke to be able to reach this level. Ling Ke's current strength was equivalent to the top 40 of the top 100 rankings. The three cultivators that Rin Tu had instantly killed in the Daosor Sect's ruins had all been around the 60th rank of the top 100 rankings. However, anyone who could enter the Daosor Sect's ruins had to possess a futon, and those who possessed one either had a powerful background or had obtained a great opportunity. This had led Lu Yin to misunderstand and believe that the average strength of the Sixth Mainland was only that high. In reality, the cultivators that Lu Yin had seen from the Sixth Mainland were all elites among elites. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 843. The cultivator that Lu Yin had fused with was rather powerful, but he was still not Ling Ke's match. However, the Sixth Mainland's advantage over the Fifth Mainland's cultivators was too great. They had an innate suppression and an imprint. If not for these factors, this cultivator would not have been able to withstand a single attack from Ling Quebec. Now, Ling Ke was being surrounded and forced to the brink of death due to his various advantages. If Lu Yin had not fused with this cultivator, then Ling Ke would have died without a doubt. He would have been a spent force, but things were different now. Lu Yin approached Ling Ke step by step. Ling Ke closed his eyes and then opened them again. He gazed longingly at outer space. My support group is gone. It's a pity that I won't be able to see you one last time. Lu Yin was speechless. Even now, this guy was still thinking about his support group. Speaking of which, that support group had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Come. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ling Ke shouted as he looked up at the cultivator that Lu Yin had fused with. His eyes were filled with arrogance. You Sixth Mainland trash will be surpassed by us sooner or later. That person was right, you're all slaves to the cultivation system. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was what Ling Ke had said during his battle with Blood Looney at Spirit Palace. I'm moved by your words. Come, kill me, Lu Yin said as he looked at Ling Ke with sincerity. Ling Ke was stunned. What did you say? Lu Yin replied righteously, you're right. Our Sixth Mainland is trash. You're amazing, and your words moved me. Come, kill me. Ling Ke blinked. What did I say? Kill me. Lu Yin shouted. Ling Ke's face twitched. Are you crazy? I told you to kill me. I'm moved by your words, Lu Yin said loudly. Ling Ke gulped, a little confused. What did he just say? Lu Yin could not wait any longer. The longer he dragged this out, the more star essence he would have to consume. He did not want to use too many star essence right now, as the poison's effects would not be improved. Instead, it would affect the border defenses. Lu Yin suddenly attacked Ling Ke, raising his blade and slashing down. Ling Ke instinctively dodged and swung his K's mighty slash, which merged into the void. The cultivator that Lu Yin had fused with had his neck split open, and he died instantly. Ling Ke's mouth fell open. What about the martial seal? It was useless. Strange, could it be that she was really moved by him? Ling Ke felt like he had discovered a whole new world. He wondered if he should say something first when he fought with others in the future. Perhaps that would move them. Right, what did he just say? In the Demuyin district, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously covered his neck. He touched it, but it was fine. Just now, he had experienced the feeling of his throat being cut open. It was a very unpleasant feeling, especially since it had been cut open by Ling Quebec. He had experienced the sensation of death, and he did not know if it had been a misconception, but after he returned to his own body, he felt as if something had been triggered within him. However, nothing had changed. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. He hurriedly checked his cosmic ring and sighed. Fortunately, he had only used up a little more than 20,000 star essence. This place wasn't too far from the chaos flow zone, and it was separated by the astral river and the starfall sea. The distance in a straight line wasn't too great, and the time it had taken to merge with the chaos flow zone had been extremely short. Thus, it was reasonable for the chaos flow zone to consume so much energy. Brother Lu, why do you think the Sixth Mainland specifically attacked the Demuyin district? Wei Rong asked. Lu Yin had naturally considered this question, and he had his own guesses, but he did not say anything. I've just arrived, so I don't know much about this place. What do you think, Brother Wei? Wei Rong replied, Brother Lu, do you know that Ancestor Arrow Mountain killed a powerhouse at the level of an emissary from the Sixth Mainland with a single arrow? That's what they call an imprinter. Lu Yin nodded. The Sixth Mainland is very strong, and with their unique imprint and bloodline, they definitely aren't weak against those at the same level. From what I know, Ancestor Arrow Mountain fought with that imprinter, but he didn't gain the upper hand. Furthermore, there were 2 imprinters at the time, so doesn't Brother Lu find it strange that he was able to kill them with a single arrow? Qiongshi grew impatient. Get to the point. You're making me anxious. Let me explain. She then continued, based on our analysis, Ancestor Arrow Mountain wasn't able to kill an imprinter with his own strength. It's very likely that he relied on that arrow, and that arrow is extraordinary. Lu Yin replied, but from what I know, Ancestor Arrow Mountain's arrow was redirected by Master Yuan. Perhaps Master Yuan's strength was added to the arrow, which was why he was able to kill an imprinter. Master Yuan changed the arrow's direction because that arrow's target was Ancestor Mo Jiang, Wei Rong said solemnly. Qiongshi continued, Ancestor Arrow Mountain isn't stupid. He dared to aim at Ancestor Mo Jiang, which means that he has a certain level of confidence. Ancestor Mo Jiang isn't an imprinter, but rather a world imprinter who surpasses the imprinter realm. If his power level is converted to a world imprinter, then that means that his arrow is extraordinary. Furthermore, that arrow was snatched away by that imprinter called Yan Qing, so we're guessing that the Sixth Mainland's frequent attacks on the Demuyin district are either to take revenge for the dead imprinter, or because of Ancestor Arrow Mountain's arrow. Lu Yin had to admit that these 2 guesses were correct. The 3 arrows that had been passed down from Taima Temple might have come from the Sixth Mainland. Ancestor Arrow Mountain had mentioned that Lu Yin had come across an arrow intent similar to those 3 arrows before. This arrow intent had come from Night King Jinwu, and Night King Jinwu's archery techniques had come from the ruins of the Daosaur sect. He had even mentioned to Wu Taibai that his archery techniques had come from the Sixth Mainland. It was very likely that Yan Qing had recognized the arrow's origins. Not only had he stolen the arrow, but he had also wanted more. Brother Lu, what do you think? Wei Rong asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not reveal everything that he knew, so he could only say, your guesses are correct, but so what? It won't change the outcome of the battle. It can, Wei Rong said confidently. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had forgotten that these 2 were equally famous as Wang Wen, especially Wei Rong. Even though the disparity in power in armament weave had been so great, Wei Rong had still been able to forcefully drag things out. What ideas do you have? Wei Rong and Qiongshi looked at each other. We can deal a heavy blow to the sixth mainland, but the most troublesome part is that once we do that, even stronger reinforcements might arrive. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. Even if we don't deal a heavy blow to these people, their reinforcements will definitely come. Zhu Sen rolled his eyes. Qiongshi patted Zhu San's forehead. You're right. Zhu San felt sullen. Lu Yin looked at Wei Rong. Wei Rong's gaze was deep. Brother Lu, do you still remember Pyrolite? Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had almost forgotten about it. Right, there was still Pyrolite. The Hall of Honor will definitely use Pyrolite in a war like this. The only reason it hasn't been used is because they haven't thought of a suitable way to use it. Since we've already guessed the sixth mainland's goal, then things are simple. We'll use Ancestor Arrow Mountain as bait and use Pyrolite to blast them to death. Wei Rong raised his head. Zhu San was shocked. Are you crazy? That's Ancestor Arrow Mountain. Don't spout nonsense. Lu Yin was also shocked. Ancestor Arrow Mountain was an emissary, and this person was really bold to even use an emissary as bait. However, it had to be said that it should be effective. The powerhouses of the sixth mainland should be keeping an eye on Ancestor Arrow Mountain, and he was indeed the best bait. Wei Rong ignored Zhu San's shouts and continued to stare at Lu Yin, as if trying to discern something from Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin replied, "It's just a guess, but there's no harm in trying. You guys came to me because you want me to talk to Ancestor Arrow Mountain and the Hall of Honor, right?" Wei Rong nodded. There's no other way. With our status, it's very difficult to communicate with the Hall of Honor and Ancestor Arrow Mountain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 844. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Pyrolite's destructive power is too great. We've thought about that as well, Qiongshi said. We'll focus our forces on a counterattack and attack the technocracy. We'll detonate the Pyrolite there. Lu Yin fell into deep thought, as it wouldn't be that easy to counterattack. Actually, it's very easy to counterattack. Wei Rong smiled confidently. We just need to let the sixth mainland know that we're thinking of counterattacking. The most troublesome part is how to safely return Ancestor Arrow Mountain while detonating the Pyrolite. There's also how to avoid Ancestor Mo Zhang's interference. That's the most troublesome part. Lu Yin knew what the two were thinking. I'll let the Hall of Honor and Ancestor Arrow Mountain know. Not long after, Wei Rong and the others left. Zhu San glared fiercely at Lu Yin before he left. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The plan that they had come up with wasn't particularly brilliant, and if it had been a normal war, it would have been easy for others to think of it. However, this was a border war that involved countless people from the Outerverse. Even the Hall of Honor wouldn't dare to suffer any losses. They might not have even thought of counterattacking since they couldn't bear the consequences of failure. If the counterattack failed, the losses would be immense, and the person who had suggested this idea could be condemned for eternity. Thus, even if most people thought of counterattacking, they didn't dare to voice it out. Only people like Wei Rong and the others, who had their own ideas but had very little experience in border wars, would be so impatient to suggest it. There was no perfect plan in this world, and any plan could fail. It all depended on whether or not one could bear the consequences of failure. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It was time to seek an audience with Master Yuan. However, before that, he still needed to upgrade his poisons. If he could use them in conjunction with the counterattack, the results would be even better. Lu Yin returned to his hiding spot and raised his hand to restore his die. On Enhance, a new innate gift had appeared, a pair of hands. This was Cheong Shi-er's innate gift, and it was said to be a deduction. It was similar to Huan Sha's analysis, but it was also different. Lu Yin didn't mind and tapped out. This time, he had learned his lesson and placed his cosmic ring to the side. Even if he rolled enhance, he wouldn't enter that space. Even if he rolled enhance, he would still have time to pick up his cosmic ring. This time, the die rolled to a point, and his sword fell out. He used a bit of force, but it broke with a snap. What a useless thing. He threw the broken sword away in annoyance and picked up the die again. This was the last time, and he hoped that he would succeed. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good this time, and he immediately rolled 3 pips. He was delighted and took out Elder Wu's poisons from his cosmic ring. Now that he had come into contact with higher levels, Elder Wu's poison wasn't that scary anymore. Especially on this battlefield, these poisons weren't enough to do anything. The imprinter could get rid of them with a wave of his hand. If he wanted to threaten the imprinter, he had to at least raise the level of his poison to near 400,000 rune lines. He placed the poison on the screen and then began to frantically toss out star essence. He still had 12 vials of Elder Wu's poison left, and he had upgraded the first one 8 times. He had consumed 600,000 star essence to increase the poison's effects to a terrifying level. It was so terrifying that Lu Yin didn't even want to touch it. He didn't know how effective this bottle of poison was, but he guessed that it was terrifying. Ancestor Arrow Mountain shouted, Demuyan District, counterattack. Following Ancestor Arrow Mountain's command, tens of thousands of disciples from Taima Temple roared, and space-exploring powerhouses leaped into the Technocracy spacecraft and headed towards the Technocracy. Ancestor Arrow Mountain was the fastest, and he chased after Yen Qing into the Technocracy. This region of space had originally belonged to the Endless Weave, but now, half of the Endless Weave had been covered by the Technocracy, and even space itself had changed. The moment Ancestor Arrow Mountain entered, he was met with countless attacks. Countless androids were like moths to a flame as they tried to push Ancestor Arrow Mountain away. Ancestor Arrow Mountain shouted, Imprinter, don't run. Yen Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked back and unwillingly said, You natives of the 5th mainland will be slaughtered by us sooner or later. I'll destroy your cultivation civilization and send everyone from the 5th mainland back to the primitive era. Ancestor Arrow Mountain was furious. I'll kill you. His star energy transformed into an arrow that pierced through space and tore through the void, revealing an even darker space. The arrow disappeared into space and then reappeared behind Yen Cheng's back. Yen Qing hurriedly dodged, but he was still struck in the back by the arrow, and his imprint weakened significantly. You natives will die without a grave. Yen Qing bellowed as he quickly fled. Ancestor Arrow Mountain hurriedly chased after him. In the Demuyan district, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he waited for a certain moment. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 845. Deep within the Technocracy, the ancestor of Arrow Mountain chased after Yen Qing until he saw a fortress carrying countless spacecraft. This was the front line of the Technocracy's invasion of Endless Weave, and it was also the front line of the 6th mainland's cultivators. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was overjoyed and wanted to destroy the fortress with a single arrow. However, in the next moment, an extreme sense of danger enveloped him. He turned around in shock and saw figures of powerhouses appearing from all directions. 2 powerhouses with power levels over 500,000 had appeared, and even further away, there were several powerhouses with power levels over 400,000 as well. The entire region trembled. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain's pupils shrank. Yen Qing appeared in front of him, and his pale face had recovered. Native, did you really think that you could injure me with your strength after I was injured by you? The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was shocked, and he quickly turned around. There's no need to look. Your master Yuan and that black fire bird have been blocked. No one can save you. Yan Qing raised his head. In another direction, Mo Jiangshan calmly said, there were 4 imprinter who attacked the 5th mainland. You killed one of them, 2 of them are here, and the last one blocked your black fire bird. Don't take any chances. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was shocked. You're still hiding an imprinter. How else could we win by surprise? You're just a loser of the ancient war, yet you want to counterattack. What a fool, Yan Qing said coldly. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain looked at the cyborg behind him and said, an emissary from the technocracy is rare. You should be proud that 3 imprinters are ganging up on you. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Surrender, and we'll let you join the 6th mainland and serve under ancestor Mo Jiangshan. With your strength, you'll be respected no matter where you go, Mo Jiangshan said. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain was puzzled. You've already set up an ambush. How did you know that I would counterattack? Yan Cheng's tone was cold. Enough with the nonsense. Surrender or die. Choose. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain stared at Yan Qing. Ever since I killed that imprinter with a single arrow, you've been keeping an eye on the Demuyan district. If you're talking about revenge, that might not be it. What do you want from me? Yan Qing and Mo Jiangshan looked at each other, and then at the ancestor of Arrow Mountain. Do you still have that arrow? Forefather Arrow Mountain's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? You don't know the origin of that arrow? Mo Jiangshan asked with a sharp gaze. Arrow Mountain's ancestors' eyes flashed. Since ancient times, no one knows its origin. Our ancestor only obtained it by chance. Could it be related to you? Mo Jiangshan sneered. It's not strange that you don't know. Hand over the remaining arrows, and I'll make the decision to make you an elder of my Mo Jiang's faction. With my Mo Jiang's faction's guarantee, you'll head to Old Man Sangqiong's residence to receive the All-Heaven imprint. Once you succeed, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. In the entire Bloodburn realm, you'll become one of the top 10 powerhouses. Yan Cheng's gaze turned cold. This Arrow Mountain old ancestor's strength was on par with his, but he had already used his imprint. Indeed, once this old ancestor succeeded in using his celestial imprint, it was possible for him to surpass him and enter the top 10 of the Bloodburn realm. The ancestor of Arrow Mountain said in a low voice, I have the arrow, but you have to tell me where it came from. The corner of Mo Jiangshan's mouth curled up as he stared coldly at ancestor Arrow Mountain. It seems like you have no intention of surrendering. However, Yan Qing was still unable to withstand such a terrifying destructive power. Coupled with his previous injuries, he was quickly torn to shreds. Mo Jiangshan was heavily injured, and his body was almost torn to pieces. The cyborgs only had half of their bodies left, and they staggered as they flew towards the depths of the technocracy. The shockwaves swept across the border, and the entire Demuyan district's Blackstone continent was almost blown away. Lu Yin was excited. They should have succeeded. This was a destructive power level of over 1 million. They had already penetrated so deep into the technocracy, but the shockwaves were still so powerful. It was truly terrifying. Most people did not know what had happened. It was as if an indescribable explosion had occurred in the depths of outer space. In the sky above the Demuyan district, Master Yuan appeared with the Arrow Mountain ancestor in his hand. He looked back at the technocracy with fear in his eyes. Pyrolite was not much of a threat to him, and it was not even much of a threat to powerhouses with power levels of over 500,000. This was because it took time to detonate, even if it was just 1 second. 1 second was more than enough time for powerhouses like them to escape. However, if they could not escape in that 1 second, then they would be doomed. As he thought about it, Master Yuan's gaze landed on the blood-colored bell in the Arrow Mountain ancestor's hand. If not for that, then even a few 100 grams of pyrolite would have been useless. Back when the universe's various great powers had been fighting to mine pyrolite, the Hall of Honor had not cared. Pyrolite was extremely useful in battle, but it was not much of a threat to absolute experts. Who would have thought that there would be someone in the outerverse who had the ability to affect absolute experts? Lu Yin saw Master Yuan and the Arrow Mountain ancestor, as well as the blood-colored bell. He relaxed, as it seemed that his plan had succeeded. This was not the first time he had done something like this. Back when he had worn his universal armor, he had used progenitor Wushang's hide to numb enlighters before using his gun to kill them. It had been exactly the same plan as this one, but the executor had been changed to the Arrow Mountain ancestor. Lu Yin hoped that the Sixth Mainland would suffer greater losses and give them a chance to catch their breath. This time, the Sixth Mainland had suffered great losses, and they had even exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He had originally thought that eliminating one imprinter would be good enough, but in the end, he had eliminated Yan Qing and heavily injured Mo Jiangshan and the technocracy's envoy-level androids. He had also eliminated several powerhouses with power levels of over 400,000 in a technological fortress. This was equivalent to eliminating all threats from the western border. As for the level of experts, aside from Ancestor Mo Jiang and the imprinter who had blocked Phineas Yen, there were no other powerhouses. There weren't even many powerhouses with power levels of over 300,000. When Ancestor Mo Jiang saw Mo Jiangshan's miserable state, he was heartbroken. The competition in the Sixth Mainland was brutal, and there were only 3 imprinters in Mo Jiang's bloodline, including himself. Mo Jiangshan was now half-crippled, and it would take at least 100 years for him to recover. This was only possible with the influence of a world imprinter's family and the best treatment methods. If it had been a normal cultivator, even an imprinter, such injuries would have been fatal. Natives of the Fifth Mainland, I will exterminate all of you. Ancestor Mo Jiang bellowed, his voice transforming into visible ripples that shook the heavens and reached the ears of countless people in the Demuyan district. Many people with lower cultivations were injured by the sound waves, and some even bled from their orifices. Even if he did not understand how strong Mr. Mu and Master Yuan were, deep in his heart, he still felt that the Dai was more powerful. Even if he was facing off against a progenitor, he would still feel the same way. The Dai was simply too mystical. The simplest explanation was that the blood-colored bell had been stolen from the head Inquisitor, and the head Inquisitor was at least as powerful as Master Yuan. Master Yuan was curious. Who is your master? Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. My master told me not to tell anyone else, so please forgive me, Master Yuan. Master Yuan smiled. It's fine. Many people are like that. There's no lack of hidden experts in the universe. Master Yuan then took out the blood-colored bell and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly took it. If not for this, we would have been in real danger, Master Yuan sighed. Lu Yin grew nervous. This was something that he had stolen, so he couldn't be exposed, could he? Take it, and don't be nervous. Since he gave it to you, I won't ask too many questions. Perhaps he has other expectations for you, and your memories might be related to him, Master Yuan said. Lu Yin knew that Master Yuan was referring to the head Inquisitor, and he knew that Master Yuan had misunderstood. He hurriedly put away the blood-colored bell and sighed in relief. Kid, you've contributed greatly to this war. What do you want? Master Yuan smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied righteously, protecting the human race is my duty. Master Yuan laughed. You should be rewarded for your contributions. Lu Yin was conflicted, as he really didn't know what to ask Master Yuan for. When faced with such a powerhouse, asking for money was too vulgar. Lu Yin couldn't think of anything else. Master Yuan looked at Lu Yin for a while and then smiled. You can leave for now. Let me know when you've made up your mind. If there are any more battles, you might need to lend me your bell. This sentence confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that Master Yuan was inferior to the head inquisitor. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to borrow the head inquisitor's token. Master Yuan, why don't I leave this bell with you? Lu Yin asked carefully. Master Yuan thought about it and then shook his head. You can leave now. Lu Yin didn't know what Master Yuan was thinking, but he didn't say anything and simply left. Master Yuan looked at Lu Yin's back as he left. The missing memories, the token, the origin, and the surname Lu. What exactly was he trying to do? Giving a primeval token didn't seem like something he would do. Or, no matter how Master Yuan guessed, it was impossible for him to suspect that Lu Yin had stolen the bell. The head inquisitor of the Hall of Honor was always shrouded in mist, and no one could see him clearly. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 couldn't steal from him. A few days later, Elder Big Drum suddenly came looking for Lu Yin and asked about the poison. Lu Yin was surprised. The poison is effective. Elder Big Drum sighed. It's not just effective. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000 would be unlucky to come into contact with it. The Hall of Honor quickly received the news, and they had also investigated the matter. These mechanical giants had come from the technocracy, and they were the technocracy's trump card against the Outerverse. Their goal was to divert the border forces away from the Outerverse. Powerhouses from various weaves of the Outerverse were gathered at the border, and their families and friends were all in their own weaves. The purpose of guarding the border was to protect their families, and once they found out that their families were in danger, the soldiers' morale would be shaken. Left with no other choice, the Hall of Honor sealed off the news for the sake of the overall situation. They did not allow news of the mechanical giant's appearance to spread to the border. At the same time, the second batch of cultivators that had been sent to support the border was used to wipe out the mechanical giants. These people included Meng Tianlong, Mu Nikhang, and the other leaders of various large sections. Not only that, but the Hall of Honor also contacted the Innerverse powers that had been hiding in the Outerverse, such as the Day-Night Clan, the Sword Sept, Northline Flowzone, and so on. They forced them to take action and destroy the mechanical giants. The mechanical giants were equivalent to ordinary hunters, but they could shoot out beams of light that were close to the power of an enlighter, which caused a large number of cultivators to die. Lu Yin, who was far away at the border, did not know about this matter. The technocracy did not seem to have any intention of spreading the news, which puzzled the Hall of Honor. They had already made preparations to receive the news at the border, but the border remained quiet. In Frostwave Weave, Xenu Star was on high alert. The mechanical giants were extremely fast, and no one knew where they would come from. 2 days ago, one had already attacked Xenu Star. Fortunately, Xenu Star did not lack hunters, which had allowed them to destroy the mechanical giant. As Sun Qianye walked along the streets of Xenu Star, he raised his gadget and sent something. He looked up with a cold gaze. Lu Yin, you're courting death. Don't blame me. He then looked up and saw King Zishan's palace. His lips curled up, and he turned around, almost bumping into someone. A large flag was erected in front of him, and the words, Starsabil's Grandpa Joe. What was that? Sun Qianye was stunned and took a step back. Starsabil. Grandpa Joe. Xianjiu walked out from behind the flag, dressed in gray robes. His eyes lit up as he looked at Sun Qinya. Old friend, are you well? Sun Qinya frowned. You are. Xianjiu placed a hand on Sun Qinya's shoulder and warmly said, Old friend, it's me. Don't you remember? You're Grandpa Joe. Sun Qinya was almost angered to death. How dare you insult me? Xianjiu hurriedly said, Old friend, you really don't remember. I carried you when you were young, and you peed all over me. That pee was vigorous and powerful. With his strength, he did not fear people like Huqingshan or Shuashan Ona. However, as the blinding light exploded, Sun Qinya's eyes were almost blinded, and he instinctively dodged to the side. However, Ku Wei's sneak attack still succeeded. Finger tap pierced through Sun Qinya's thigh and sent him crashing into the layer of ice, where blood dyed the ice red. Ku Wei snickered. Super flash tear. Tear bombs. That Luin fellow is a bit of a genius. He even thought of something like this. It's quite effective, Sun Qinya was furious, but he finally saw his surroundings clearly. Huqingshan, Shuashan Ana, and Ku Wei had surrounded him. Little old man, behave yourself. You don't look like a good person. So it's Sun Qinya, one of the most wanted criminals in the empire. Capture him. Huqingshan barked. When Sun Qinya was captured, he went berserk. Let me go, or you'll be in trouble. Frostwave Weave, no, the Great Eastern Alliance, will be destroyed. Let me go, and I'll spare your lives. The old man has gone crazy. Ku Wei was puzzled, but he suddenly thought of something. He looked down, but Xianjiu had long since disappeared. Huqingshan and Shuashan Ana exchanged glances, and they both saw the worry in each other's eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 848. After a while, someone from the 12th Squadron reported, We've discovered the coordinates of Xenu's star from Sun Qinya's gadget, as well as. At this point, the cultivator's face turned pale. Extermination request. The Imperial Cabinet, the Lu Ministry of Staff, the Lu Ministry of Justice, and anyone who had authority on Xenu's star had been summoned, and Lu Yin felt as if a disaster was about to befall him. Sun Qinya didn't try to hide anything. He told them that there was going to be a super powerhouse that would destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. As for who this super powerhouse was, he didn't say anything. Although he didn't say anything, everyone could guess that it was the mechanical giants from the technocracy. Ku Wei was so scared that he wanted to leave. However, Sun Qinya's words were doubted as well. If he really could request the technocracy's absolute powerhouses to destroy the Great Yu Empire, then that would mean that he was colluding with the technocracy. It was even possible that the Innerverse Sun family was colluding with the technocracy, which made no sense. Sun Qinya wasn't stupid enough to admit it in front of everyone. What if he's sure that we're dead for sure? Huan Sha said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent. At the same time, a petite female android tore through the void and appeared in Frostwave Weave. Her appearance was like the sky had collapsed, and her might swept across the entire Frostwave Weave. Everyone stood up abruptly, feeling the boundless might. Ku Wei's face paled. 300,000, no, that's not right. It's an old monster with a power level of at least 400,000. Run. The others despaired. Run? Could he run away? What did 400,000 combat power mean? They didn't know, but one thing was for sure. They couldn't escape. The entire Frostwave Weave was trembling in fear. In a border war, a powerhouse with a power level of 400,000 wasn't the absolute pinnacle. The Outerverse had ways to deal with such a powerhouse, but in Frostwave Weave, there was no way to deal with such a powerhouse. The female android's gaze traversed the heavens, and she looked towards the 3 rings of land, towards Xenu Star. She lifted her foot, and the void trembled. With just a single step, she would be able to reach that place and destroy everything. However, at this moment, the female cyborg suddenly stopped moving. Her head slowly turned, and her gaze swept across the endless void. She looked at a very ordinary planet. There was no technology on that planet, and it was like an ancient society. The cyborg's gaze swept across the planet, and finally fixed on a very ordinary village among the mountains. She fixed her gaze on the ordinary thatched hut at the innermost part of the village. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The red light in the female android's eyes flickered as if she was thinking. After a short while, he withdrew his foot, turned around, and left. The boundless pressure that had enveloped the entire Frostwave Weave suddenly disappeared. Everything felt like an illusion. For the people on Xenu Star, their despair had not yet passed, and they were still waiting. However, after half a day, there were still no supreme experts descending. Everyone was puzzled. Another day passed, there were still no experts that came. The reports of the mechanical giants from all over the world came in, and the results caused everyone to be shocked. Those mechanical giants had actually all retreated. Everyone was at a loss. As for Sun Qinya, who was imprisoned on Xenu Star, his heart sank. What was going on? Why wasn't he here yet? He should have been here a long time ago. That big shot hiding in the astral wilderness should have been here already. He had clearly sent out his coordinates. No matter how much he looked forward to it, the Outerverse had finally regained its peace. At the very least, Frostwave Weave had regained its peace. By the time Lu Yin received the news, the crisis had already passed for several days. What? Frostwave Weave was attacked. Lu Yin looked at Master Yuan in shock. Master Yuan had a profound look in his eyes. Not just Frostwave Weave, but the entire Outerverse. However, Frostwave Weave once sent powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, but they suddenly vanished. Lu Yin raised his brows in dissatisfaction, as he had been kept in the dark. However, he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction in front of Master Yuan. He could understand the Hall of Honor's painstaking efforts, as they were afraid that the Outerverse would affect the border. However, the Great Yu Empire was very important to Lu Yin. His friends were there, and he had built an alliance with them. He also viewed Earth as his home. The technocracy is vainly trying to use the Outerverse to reduce the pressure on the border. This is a disaster for the border, and we cannot afford to lose our strength. Do you understand? Master Yuan looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed. This junior understands. Master Yuan nodded. If something happens at the border, Frostwave Weave will also suffer. It's good that you understand. I called you here to ask if there are any supreme powerhouses in Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin's first thought was of Elder Yu. That old man was an elder of the 7 courts, and he had even saved the Yu bloodline from being hunted down by the Neo-Human Alliance. He was hidden in the Outerverse, and his strength was unfathomable. When faced with Master Yuan's question, he hesitated. Should he tell him? After all, the 7 courts was different from the Hall of Honor, and it would not be good for the Yu bloodline if he told Master Yuan. After all, he was from Wendy's bloodline. Master Yuan's gaze was deep as he looked at Lu Yin. It seems like you know. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Senior, it might be my master. Master Yuan was not surprised, as there was plenty of evidence that Lu Yin had a very powerful master. His resources, the dangers he had encountered, and even his futon seemed to have all come from his master. Master Yuan had been curious about Lu Yin's master because of the futon, and he knew its importance better than anyone else. There were only 10 futons in the entire Fifth Mainland, and Lu Yin's master had actually obtained one. Your master is very powerful, Master Yuan praised. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, this junior does not know much about my master's strength. Master Yuan nodded and did not ask any more questions. I called you here for another important matter. Master Yuan's gaze then turned serious. Planet Hydrodink was attacked. Lu Yin was shocked, and a thought flashed through his mind. The box was stolen. Master Yuan nodded. Lu Yin felt helpless, as the Neo-Human Alliance had still made a move. That box was very important to them, and they had not been able to steal it back on Source Peak Planet. Now, with most of the Outerverse power gathering at the border, they had finally made a move. To the Neo-Human Alliance, all humans were enemies. They did not care about borders or continents, so it was not surprising that they would make a move at this time. Kai Jinxiang had been forcefully conscripted to the border, and Phelan and the others were not strong enough to stop the Neo-Human Alliance. Master Yuan, what's inside the box? Lu Yin could not help but ask. Master Yuan sighed with a complicated expression. You don't need to know. I'm only telling you because you promised the Hall of Honor to protect the box. Now that the box has been stolen and you are at the border, it has nothing to do with you. Don't feel pressured. Lu Yin did not feel pressured at all. The box belonged to the Lockbreaker Society, and it had nothing to do with him if it had been stolen. His promise was one thing, and there was nothing he could do about it if he could not protect it. However, it was such a pity. There were 2 boxes in Jeffrey's secret room. One of them contained True Insight, and he had kept it with him all this time. The value of the other box was definitely not lower than True Insight. The Neo-Human Alliance should not be too interested in True Insight, or else they would not have allowed Deng Pu to escape on Source Peak Planet. Their goal was definitely the other box, which was the box that had been stolen. It was such a pity, as Lu Yin did not know what it was. In the eyes of the Neo-Human Alliance, that box was even more valuable than True Insight. That item has been stolen, and it's unknown whether it's a blessing or a curse. Alright, you may leave, Master Yuan said tiredly. Lu Yin bowed respectfully and slowly left. The Outerverse attack by the Technocracy's mechanical giants did not cause the border's power to decline. The 6 rocky districts would occasionally attack, and with the help of Lu Yin's poisons, the Technocracy's losses were huge. Lu Yin had handed over the 3 vials of poison that he owed Elder Big Drum the previous day. Rolling the die the previous day had been rather smooth, and he had directly rolled 3 pips. The further he rolled, the easier it was for him to roll the number that he wanted. However, there was one thing that he found very strange: the die itself did not have any rune lines, which was very strange. Lu Yin had upgraded the 3 vials of poison and spent 1.8 million star essence. Now, Lu Yin had a total of 3.2 million star essence, which was quite a lot. He could still float. Unfortunately, the items on his body were not worth upgrading. His bracers, rebound beads, universal armor, and flashbangs had all been upgraded to their maximum potential, and the materials that they were made from could not be upgraded any further. As for the remaining items like his life poison and divine arrow, there was no need to upgrade them. What he needed was better materials. If the materials for his universal armor could keep up and upgrade it to the point where it could resist envoys, then he would no longer have to fear powerhouses with power levels of 300,000. He would also have a greater ability to protect himself at the border. Wei Rong and Cheong Shir had contributed quite a bit during this battle, and Lu Yin did not conceal their contributions. He disdained to steal other people's contributions. Patriarch Mo Jiang and the rest of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators all returned to the technocracy. It seemed like the border had calmed down, but the calmer it was, the deeper the undercurrents. Regardless of whether it was Master Yuan, Ancestor Arrow Mountain, or Lu Yin, Wei Rong, and the others, they could all sense that there was a despairing power in the depths of the universe that could appear at any time. The Sixth Mainland should be sending reinforcements. Others might not understand the Sixth Mainland, but Lu Yin understood it very well. This was not only because of his experience in the Daosaur Sect's ruins, but also because of his previous encounters. For example, he had seen the person nailed to the ground within the centipede's body, which should have been a part of the ancient war. The ancient war should have been the war between the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands. There was also the island at the end of the Ocean of Death, and the words that he had heard. The Fifth had become the Sixth, and the sky had changed. The innerverse and outerverse had been separated, and the universe had undergone a great change. Lu Yin guessed that the sky that had been covered by the Sixth Mainland had been torn apart, which had caused the Sixth Mainland to retaliate and caused the war to break out. However, the Sixth Mainland had the ability to cover the entire sky of the Fifth Mainland. Regardless of whether it was the innerverse war or the outerverse war, the Sixth Mainland had not used its full strength, while the Fifth Mainland had already gone all out. What Lu Yin looked forward to the most was what Elder Yu had said. The Fifth Mainland was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, once the Sixth Mainland's reinforcements arrived, the outerverse would be defeated, and their only hope lay in the neoverse. Currently, the entire outerverse could not stop a single blood-burn realm. Within a battle fort in the technocracy, Yan Xiaojing's face was deathly pale. It had already been several days, but she still had not recovered. She had been like this ever since she had received news of Yan Chang's death. The competition in the Sixth Mainland was cruel, and imprinter families were stuck in a stalemate. Yan Chang had done everything he could to form a marriage alliance with the Autumn Frost family, and he had even wanted to gift the arrow to Ancestor Autumn Frost in order to rise to the next level. But now, not only had he failed to rise to the next level, but Ancestor Autumn Frost had also died. This was a huge blow to the Yan family. The surrounding people looked at the fatty and Yan Xiaojing sympathetically before leaving as well. This was how the universe was, it was cruel. With Yan Qing dead, everything had changed. No one could help the Yan family. The fatty spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Yan Xiaojing and weakly said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Yan Xiaojing stared at the fatty in a daze. She had never felt that the fatty was so strong before. Although he had been crushed by Autumn Frost Qing, the fatty at this moment made her feel at ease. "Thank you." The fatty felt bitter, as Autumn Frost Qing's kick had not been gentle. More importantly, they no longer had their imprints, which was the most troublesome part. They were currently at war, so Autumn Frost Qing could not do anything to them. Once they returned to the Sixth Mainland, Autumn Frost Qing would not even need to show himself, as there would be plenty of people who would help him. "Xiaojing, let's escape from the Bloodburn realm," the fatty whispered. Yan Xiaojing's body trembled. She had always been smart and calm, but at this moment, she was at a loss. After all, she was still a girl. But what about my Yan family? As long as we can escape, the Autumn Frost family won't do anything to the Yan family. After all, although the Yan family no longer has Senior Yan Qing, they still have other powerhouses who can barely hold on. Senior Yan Chang's contributions are also here, so the Autumn Frost family won't dare to go overboard. Yan Xiaojing thought about it and then resolutely said, "All right." In the outerverse, there was a white dot in the dark sky. It was a planet that had been completely frozen. The planet's temperature was so low that even a hunter would not be able to withstand it. Star Fox stepped out of the void and walked over the frozen planet. As the ground collapsed, a stone staircase was revealed. He followed the staircase down and arrived at a completely frozen underground room. This was the place where the old assassins who had founded Aegis had been frozen. Every 1,000 years, one of them would awaken to manage Aegis. Star Fox walked over to a white metal coffin, knocked on it, and took several steps back. Not long after, the white metal lid was pushed open, and a pair of pale hands appeared. The palms were very small, just like a child's. What appeared in front of Star Fox was a child, but this child's eyes were not naive. They were filled with ruthlessness and indescribable loneliness. "It's been 1,000 years?" the child asked. His voice was crisp and carried a trace of coldness. Star Fox shook his head. "It's not time yet, but you must come out. The Hall of Honor is forcefully conscripting you to head to the borders of the Endless Weaves to join the war." The child's voice was cold. "The technocracy has invaded. It's not just the technocracy. There's also an unknown power that the Hall of Honor calls the Sixth Mainland." The child did not understand, but he did not ask any questions. He turned around and looked at the white coffin. "What about him?" "He's also going to the battlefield," Star Fox helplessly answered. The child walked out of the white coffin. "How's Aegis?" Star Fox had many things to say, but he did not know how to say them. The Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, the battle with Luin, and so on. There were too many things that needed to be explained. "I've saved them all on a chip. Take a look for yourselves." He then handed the child a chip. In the Outerverse, in outer space, Madame Nayland faced a screen and slowly bowed. "Granny, the Hall of Honor is forcefully conscripting us. The universe is in great danger, so please take action." An old woman was on the screen. Her face was ruddy, and there were many wrinkles on her face. However, her skin was very smooth. The old woman had a complicated expression. "The Sixth Mainland. I seem to have heard of that name before, but it's been too long, so I've forgotten." At the edge of the Endless Weave, a spacecraft flew towards the border with the Endless Borders logo. This spacecraft had come from the Astral Wilderness, and it was one of the Endless Borders exploration teams. They had been forcefully conscripted to join the battlefield. In the Outerverse, the leaders of countless organizations had also been forcefully conscripted to head to the border battlefield. The Sixth Mainland's retreat did not mean that the war had ended, but rather that it had escalated. This was an inevitable outcome. Regardless of whether or not the Outerverse had retaliated, the war would have reached this stage, and no one could stop it. The only thing the Hall of Honor could do was to dig up as many hidden powers as possible and throw them all at the border. Of course, no matter how powerful the Hall of Honor was, it was impossible for them to completely understand the Outerverse. There were definitely hidden powerhouses, but 99% of them had already appeared. Even if there were any more hidden powerhouses, there would not be many left. Once the war collapsed, it would be pointless to hide, as they would eventually appear. This was the second batch of reinforcements, along with the people who had destroyed the mechanical giant. The Hall of Honor did not wish to forcefully conscript a third batch of reinforcements, as that would mean that the Outerverse defeat was imminent. This was because there was no such thing as a third batch of reinforcements. The so-called third batch of reinforcements consisted of the remaining forces of the Outerverse, such as Hui Qingshan and Hilana from the Great Yu Empire, as well as the remaining members of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. These people would not be of much use to the border battlefield, and using them would mean that the border had been defeated. This meant that the Outerverse would have to sacrifice human lives in this war. Due to the tense situation in the Damu Cliff district, Luin had been conscripted. He had thought that he would be transferred back to the Ironblood Cliffs district after the 6th Mainland's temporary retreat, but he had not received any notification. When the second batch of reinforcements arrived, there were 2 more enlighters in the Damu Cliff district. One of them was the captain of Endless Borders' Astral Wilderness Exploration Team, and he was known as Captain Stone. Lu Yin could see that Captain Stone's rune lines were close to 300,000, which far surpassed Acker's. The other person was a little more terrifying, as his rune lines surpassed even Captain Stone's. Most importantly, this person was an assassin. Lu Yin glanced at him from afar, and the assassin seemed to sense his gaze. His cold gaze swept over and met Lu Yin's gaze. In that instant, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The first person that came to his mind was Aegis, as this person's power level definitely exceeded 300,000. The only assassins in the Outerverse who had such a power level were definitely the founders of Aegis, and they had been in hibernation for many years. Lu Yin had already guessed that these assassins would not be weak if they had been able to survive the calamity that had targeted all assassins. They might even have been able to establish Aegis, and now, his suspicions had been confirmed. Fortunately, he had not fought to the death with Aegis, or else even the old smoker would not have been able to kill these people. The old smoker might have been able to escape from a powerhouse with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, but it was impossible for him to deal with a powerhouse of this level. The assassin only glanced at Lu Yin before disappearing, his rune lines completely concealed. Lu Yin raised his brows. It really was Aegis, as only Aegis had the ability to conceal their rune lines. 2 powerful reinforcements had arrived in the Damu Cliff district, and it should be the same for the other districts as well. Even the hibernating old assassins of Aegis had awakened. It seemed that there were not many hidden powerhouses in the Outerverse. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was good that they were all exposed, but he was afraid of hidden threats. Not long after, Lu Yin heard a rumor that Astral 9 had arrived. He was surprised that even Astral 9 had come. Astral 9 had always been in the Endless Weaves, but it was still quite a distance from the border. Without the speed of a radiant great aurora, it would take at least 10 days to travel from Astral 9 to the border. He had not expected the Hall of Honor to even recruit Astral 9. Thank you, brothers, for your support and rewards. Purple E Wolf Fong, thank you very much for your tip, brother. I'll give it to you as well, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 850. At first, Lu Yin had thought that the Astral 10 academies were fixed academies, but he had later learned that they were actually 10 warships from ancient times that roamed the universe. Back at Stargazing Deck, he had seen a strange starry sky, and he had seen warships singing ancient war songs as they flew off into the unknown. The Astral 10 academies were built on these 10 warships. Back then, he hadn't known where these warships were headed, but now he had an answer. They should have sailed from the 5th mainland to the 6th mainland, where the legendary ancient war had begun. The ancient war was the true war between 2 continents. There had been more than one progenitor, and even envoys had been unable to protect themselves on that battlefield. Each of those ancient warships had been incomparably large, and their power was no less than that of the Myriad City. He had seen far more than 10 of them, but now, only 10 remained. These were remnants of the ancient war. Now, Astral 9 was at war with the 6th mainland again, and the same ancient warship had appeared. It hadn't been destroyed in the ancient times, and it had continued the legendary war. Lu Yin requested permission from Arrow Mountain's ancestor to leave the Damuyan district and head to Astral 9. He wanted to go to Stargazing Deck. Although he had comprehended the Dream Finger, there were still ancient scenes that he could not forget, such as the traces of the Sky Beast Claw on the warship. He also wanted to see if he could break through the confusion and see the person behind the finger. Astral 9 had students who participated in border wars all year round, but they had never experienced such a tragic battle. When news of Lu Yin's near-death experiences spread to Astral 9, it caused a huge commotion. Many students were eager to join the battlefield and fight against the cultivators from the 6th mainland. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin requested to enter Astral 9. No one stopped him. Although there was competition between the 10 academies, they all recognized each other as the same bloodline. Outside, the students of the 10 academies helped each other, and this was even more true now that they were facing a border war. Lu Yin's reputation at the border was not small, and he had saved Lu Yin, Chao Ji, and the beard. Lu Yin and the others did not hide this fact, and the news spread among the students who had returned from the Iron Blood Cliff district. Many of the students were grateful to Lu Yin, and some even worshipped him. After stepping into Astral 9's space station, Lu Yin looked around. This was his first time visiting another academy. Back when he had gone to the Innerverse, he had wanted to go to Astral 7, but he had accidentally entered the space with the Golden Sea. In the end, he had been thrown to the west of the Innerverse and had missed out on Astral 7. Quite a few students looked at Lu Yin in amazement, and they all cried out in surprise. Lu Yin had become famous, and he was surrounded by many students as soon as he walked out of the space station. All of them looked at Lu Yin with fervent gazes. Lu Yin wasn't used to it. He was used to being in a position of power and being able to decide life and death with a single word, but it was rare for him to be worshipped like this, especially when these people kept calling him Senior. Lu Yin felt like he was floating in the air. How youthful! Senior, your battle with the sword sect's Lu Xiaoqiu was truly spectacular. Can you teach us how to fight against a sword expert? Senior, you suppressed the Astral Beast Domain Celestial Ice Phoenix during the Tournament of the Strongest. I heard that the Celestial Ice Phoenix has become a great beauty. How could you bear to do it? Senior, thank you for saving Senior Lu Yin in the Iron Blood Rock District. The next moment, as the finger descended, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and saw the Star Master not too far away. His back was completely drenched. This time, he didn't just see the warship and the jade finger, but also the pair of deathly still eyes. Lu Yin was no stranger to those eyes, as he had seen them before. They were the eyes of a corpse king. Why had he seen the corpse king's eyes on the ancient warship? He couldn't understand. Lu Yin looked at the Star Master and asked the same question that he had asked the first time he had gained enlightenment in Stargazing Deck. Mentor, what is a part of the universe that belongs to me? This student is clearly looking at an unfamiliar space. The Star Master's gaze was calm, and he indifferently replied, what you gain enlightenment in Stargazing Deck is the passage of time from ancient times to the present. You can only ask yourself this question. Lu Yin was speechless. The Star Master of Astral 10 had answered the same question back then. Was this the standard answer? He helplessly stood up and looked at Stargazing Deck once more. The Star Master bowed, and Lu Yin left Stargazing Deck. He looked up and saw that Astral 9's enormous ancient warship did not have many rune lines, and it was far inferior to myriad cities. However, Lu Yin had a feeling that this warship might have unimaginable power, as it had been able to survive the Great Ancient War. The Astral 10 academies were not as simple as they seemed. With a mystical place like Stargazing Deck, one could see the passage of time from ancient times to the present. Regardless of whether it was the Taima Palace or the Sea King's Dome, such a mystical place did not exist, only the Astral Combat Academy existed. It was no wonder that the Night King clan had not dared to openly attack Lu Yin. On one hand, they were apprehensive of the Lockbreaker Society, and on the other, they were apprehensive of the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin decided not to graduate. Even if the innerverse and outerverse were connected, he would not graduate. He would rely on the Astral Combat Academy for the rest of his life. As long as he did not graduate, he would belong to the Astral Combat Academy, and the Astral Combat Academy would be his background. The Star Master left and joined the warfront. Many of Astral 9's mentors left as well. Lu Yin also left Astral 9 and returned to the Demuyan district. Astral 9 had arrived at the border and officially joined the war. Many of Astral 9's mentors and students had personally joined the battlefield. Lu Yin had originally wanted to see Astral 9's president. After all, he was curious as to what kind of strength was required to become the Astral Combat Academy's president. However, he did not get to see him because Astral 9's president had already counterattacked. When Lu Yin heard the news, he was shocked. Astral 9's president had charged out alone without fear of being ambushed. Even though the 6th mainland had suffered heavy losses, Patriarch Mo Jiang was still alive and well, and they still had another imprinter. Furthermore, there was also the unfathomable technocracy. Astral 9's dean had rushed out of the technocracy just like that, which showed just how explosive his temper was. The next day, news of Astral 9's accomplishments spread throughout the entire Cliff District. He had single-handedly destroyed a giant technological fortress, and the androids and cultivators from the 6th mainland had all died in outer space. Lu Yin was shocked. Astral 9's president was at least an emissary, but he had gone to the endless Cliff District. Now, almost every Cliff District had an emissary guarding it. The Dark Phoenix Cliff was led by Phineas Yen, the Bigwood Cliff was led by the Arrow Mountain Ancestor, and the Endless Cliff was led by Astral 9's headmaster. The 3 platforms had gone to Myriad City, the Glory Cliff had Astral 9, and the Iron Blood Cliff was led by Moonlight Mavis Branch. These were the Outerverse top powers. Aside from these, there were also powerhouses with power levels of 300,000 to 400,000 like Elder Big Drum and Yumu. Although they could not compare to the Innerverse, they were only facing the 6th mainland, so they should be able to hold their own. Just like that, a month passed. It had been more than 3 years since the great changes in the Innerverse and Outerverse. The border had been peaceful for a month, but with Ancestor Mo Jiang's appearance, the border was once again engulfed in the dark clouds of war. What made people despair was that Ancestor Mo Jiang wasn't the only one who had appeared this time. There was also another figure who stood in outer space at the same time as Ancestor Mo Jiang. When Lu Yin looked over, he was almost blinded by the number of rune lines. He immediately thought of Ancestor Autumnfrost. Of the Bloodburn Realm's 3 great families, Mo Jiang's and Autumnfrost's bloodlines were on par with each other. Only the D family's bloodline was the strongest. This extra powerhouse was most likely Ancestor Autumnfrost. 2 world imprinters descended, and Master Yuan sighed. He no longer hid his strength and entered outer space. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, a giant hole was torn open in outer space, and this hole had no rune lines. HTTPS Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 851. When he saw this, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. No matter how they had fought before, even if the imprinter had cracked the heavens, Lu Yin had still been able to see the rune lines. However, this time, the heavens seemed to have truly cracked, and there were no rune lines at all. More importantly, Lu Yin could see an even deeper layer of darkness. Master Yuan, Elder Mo Jiang, and Elder Autumnfrost had all disappeared. The border was silent, and the technocracy did not attack. They were all waiting for the final battle. With the sixth mainland's combined strength, the technocracy could easily destroy the other cliff zones, but even if they did, as long as Master Yuan did not die, the threat would always remain. This was why Elder Mo Jiang had used a month to travel to the sixth mainland and ask Elder Autumnfrost to come out. They had to eliminate Master Yuan. The heavens grew more and more oppressive, and everyone looked on in fear. The sky seemed to be getting lower and lower. It was like a trial for the border. Once Master Yuan was defeated, the entire border would be destroyed by Elder Mo Jiang's hands. Not long after, an angry roar filled the heavens. You've been hiding your strength. This is your true strength. You're a cosmic imprinter. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was Elder Mo Jiang's voice. You two don't need to return today. Master Yuan's voice rang out, causing countless people at the border to relax. The blood-colored bell in Lu Yin's pocket that he had not stored in his cosmic ring suddenly floated up and tore through the void to leave. As the bell rang out, that boundless might descended once more. Everyone heard a loud bang as Master Yuan's figure flashed through the heavens and disappeared. No one knew where Master Yuan had gone, but Lu Yin had seen that indescribably majestic rune lines had headed towards the technocracy. Master Yuan had been hiding his strength from the very beginning, all for this moment. He could either make the sixth mainland careless and stop sending their top powerhouses, or he could explode with his full strength and deal with the sixth mainland's top powerhouses. Although many people at the border had been sacrificed, and Master Yuan had not done anything even if they could have been saved, the results had still been worth it. Different people would think differently if they were in different positions. To some, saving people was far more important than hiding their strength. If they did not save people despite knowing that they could be saved, that would be heartless. However, to those who were in charge of the overall situation, they did not care about the gains or losses of one or two people, but rather the overall situation. This was something that could only be understood from the perspective of a superior. Several hours later, Master Yuan returned. His body was filled with a bloody aura, and he held Ancestor Mo Jiang's head in his hand. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Lu Yin's blood boiled. This was how a man should be. He didn't even dare to look at old Ancestor Mo Jiang's rune lines. But now, old Ancestor Mo Jiang had died at the hands of Yuan Shi. Master Yuan's actions were not only seen by the Damu cliffs, but also by the other 6 cliffs at the border. This was his supreme power that caused the void to overlap. The true war is about to begin. Everyone, including this old man, will face death head-on. Tell this old man, are you all afraid? Master Yuan roared. In the 6 great cliff districts, countless people shouted, don't be scared, don't be scared, don't be scared. Master Yuan nodded and disappeared. Master Yuan did not return the blood-colored bell to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had killed Ancestor Mo Jiang, which was enough to draw out the true peak powerhouse of the Bloodburn realm, the legendary cosmic imprinter. There are no heavenly imprinter in the Bloodburn realm. However, there is a cosmic imprinter, and it is the D family's ancestor. Half a month later, Ancestor D appeared, his aura causing the entire border to tremble. His indescribable strength made him seem like a god, and with his appearance, the most intense battle at the border began. Master Yuan and Ancestor D disappeared, and no one knew where they were fighting. Ancestor Autumnfrost appeared and waved his hand, causing the Dark Phoenix Cliffs, Damu Cliffs, and Endless Cliffs to collapse simultaneously. Phoenix Yan's black flames swept through the void, and Ancestor Arrow Mountain drew his bow and shot an arrow, but his body instantly split apart and turned into a pool of blood. Aurora Corporation's President Qi, Old Lady Fu, Master Bei, the Baldy, Manor Lord Lien, and the rest were all instantly crushed into a pool of blood. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He had never seen such a monstrous pressure before. Master Yuan had been the one to deal with such a powerhouse, but now that he had made a move against them, Lu Yin finally understood what it meant to be strong and unshakable. Even though he had been prepared to hand the arrow over to Ancestor Arrow Mountain, it was completely useless. Ancestor Arrow Mountain did not even have the chance to attack. A single attack had killed 2 envoy-level powerhouses. Only the black-masked assassin, Ok, Shi Dui, Yu Mu, and the others who had not been targeted survived. The only person who had survived was Astral Nine's headmaster. In the distance, where Lu Yin could not see, Myriad Cities was also cracking apart. Jasper Mountain Sea, who controlled Myriad Cities, spat out blood. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a powerhouse. Countless people within Myriad Cities wailed in anguish. Everyone trembled under Ancestor Autumn Frost's pressure. Despair enveloped everyone. Aside from Master Yuan, no one else could stop Ancestor Autumn Frost. The Damu cliffs were split into 2, and Lu Yin did not hesitate to shatter the jade. He did not know if Mr. Mu could stop Ancestor Autumn Frost. Wei Rong, Cheong Shi, and the rest were already in despair. Everyone was in despair. Aside from Ancestor Autumn Frost, the 6th mainland did not need anyone else to act. Ancestor Autumn Frost stood tall in outer space and swept his gaze across the 6 major cliffs as if he was looking at ants. Distance was meaningless to him, and he raised a finger and pointed. He was going to destroy one of the cliffs and turn everyone there to dust. The first place he wanted to destroy was the Endless Cliffs. Someone had actually survived his attack, which was a challenge to his authority. In the Endless Cliffs, Astral Nine's headmaster closed his eyes as Ancestor Autumn Frost raised his finger. An invisible ripple spread out to the 3 cliffs and then to Astral Nine. Ancestor Autumn Frost was cold and arrogant. With a single finger, everyone would die. In the Endless Cliffs, countless people trembled as they watched the finger descend and turn the entire region's black lava continent into dust. Suddenly, Astral Nine stepped through the void and appeared. Its enormous shadow blocked the sky above the Endless Cliffs, and an invisible barrier enveloped Astral Nine and the entire region. Elder Autumn Frost's finger attack did not penetrate the protective barrier, but it pushed Astral Nine and the entire Endless Cliffs into the endless weave. Along the way, countless planets were crushed, and the entire region of space was turned into waves that were scattered. Astral Nine's headmaster spat out a mouthful of blood. In Astral Nine, many of the students and mentors were shaken to the core by that finger attack, and they all fainted. Ancestor Autumn Frost was shocked that the ship had been able to block his finger attack. Even though he had not used much strength, it still had a power level of over 700,000. That ship had actually been able to block it. Wait a minute. Ancestor Autumn Frost looked at Astral Nine strangely. That ship looked familiar. It had successfully blocked the attack. Even after being hit by Ancestor Autumn Frost's finger attack, Astral Nine was still in despair. Ancestor Autumn Frost's second finger attack had similarly crushed the Endless Cliffs, but this time, his target was not the Endless Cliffs but the Damu Cliffs. He did not believe that such a ship still existed. In the sky above the Damu Cliffs, a majestic beam of light shot towards Ancestor Autumn Frost from afar. It had come from Wanqing City, and at the same time, a towering tree rose from the ground. Moonlight Mavis had descended in an attempt to block Ancestor Autumn Frost's attack. However, in Ancestor Autumn Frost's eyes, they were all ants. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, natives of the 5th mainland. With that, Ancestor Autumn Frost pressed down with his finger. First, Wanqing City's beam of light, which was comparable to an emissary's, was broken. Then, Moonlight Mavis's towering tree split apart. No one could stop Ancestor Autumn Frost. The Outerverse had gathered all of its power, and although it seemed powerful, it was nothing more than an ant in the face of a powerhouse who could decide everything. Ancestor Autumn Frost's attack meant that the Sixth Mainland did not intend to waste any more time. Dezhu's appearance also meant that the Sixth Mainland's Bloodburn realm was going all out. They had not expected that a mere outerverse powerhouse would be able to force the Bloodburn realm to go all out, but it did not matter. Everything would soon be over. Master Yuan could only watch helplessly as Ancestor Autumnfrost destroyed the border. Dezhu was a cosmic imprinter, which meant that he was a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. He was on a completely different level from Ancestor Mo Jiang and Ancestor Autumnfrost, and even Master Yuan could not defeat him. Even when the blood-colored bell shook, its sound was drowned out by Dezhu. When an adult fought with a child, as long as the adult was serious, the child's resistance would be futile. This was the difference between the Sixth Mainland and the Outerverse. One could imagine that this finger attack would not only kill the people at the border, but also countless lifeforms in the Outerverse. Suddenly, outer space turned gray, just like what Lu Yin had seen in King Zishan's palace. Time, space, and everything else seemed to come to a standstill. The only thing that remained was the immovable finger that was pressing down, and Mr. Mu slowly walked out of the void. Mr. Mu did not pay any attention to Lu Yin. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into outer space. The entire border had come to a standstill, and even Ancestor Autumnfrost had stopped moving. Everything formed a great picture scroll that unfurled in outer space. Lu Yin did not know if the others could see it, but he was free, and he was the only one who could move. Master. Lu Yin could not help but call out. Mr. Mu slowly turned around with a profound look in his eyes. Then, his body gradually disappeared, and under Lu Yin's incredulous gaze, the entire border moved. The 6 rocky regions at the border all moved northward. In the starry sky and on land, all the people who belonged to the border all landed in the rocky regions and moved northward along with the border. Only Elder Autumn Frost remained fixed in the starry sky like an eternal statue. Lu Yin knew that Mr. Mu was very powerful, far more powerful than he had imagined. However, at this moment, he truly could not comprehend just how powerful he had to be in order to achieve such a feat. Patriarch Autumnfrost was a world imprinter whose power level exceeded 800,000, and in the depths of outer space, there was still Dezhu and Master Yuan. No one could stop Mr. Mu's actions, and no one could stop him from retreating to the border. Lu Yin did not understand, and neither did he want to understand. At this moment, he only wanted to ask, Master, why don't you eliminate the people from the 6th mainland? Mr. Mu did not answer, nor did he appear. It was as if he had already left. When the borders returned to normal and everything returned to normal, everyone was dumbfounded to discover that they were no longer in the endless weaves but in the southern weaves. https Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 852. The southern weave was in the north of the endless weave and bordered the endless weave. Compared to the endless weave, the southern weave was much smaller. The 6 rocky regions had originally been very far apart, but now, all of them had appeared at the border between the southern weave and the endless weave. The distance between them had shrunk infinitely, and it was as if the distance between them had disappeared. The great changes of the world were nothing more than this. Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what happened. Elder Autumn Frost, who was still in the endless weave, regained his composure and pressed down with a finger, but there was nothing beneath his finger. His scalp went numb, and his expression changed. The rocky regions had all disappeared, replaced by outer space. The only thing he could see was the technological fortress behind him, as well as the modified humans and the sixth mainland's cultivators. As for the fifth mainland's cultivators, they had all disappeared. At that moment, Elder Autumn Frost's entire body went cold. He knew that he had encountered an unimaginable powerhouse, so he turned around and left without hesitation, taking the technological fortress with him. On the other side, Di-Zhu and Master Yuan tore through the void and appeared. Di-Zhu held a cone-shaped power vessel while Master Yuan held a blood-colored bell. The two power vessels blocked each other, and at that moment, they saw the same scene that Elder Autumn Frost had just witnessed. Di-Zhu was shocked, as he did not know what had happened. Master Yuan was equally shocked. Who had attacked? With such shocking power, the border had been shifted right under their noses. Di-Zhu's gaze pierced through outer space and saw the southern weave, the border, and the fifth mainland's cultivators. There was actually such a powerhouse in the outerverse. Could it be a half-ancestor? Di-Zhu felt a chill run down his spine, and the power vessel in his hand suddenly exerted strength in an attempt to suppress Master Yuan. Master Yuan shook the blood-colored bell in his hand. An invisible ripple spread out from the collision, and the heavens changed at that moment. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have discovered that wherever the ripple covered, he would not have been able to see any rune lines. There was no shocking collision. The cone-shaped power vessel and the blood-colored bell cracked apart at the same time, and the invisible shockwave spread out in all directions. Di-Zhu and Master Yuan retreated at the same time. In Master Yuan's hand, the blood-colored bell shattered into pieces and became useless. Di-Zhu's cone-shaped power vessel also shattered. The two did not speak, as their thoughts were no longer on each other. Instead, they were focused on the mysterious powerhouse at the border. They tried to recall everything that had happened, but they could not find any trace of that mysterious powerhouse. Could it be that even they were affected by the invisible force just now? Thinking of this, Di-Zhu's entire body turned cold, and he left without looking back. Master Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked around. The people from the sixth mainland and the technocracy had all left. Although they had retreated from the border and handed over the entire endless territories, they had at least survived this calamity. He just didn't know if the sixth mainland would send even more powerful cultivators. If even the legendary celestial imprint came. Master Yuan shook his head. He wouldn't even be able to protect himself, let alone defend himself. He could only hope that the mysterious expert would be able to scare them off. The entire border had been moved to the southern weave, and no one knew what had happened. They were all guessing and discussing it. With the return of Master Yuan, the morale of the troops in the Six Great Cliff District stabilized. Everything that had just happened was too inconceivable, especially from despair to survival. Their lives were in the hands of others. There's no need to worry. If the front lines are too long, it won't be good for defense, so we can only retreat to the southern weave. As for the endless weaves, we'll temporarily give up on them. The elder's tired voice spread out. Now, the 6 major rock districts were not far from each other, so his voice could reach everyone's ears. Everyone was excited, as it turned out that the Hall of Honor had taken action. It was the Hall of Honor that had moved the border here. Elder Big Drum did not say that it was the Hall of Honor's doing, but his words were full of hints. They had no other choice, and they could not say that they did not know what was going on either. Lu Yin looked towards the north. Mr. Mu had probably left. Every time Mr. Mu took action, Lu Yin felt like his understanding of the world had been refreshed. Another jade stone appeared in his hand. The current border war could be considered the grandest war that Lu Yin had ever participated in. Even if it could not compare to the ancient war between the two mainlands, it was not far off. However, Mr. Mu had still been able to hold the fort. Just how strong was he? Wei Rong frowned as he looked into outer space. He had been wrong, as his understanding of the world had been completely shattered by this war. He had once believed that the Wei family's methods were correct. To accomplish great things, one had to rely on their brains, and strength was secondary. However, this belief had been shaken during the Armament Weaves War, and now, it had been completely overturned. So what if he was smart? Could he participate in this war? From start to finish, he had only been able to watch from the sidelines. Even when he had suggested a counterattack, he had only done so through Lu Yin's mouth. In the end, it was because he did not have the strength to do so. He lacked strength, but when it came to the success or failure of a universe, strength was the most important factor. Wei Rong felt powerless. He could rely on all sorts of petty tricks to create havoc outside of the battlefield, but in the end, the one who could decide everything was still the powerhouse. He had always believed that he was at the forefront of development, but now, it seemed that Lu Yin was not just one step ahead of him. This person's focus had been on increasing his strength from start to finish. Wei Rong and Lu Yin had always believed that they were on the same level, but now, he realized that as Lu Yin's strength grew, the gap between them would only grow larger. Once Lu Yin grew to the point where he could reverse the situation in the previous war, then all of Wei Rong's plans would be nothing more than an illusion. There was no more barbaric method than shifting the border. It was like playing chess. No matter how one arranged the chessboard, the other party could directly flip the board and attack the player. This was the so-called powerhouse. Cheong Shier left the Damu Cliff district and headed towards Myriad City. She wondered how Wan Qianqing was doing. Zhu San followed closely behind her. In the Endless Cliffs district, Xiao Zisong despaired. Bai Jia had died, and his backer in the Tai Mo temple was gone. Even if this war ended and he did not die, he would no longer have his former status when he returned to the Tai Mo temple. Gong Ling also arrived at the Endless Cliffs district and personally witnessed Bai Jia's death. Bai Jia had been unlucky, as he was not strong enough to be targeted by Patriarch Autumnfrost. However, his arrow had been too big. In the entire Tai Mo temple, only Bai Jia's archery had been able to magnify the arrow. Perhaps he had thought that the bigger the arrow, the more majestic it would be, as if a powerhouse could crush everything with a single finger. However, the bigger the arrow, the bigger the target. He had basically killed himself. In the Santai district, Yu Mu swallowed the special medicine that Shamrock Enterprises had customized for him and heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost died just then, but fortunately, he had managed to dodge a little. Otherwise, Patriarch Autumnfrost's attack would have hit him as well. Even if he had avoided the attack, the shockwaves had still swept over him and severely injured him. Even further away, Astral 9 Starmaster was slightly better off than Yu Mu. He had been further away and had not been hit by Patriarch Autumnfrost's shockwaves. The unluckiest people in the Santai district were Villa Lord Lien and the Baldy. The Baldy was the commander of the Santai district and had been at the front, but Villa Lord Lien had been caught in the crossfire and had been standing too close to the front. In the Glorious Cliff district, Zi Rong heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Zi Shui, who was not too far away. They were all fine and alive. Zi Shui's expression did not change, as life and death did not mean much to her. The Ironblood Cliff district had not been affected by Patriarch Autumnfrost's attack and was still relatively unscathed. Neither the Sixth Mainland or the Technocracy had been mobilized by Patriarch Autumnfrost's attack. The Ironblood Cliff district had been the luckiest, and only Moonlight Mavis had gone to the Damu Cliff district to block the attack and had been severely injured. The border was still being repaired, and no one knew if the war would continue. The second batch of reinforcements that had not yet arrived one after another. Meng Tianlong and Mu Nikhang had arrived at the Damu Cliff district, along with the Six-Fingered Tribe's leader, Bok Shamus, and the others. Although they had guessed that the border would be as tragic as it had been, it had still exceeded their expectations. This was especially true when the border had been shifted to the southern weave by a boundless force. Meng Tianlong found Lu Yin the moment he arrived at the Damu Cliff district, along with Mu Nikhang. This was Lu Yin's first time meeting Mu Nikhang face to face. She seemed calm, but there was a crafty look in her eyes. "Alliance leader, will the war continue?" Meng Tianlong asked nervously. Lu Yin replied, "I don't know." Meng Tianlong's voice was dry. "Rumor has it that the border was moved here." Lu Yin nodded and sighed. "Yes. Actually, it would have been better if you guys had arrived earlier. Then, you would have been able to personally experience the boundless might." Mu Nikhang rolled her eyes. If they had arrived earlier, they would have been finished. Even their emissaries had died. In this kind of battlefield, survival depended entirely on luck. Even if she had a power level of 190,000, it would have been the same even if she had 290,000 or 390,000. This kind of battlefield was the most terrifying. "I heard that Patriarch Arrow Mountain is dead," Meng Tianlong sighed. He still remembered that he had gone to the Tai Mo Palace with Lu Yin and felt that power. If even such a powerhouse had died, then the border war was truly terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously touched his cosmic ring. With Patriarch Arrow Mountain's death, the Tai Mo Palace's deterrence in the Outerverse had dropped by several levels. It had fallen from the status of a power that could not be provoked. Of course, the Dark Phoenix tribe had also fallen. Lu Yin did not know how Myriad City was faring, and it had been lucky that it had not been destroyed by Patriarch Autumn Frost. Lu Yin was now worried that the Sixth Mainland would invite a celestial imprinter or even a progenitor out of anger. If that happened, then it would be over. No matter how much confidence he had in Mr. Mu, he did not believe that Mr. Mu alone could stop the Sixth Mainland. During the Primordial War, the Fifth Mainland's progenitor Qin and progenitor Wushang had both been defeated, let alone Mr. Mu. Soon, 1.5 months passed, and the border was quiet for 1.5 months. Master Yuan stepped out of the void and headed towards the technocracy. He wanted to see if the Sixth Mainland's people were still around and if they would continue to ask for help. One day later, Master Yuan returned and summoned Elder Big Drum and the other commanders to announce that the Sixth Mainland had already retreated from the technocracy. However, whether or not they would continue the war would have to wait for another 2 months. This news made Elder Big Drum and the others relax, as that mysterious powerhouse had intimidated the Sixth Mainland. Compared to everyone else, Master Yuan did not let his guard down. As one of the Hall of Honor's remaining super powerhouses, he was well aware of the ancient war. Even progenitor realm powerhouses had fallen. If the Sixth Mainland could be so easily scared off, it would not be the Sixth Mainland. However, even in the Sixth Mainland, there were not many powerhouses who could surpass Dizhu. It all depended on whether or not they were willing to pay the price. If they wanted to take over the Outerverse, then they could do it, but that would depend on how the benefits were distributed. HTTPS Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 853. Right now, Master Yuan could only hope that the Outerverse wasn't that attractive to the Sixth Mainland and that there wouldn't be any benefits that would tempt even more powerhouses. The end of the war meant that the military contributions had begun to be tallied. There was a system at the border of Endless Weave that was connected to the Iron Blood system. When the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, a portion of the Outerverse had been cut off as well, resulting in a lack of signal. The Iron Blood system had been disconnected from Endless Weave system at that time, and it still hadn't been reconnected. Currently, endless weave system was independent. The one with the most military contributions was naturally Master Yuan, and below him were envoy-level powerhouses like the Arrow Mountain Ancestor. Unfortunately, the Arrow Mountain Ancestor and the Dark Phoenix clan's Phoenix Yen had both died. Their military contributions had been handed over to their descendants, which were the Taima Temple and the Dark Phoenix clan. The dead powerhouse's descendants would receive military contributions on their behalf, and they could use those contributions to exchange for contributions with the Hall of Honor. Too many experts had died in the border war. Excluding the experts who had died, Yuehua Mavis' military exploits were second only to Master Yuan's. From the very beginning, she had blocked the enemy imprinters' attacks. Afterwards, she had even defended the Ironblood Cliff District and taken the initiative to defend against Ancestor Autumnfrost's fatal battle. Aside from Ancestor Arrow Mountain and Phoenix Yen, no one else could compare to her military exploits. After Yuehua Mavis was Astral Nine's headmaster. Although Astral Nine's headmaster had been the last to join the war, his academy had blocked Patriarch Autumnfrost's attack and saved the entire Endless Cliff District. His military contributions surpassed most of the others. After Astral Nine's headmaster was Elder Big Drum, who was the commander of the border region. Although he hadn't contributed much during the war, his commands had been effective, and with his many years of accumulation, he was ranked 4th in terms of military contributions. After Elder Big Drum was Jia, who was the commander of Ironblood Cliff District. Jia's strength was far inferior to Yu Mu's, but with his many years of military contributions, he was ranked 5th. Actually, many of the cultivators who had been guarding the border had accumulated a lot of military contributions after the war, but that was only if they survived. Of course, many cultivators didn't have high cultivations, and no matter how long they had spent at the border, they still couldn't compare to an enlighter's military contributions. Ranked 6th in terms of military contributions was Jasper Mountain Sea, which was also Myriad City. Myriad City had been extremely useful in this war, and if it hadn't been for Myriad City holding back the 6th Mainland's experts, Damu Cliff District would have collapsed long ago. Ranked 7th was Yu Mu. He was part of the first batch of reinforcements. He was one of the few super strong warriors that survived. It was understandable that he was ranked 6th. Myriad Cities, the Cliff Districts, and the headmaster's military contributions. Jia was Jiez's, and Jiez's also Jia, SS Jia, T Lu S lose a lose a that. From the very beginning, Lu Yin's strength hadn't been of much use in this war. At most, he could fight against enlighters. He had saved some people along the way, killed geniuses like the 6th Mainland's Butcher, and even killed enlighters. However, it was impossible for him to compete with powerhouses whose power levels were in the hundreds of thousands. His military contributions were mainly related to the counterattack, the reinforcement of the Cliff District, and the lending of the blood-colored bell. As for the poison, it had been bought by Elder Big Drum, so it couldn't be counted as a military contribution. Just lending out the blood-colored bell was enough to raise Lu Yin's ranking, but Master Yuan had already informed him that Lu Yin's reward would be given out by Master Yuan alone. Thus, his military contributions had been greatly reduced. Even so, Lu Yin's military contributions had still reached 9th place. Actually, this was Elder Big Drum's special treatment of Lu Yin. Otherwise, if Master Yuan had given out the reward alone, then the credit for lending out the blood-colored bell would have been wiped out. Lu Yin's remaining military contributions were not that high. Regardless, when Lu Yin saw that his military contributions had reached 9th place, he was very happy. 9th place was worth 120,000 points, and he decided to use them all to exchange for rare materials that could be used to craft universal armor and weapons. Then, he would use his die to raise his military contributions to the point where he could threaten old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. He didn't want to watch this kind of war from afar anymore. The intensity of this war was even greater than that of the war in Iron Blood Weave, and it was on a completely different level. This also caused a polarization, as it was very difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain military contributions. Even Lu Yin had obtained more military contributions during his time in Iron Blood Weave than during this war. The main reason for this was that he hadn't been of much use. If he hadn't lent out the blood-colored bell, then he wouldn't have even reached 120,000 points. On the other hand, the military contributions of people like Yu Mu and the others were even more exaggerated, and they far surpassed the military contributions of those in Iron Blood Weave. This was the polarization of the battlefield, where the powerhouses obtained more military contributions, while the weak found it very difficult to obtain them. 10th place was Mr. E, an enlighter who had been invited by Amethyst Trading Company. He had been sent to reinforce the border and had survived until the very end. These people were the top 10 in terms of military contributions, such as Astral 9 Star Master, the old woman who had been invited by the Nalan family, the old assassins from Aegis, and the leaders of the various large sections. They had all arrived too late, so they didn't have many military contributions. It was worth mentioning that Wei Rong's military contributions were ranked 30th. He had practically hidden himself from the beginning of the war, and his so-called military contributions had come from his speech during the counterattack. Cheong Shi-er's military contributions had also come from that speech. As for Zhu San, no one mentioned him at all. He searched for a long time but still couldn't find his own ranking. Actually, everyone had questions in their hearts. Where exactly was the sixth mainland? Why were there so many powerhouses whose average power far surpassed theirs? And what kind of cultivation method did the sixth mainland use? What about bloodlines? Why did they call them the fifth mainland's natives? They had also mentioned some ancient war, and why did the sixth mainland hate them so much? These questions were in everyone's minds. However, the Hall of Honor would never explain. Wei Rong wanted to know the answer the most, as he was the one who had ordered people to instigate the border war in the technocracy in an attempt to stop the war in Armament Weave and protect the Wei family. He had achieved his goal, but the results had exceeded his expectations. The sixth mainland had been lured out, and a terrifying powerhouse had even appeared that could shift the border. All of this was beyond his expectations. He desperately wanted to know the truth, and he felt that Lu Yin definitely knew. When the border war had started, Lu Yin's behavior had been too abnormal, and he had not spared the Wei family at all. It was a pity that the Wei family had been one step away from destruction at that time. If Lu Yin had used a little bit of strength, or even if Wei Rong had personally acted, he could have destroyed the Wei family. However, he had given up in the end. In response to Wei Rong's question, Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, I don't know either. Wei Rong left. He was certain that Lu Yin knew something, but since Lu Yin did not want to say anything, there was nothing he could do. What Wei Rong wanted to do the most right now was to meet with the leaders of the Central Weaves and unite them to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. Otherwise, with Wei Rong's methods, who knew how many more backup plans he had prepared? In Lu Yin's opinion, the outerverse's lack of internal war did not affect the border at all. If the sixth mainland invaded again, it would not be like this time, where only the Bloodburn realm would be mobilized. There would definitely be people like Dizu, and there might even be powerhouses with the celestial imprint. At that time, even Mr. Mu might not be able to protect the outerverse. In other words, if the sixth mainland invaded again, there was a 90% chance that the outerverse would be destroyed. Under these circumstances, the outerverse's lack of internal war did not have much meaning. Since it did not have much meaning, Lu Yin had to think of a way to eliminate Wei Rong in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if he foolishly waited for Wei Rong to join forces, then he would have to pay an unimaginable price to get rid of Wei Rong. 15 honor points, and Lu Yin only had 14 at the moment. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and he looked at Master Yuan. Between 14 and 15, the numbers just happened to be stuck there. Was Master Yuan doing this on purpose or not? Little brat, little Belle can protect you, and this old man will compensate you for the price of her protection. Now, I'll compensate you with your status, Master Yuan said as he raised a finger and tapped out. Lu Yin's left hand involuntarily lifted, and he felt a sharp pain in his palm before it returned to normal. He hurriedly looked at his left palm and saw that the word law was slowly fading away. Lu Yin looked at Master Yuan in confusion. The younger generation of cultivators in the Hall of Honor are divided into ranks. Those who are above ordinary cultivators and have made contributions will be bestowed the title of Hall of Honor Star Apprentice. Those who are above the Star Apprentice and have exceptional talent and can be considered monstrous geniuses will be bestowed the title of Hall of Honor Star Child. As for the top tier, only those at the level of a presiding judge or above can be bestowed the title of Law Master. You are now bestowed by this old man, Law Master, Master Yuan explained. Lu Yin did not understand, but it sounded very impressive. Many thanks for the title, Master Yuan, Lu Yin said gratefully. Master Yuan did not explain further, as he knew that Lu Yin did not understand what Law Masters represented. Even in the Innerverse, not many people knew about it. Only in the Neoverse could one truly understand Law Master's status. It could be said that Law Masters were the most influential figures in the younger generation of the Hall of Honor. Even the presiding judge could only appoint one Law Master, and only after that Law Master left the younger generation could the title be bestowed to another person. The title could not be bestowed upon two people at the same time. The person who was bestowed the title of Law Master would have the qualifications to inherit the status of the person who bestowed it upon them in the future. In other words, Master Yuan had bestowed the title of Law Master upon Lu Yin. In the future, Lu Yin would have the qualifications to inherit Master Yuan's position in the Hall of Honor. Of course, this was only the qualifications. Even though Law Master was a title given to the younger generation of cultivators, it had extremely high privileges in the Hall of Honor. With Lu Yin's strength as an explorer, he should not have been bestowed the title of Law Master. At most, he should have been a star child. However, Master Yuan had bestowed this title upon him. In the history of the Hall of Honor, almost no explorer had been bestowed the title of Law Master. Law Master was equivalent to one of the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse. This title had established Lu Yin's future position in the Neoverse. He had not even gone to the Neoverse, but he already had an identity that countless people in the Neoverse did not even dare to dream of. Law Master represents the Hall of Honor. I hope that you will not disgrace this title, Master Yuan said. His voice was filled with vicissitudes, as if he had thought of something. Lu Yin bowed. This junior understands. Master Yuan gazed into the depths of space. I hope that this year's competition for the 5 Scions of the Stars has not ended yet. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. He had heard Elder Yu mention the 5 Scions of the Stars before. Master Yuan, who are the 5 Scions of the Stars? Master Yuan replied, the 5 Scions of the Stars are the true inheritors of the 5th mainland. They are progenitor realm inheritors and have 5 star towers. Only an extremely small number of people have the qualifications to compete for them. Law Master Yuan is one of them. Lu Yin was shocked. In other words, if the competition for the 5 Scions of the Stars has not ended, then this junior is also qualified. Speaking of which, everyone has the qualifications, but how many can actually come into contact with the star towers? If you need someone to bring you there, Law Master Yuan can bring you there and be protected by the Hall of Honor. From the very beginning, Law Master's title was derived from the 5 scions of the stars. Every generation of the 5 scions of the stars had their own methods from the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin understood that this was the power of authority. Everyone could compete for the position of the 5 scions of the stars, but they had to be able to reach the star towers first. Only a limited number of people in the Neoverse knew where the star towers were and how to get there. Only these people had the qualifications to send disciples there. Unfortunately, this had nothing to do with Lu Yin. He did not know how long the innerverse and outerverse would be separated for, but it would probably take a few decades. By then, he would have already left the younger generation, and he would not even be able to keep his title. This title's greatest use to him was probably to trick Elder Lohar and the others. Lu Yin was conflicted as to whether or not he should ask for more honor points from Master Yuan. He was afraid that Master Yuan would purposely give him 14 honor points. If he asked for more, then it would be very difficult to ask Elder Lohar for more. Lu Yin thought about it, but he did not say anything. "Do you have any other questions?" Master Yuan asked. He was exceptionally patient with Lu Yin. Lu Yin was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. During the border war, powerhouses with power levels above 500,000 took action. This junior saw a different region of space. What was that? Lu Yin had wanted to ask this question for a long time. That region of space that had been torn apart did not have any rune lines, which was very strange. Master Yuan looked at Lu Yin seriously. That was the true heavens. Lu Yin was confused. Master Yuan replied, "You don't need to understand it right now. You'll naturally understand when the time comes." Star energy is born from the true heavens, and what we use is not star energy, but astral sources. Lu Yin blinked. Astral sources. All right, you may leave. Master Yuan did not seem to want to say anything more. Lu Yin had no choice but to leave. He still had to stay at the border for another 2 months, so after thinking about it, he decided to look for Elder Big Drum and exchange his contribution points. Back in Iron Blood Weave, every fort had a warehouse that could be used to exchange contribution points, and the 6 rocky districts should have some as well. Unfortunately, the commander of Damu Cliff District, Master Chow, had died, and Lu Yin could not find anyone to guide him, so he could only look for Elder Big Drum. Aside from materials, he also needed to exchange them for honor points. Back in Iron Blood Weave, 20,000 Iron Blood points could be exchanged for 1 honor point, so it should be the same here. He only needed 1 more honor point to reach 15, and he would be able to start a war at any time. At present, the 6 rocky districts were not too far apart, and with Lu Yin's speed, it would only take him half a day to travel from Damu Cliff District to the Endless Cliff District. It would also take him at most 2 days to reach the Glory Cliff District, so he had plenty of time to spare. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and looked towards a corner of the Blackstone continent where cultivators were patrolling. "Come out," Lu Yin said. A black shadow walked out from the corner. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. This person was the sleeping black-masked assassin from Aegis, and his power level was over 300,000. The only reason Lu Yin had been able to discover this person was because he hadn't concealed himself, and the rune lines were too obvious. "Thank you, brothers, for your support and tips. It's the end of the year, and Sui Feng is too busy, so I have to take my time to update. Please understand, brothers, thank you for your support, thank you." HTTPS, Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 855. So it's a senior from Aegis. Is something the matter? Lu Yin asked. The black-masked assassin was less than 100 meters away from Lu Yin. I heard from Star Fox that you caused Aegis to suffer greatly, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior, you don't have any bad intentions, do you? What intentions? For example, assassinating me. The assassin fell silent for a moment. I can't. Lu Yin was shocked. Senior, are you that unconfident in your own strength? The assassin's tone was calm. I was the one who helped Star Fox and the others avoid the catastrophe. I was also the one who founded Aegis. I don't see any chance of success in assassinating you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It seems like Senior is really curious to see me. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. The black-masked assassin did not stop him and merely watched on calmly. Lu Yin's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he looked at the assassin. Senior, you should know that I'm now a member of the second management of Aegis. How can I join the first management? The black-masked assassin looked at Lu Yin quietly, and Lu Yin didn't say anything either. Not long after, the assassin turned to leave, but before he left, he said, if you want to join us, you can do so at any time. Lu Yin was stunned. Was it that easy? Does that mean that I'm now on the same level as Star Fox? Lu Yin asked loudly. The black-masked assassin left. He neither admitted nor denied it. Lu Yin found it strange. The first management of Aegis was made up of a few old assassins who had survived the catastrophe. How could he join them so easily? Was this for real? He couldn't figure out what this old assassin was trying to do. It couldn't be that he was afraid of the old smoker, as the old smoker wasn't enough to scare this assassin. Although it was strange, Lu Yin did not think too much about it. He would go back and have a chat with Star Fox to see if he had really become one of the Aegis masters. It shouldn't be that childish. Lu Yin did not stop when he arrived at the endless cliffs. He saw Gong Ling along the way, but he did not greet him. He then went to the Santai Cliffs and saw the boundless rune lines on the screen. His gaze turned cold, but he did not stop there either. He arrived at the Glorious Cliffs the next night. The Glorious Cliffs and Iron Blood Cliffs had suffered the least damage out of the 6 cliffs. Elder Autumn Frost's attack hadn't even affected the Glorious Cliffs, and even Astral 9, who had been supporting the Glorious Cliffs, had been summoned to the Endless Cliffs by Astral 9's headmaster. As soon as he arrived at the Glory Cliff, he saw several majestic rune lines. 2 of them had rune lines with a power level of over 300,000. It was a spectacular sight. Lu Yin followed the number of rune lines and found Elder Big Drum. Elder Big Drum was very curious as to how Lu Yin had managed to find him, as the place he was at was not a place that he frequented. Lu Yin could only say that it was a coincidence. Coincidence? Then forget it. Why are you looking for this old man? Elder Daegu asked. Lu Yin respectfully replied, this junior would like to exchange for battle contributions. Elder Big Drum nodded. Come with me. Not long after, Elder Big Drum brought Lu Yin to a warehouse in the Glorious Cliffs and gave him a list of all sorts of things that could be exchanged, including battle techniques, cultivation techniques, materials, power vessels, star essence, and so on. There were many, many things, and Lu Yin even saw his poison that had already been diluted. He had 120,000 battle contributions, and if he exchanged all of them for star essence, he would have 120,000 points. Actually, 120,000 was quite a lot, but what he wanted right now was not star essence. Elder, this junior would like to exchange for honor points, Lu Yin said respectfully. Elder Big Drum praised, very few people are willing to exchange for honor points these days. You're not bad. Alright, how many points can you exchange for? 1, Lu Yin said. Elder Big Drum was stunned, as he thought that he had misheard. How many points? Lu Yin repeated, just a little. Elder Big Drum was displeased. 120,000 battle contributions were enough to exchange for 6 honor points, but Lu Yin had only exchanged for 1. If one said that he respected the Hall of Honor, then the points he had exchanged for were too few. Even if one said that he didn't respect the Hall of Honor, no one would throw away 20,000 points for no reason. Could this kid have reached a round number? As he thought about it, Elder Big Drum asked Lu Yin to open up his identity to see how many honor points he had. Lu Yin opened it and saw that the number beside his identity was 11. Master Yuan had promised to give him 3 points, but he would have to wait until he returned to a place where he could connect to the internet. Blackrock Continent blocked all signals and all technological means, so his honor points had not changed. Elder Big Drum was depressed. 11 points. What was the difference? He tried to recall, but there was not much of a difference. Elder, this junior wants to exchange for 1 honor point, Lu Yin urged. Elder Big Drum felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what it was. All right, 1 honor point has been exchanged. Once you connect to the internet, your identity will be updated. Lu Yin was delighted. Regardless of whether or not Master Yuan had purposely stopped him at 14 honor points, he had already exchanged for 1 point and could easily reach 15. Lu Yin exchanged his remaining battle contributions for all sorts of materials, creating a huge pile. At this point, he realized that he did not have enough space in his cosmic ring. He had forgotten something all this time. Could he use his die to upgrade his cosmic ring? He had never thought about it, but perhaps he could give it a try. It would be perfect if he could upgrade it. In the end, Lu Yin returned to the Iron Blood Rocks district, as he had always been a member of that district. After meeting up with Aiden and Wendy Yushan, Lu Yin waited patiently. If the 6th mainland did not attack again within 2 months, then the chances of them attacking were relatively low. Given the 6th mainland's arrogance, they would not show any weakness to their enemies. If they decided to invade the Outerverse, they would definitely be able to destroy them easily. 2 months was not a long time for a cultivator. During this time, Lu Yin occasionally met up with Lu Yin and the others, and he was also given missions to patrol the heavens. 2 months quickly passed. With Elder Big Drum's announcement, the border's compulsory conscription order was lifted. Anyone who had been forcibly conscripted could leave, and they could also stay if they wished. Lu Yin sighed in relief, as he could finally leave. The border war lasted for 10 months, and the casualties were tragic. The Arrow Mountain Ancestor, the Dark Phoenix Ancestor, the Egret Overlord, and many other powerhouses who had once dominated the universe had all fallen here. This was the longest war that Lu Yin had ever experienced, and it was also the most despairing one. Fortunately, the Outerverse had managed to hold on. Actually, the one who had contributed the most was Mr. Mu, as without him, the border would have collapsed long ago. However, Mr. Mu's contributions were destined not to be publicized, and Lu Yin's contribution in summoning Mr. Mu was similarly unknown. There were still 4 months until the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated. Over the past few years, Lu Yin had changed too much. He had gone from a junior who had been praised by countless people in the Innerverse to the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, and his words held an exaggerated amount of weight. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse were reconnected, his status would shock all of the Innerverse great powers. The war ended, and as expected, Elder Big Drum warned everyone that for at least a year, the Outerverse was not to be embroiled in internal strife, and everyone was to be on alert at all times. Wei Rong finally relaxed. Under the pressure of the border war, even the Hall of Honor would not help Lu Yin. As long as there was no war, Wei Rong would have time to consolidate the central weaves. Over the past 2 months, He had already met with many of the leaders of the Central Weaves, and he had even met with several leaders of the Western Weaves. He had attempted to join forces to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. Your Highness, we've received news from Meng Tianlong. Wei Rong has been in frequent contact with the leaders of the various great powers over the past 2 months, and he seems to have reached some sort of agreement, Aiden said. Lu Yin raised his brows. That's normal. He wouldn't be Wei Rong if he didn't do that. 1 year is enough for Wei Rong to integrate with many powers. At that time, it'll be very difficult to take down Armament Weave, Aiden said in distress. Armament Weave was the first true military opponent they had faced since the formation of the Allied forces. Everyone had hoped for a beautiful victory, but unfortunately, Wei Rong's plan had failed. Lu Yin's lips curled up. They had already boarded a spacecraft headed for Frostwave Weave, and the signal had returned to normal. He activated his gadget and saw that his honor points had changed to 15. It doesn't matter. Let's see who's faster, him or me, Lu Yin said. Aiden did not understand, as it was obvious that Wei Rong was faster. A year without a war was a dead end. Compared to Wei Rong, Lu Yin was still lacking when it came to scheming. His chances of destroying Wei Rong's plan to unite the Central Weaves were not high. Lu Yin did not explain. 20 days later, Lu Yin's spacecraft returned to Xenu Star. There were a lot of things waiting for him upon his return. He had been gone for 10 months, and although the Outerverse had not changed much due to the border wars, the technocracy's attack had still caused the Great Yu Empire to suffer significant losses. Lu Yin waved his hand and handed these matters over to the Lu Ministry of Staff. Huan Sha's innate gift of analysis was very useful. Although it was not of much help in battle, it was very useful when it came to handling government affairs. Many of the old ministers of the empire had already changed from their initial rejection to accepting her. Huan Sha's ability to handle government affairs was obvious to all, and they could not find any fault with her. Furthermore, Lu Yin did not do as they had thought and purged them one by one. The Lu Ministry of Staff still existed, and so did the Imperial Cabinet. The Lu Ministry of Staff did not monopolize power. In the beginning, Lu Yin had intended to make the Lu Ministry of Staff the most powerful department. However, after the 9th Imperial Squadron had begun to purge the corrupt officials, the Anav family had completely switched sides and become Lu Yin's butcher's knife. Many of the Empire's officials had changed, and they were no longer as inactive as they had been in the past. These people had not only relied on their connections and family's influence to reach their current positions, but also their own abilities. When they got serious, they were all experts, and Lu Yin could not even find a target to target. This made Lu Yin feel gratified, as long as these ministers worked seriously, there would be no need for him to purge them, which would save him a lot of trouble. The dark prison was filled with an unpleasant stench. No matter how the empire developed or how advanced its technology became, the prison would always remain the same, as it represented the empire's darkness and iron blood. Sun Chinya's limbs were tied up, and his head was drooping. His lips were cracked, and there were countless wounds of various sizes all over his body. He looked dispirited, as if he had died. Ever since he had been captured, he had been continuously interrogated and tortured, but he had not uttered a single word. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 856. Lu Yin stopped a few meters away from Sun Chinya, and the jailer's eyes sharpened as he hurriedly brought over a chair and served tea. He's not saying anything? Lu Yin asked. A man with a face full of scars half knelt and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. This subordinate is useless. We've tried everything, but this person just won't say anything." Lu Yin waved for everyone to leave. Sun Qianye was a hunter, and willpower was indispensable for him to cultivate to that level. Normal torture would not be enough to deal with him. That man was a member of the 2nd Squadron, and when Wendy Yushan had replaced him as the captain, he had been in charge of the prison for many years. Unfortunately, he could only deal with ordinary cultivators from the outerverse, and a hunter like Sun Qianye was not his match. "I know you're awake now. Tell me," Lu Yin said calmly as he sat down and looked at Sun Qianye with interest. Sun Qianye's fingers twitched, and the bones at his fingertips were clearly visible. The torture he had endured was extremely severe. Sun Qianye slowly looked up at Lu Yin with a bloody face. "I could kill myself, but I was waiting for you." Lu Yin nodded. "I know. It's very easy for a hunter to kill himself." Sun Qianye weakly replied, "Sooner or later, you'll end up like me." Lu Yin leaned forward and stared into Sun Qianye's venomous eyes. "You waited for me just to say this." Sun Qianye coughed. "What you want to know will bring you despair. For example, is your Sun family colluding with the technocracy?" Lu Yin asked. Sun Qianye hoarsely replied, "Not the Sun family, but me." Lu Yin shook his head. "Wen Zhaoqing." This name caused Sun Qianye's expression to change. He had endured torture, but at this moment, this name made him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. "Azure Wing." Lu Yin said another name, which came from the note in the gun. Lu Yin then listed a few more names, all of which were translated by the monkey. Some of the names caused Sun Qianye to react greatly, while others did not. Sun Qianye's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Yin. He struggled to break free, but the chains rattled against each other. "What do you know? It wasn't until you were so confident that the technocracy could destroy Xenu Star that I finally understood." Lu Yin's lips curled up as he continued, "Your Sun family is in cahoots with the technocracy, and the names on the note are also in cahoots with the technocracy. You know some of it, but you don't. That note was placed in the astral wilderness by someone from the technocracy for your Sun family to take. The purpose of the note was to inform your family of the names of all the people who were in cahoots with the technocracy. Unfortunately, there was an accident midway, and the gun was taken away by someone else. Your Sun family found out that the gun was being auctioned off at the Sea King's Dome, and you wanted to bid for it, but I beat you to it. This is also the reason why the Sun family is targeting me, and why you're doing everything you can to destroy Xenu Star. You're afraid that this piece of paper will be leaked, and the reason why you've been waiting for me is to see if I know anything about your plans. If I don't, then you can die in peace." Lu Yin's domain suddenly erupted, causing an explosion in a corner of the cell. This explosion caused Sun Qianye to fall into despair. A listening device was placed the moment you were locked up. If I knew about your situation, the device could have reported this information to someone else, and they would have taken action against me. Unfortunately, I blocked off all signals before coming here, so the listening device is just a decoration. Sun Qianye's eyes were sinister, and his mangled face looked even more terrifying. Lu Yin's guess had been correct, as Sun Qianye's capture had been an accident. However, as the Sun family's liaison with the technocracy, Sun Qianye's methods were shrewd and ruthless. He wanted to use the technocracy's methods to test just how much Lu Yin knew. Only under such circumstances would Lu Yin tell the truth, which was why Sun Qianye had been willing to endure the calamity of being imprisoned to wait for Lu Yin. However, Sun Qianye had never imagined that Lu Yin would be so cautious as to see through his ploy and ruin his plans. Lu Yin stood up and walked over to Sun Qianye. "You're very smart. Even if you have to die, you still want to drag me down with you. Once the technocracy finds out that I know about that list and who's on it, they'll definitely do everything they can to assassinate me, just like they did on Source Peak Planet. Sun Chinya's scalp went numb. You guessed what happened on Source Peak Planet as well. Lu Yin frowned. It's not just Source Peak Planet. The technocracy's androids are also involved in Myriad City. Myriad City. Sun Chinya was confused, as he did not know about this. Lu Yin looked into Sun Chinya's eyes and confirmed that Sun Chinya really did not know about Myriad City. He then looked away and slowly walked out of the prison. This person was no longer of any value, as he did not know about Myriad City. It seemed that the technocracy had been working with the Neo-Human Alliance behind Lu Yin's back. If not for the androids from the technocracy, the Neo-Human Alliance would not have been able to cause such chaos in Myriad City. The technocracy, the Neo-Human Alliance, the Sun family, Wen Zhaoqing, Zhang Yi, and others had all joined forces to form an alliance that had betrayed humanity. Lu Yin did not find it strange that the Neo-Human Alliance had colluded with the technocracy. They were not part of humanity, but why had the Sun family joined them? There was also Wen Zhaoqing, who was a member of the Wen family. Why had these people joined them? That was very strange. Lu Yin could never understand the thoughts of certain people. He had his own bottom line, and just as he had said to Blacklist God before, if all humans became zombies, then so what if he unified the entire universe? This was his way of thinking, but it was not everyone's way of thinking. Everyone's bottom line was different, and it was difficult for them to understand each other. However, once they did, then everything would be clear. Lu Yin, so what if I didn't spread the news? The technocracy has already determined that you know everything. They'll do everything in their power to kill you. You're dead for sure. Sun Chinya roared as he cursed. Lu Yin walked out of the prison and calmly said, "It's done." "Yes, Your Highness." Interrogating Sun Chinya had allowed Lu Yin to confirm a few things, but since the inner verse and outer verse were separated, it was useless even if he knew these things. The people on the paper were all from the inner verse. When Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace, Beiqing requested an audience. Lu Yin did not hear any of these discussions, and he quickly rushed out of First Divine Gate and arrived at the budding terrace. He then headed towards the Nine Cauldron space. Just as he was about to leave the budding terrace, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura within his domain. Was that the fatty? Lu Yin's figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he had been standing. Huang San and Yan Shaojing walked over from a different direction. "Shaojing, don't worry. As long as we hide here, the Autumn Frost family will be long gone by the time we get out," Huang San consoled her. Yan Shaojing nodded dejectedly and looked at Huang San. "I've implicated you. Actually, our engagement has already been annulled, so there's no need for you to risk your life for me." The fatty smiled bitterly. "It's not just for you. Autumn Frost Qing will never let me off, and the moment I show myself, the Autumn Frost family will silence me. Right now, I'm just worried about my family, and I hope that the Autumn Frost family won't cause trouble for my family. They probably won't. The invasion of the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse has caused the entire Bloodburn realm to lose face. I've heard rumors that Sungchung Old Man doesn't plan on taking action, and it seems that the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse has an unfathomable powerhouse. Our Sixth Mainland's Daosource sect has issued a decree to gather all powerhouses with power levels below 200,000 to attack the Fifth Mainland's Innerverse. We'll first clean up the Fifth Mainland's Innerverse, and we want to end the Fifth Mainland's era. Autumn Frost Qing should already be there, and I've heard that he has many accomplishments. The Autumn Frost family won't have the time to cause trouble for our family," Yan Shaojing said. "I hope so." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 857. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Just as Elder Yu had said, the sixth mainland had already discovered what was hidden beneath the fifth mainland's veil. In addition, Mr. Mu's mysterious actions had made the sixth mainland apprehensive, and their top experts did not intend to take any risks. They wanted to focus all of their efforts on dealing with the fifth mainland's younger generation. Once the fifth mainland's younger generation was cut off, the older generation's powerhouses or hidden forces would definitely make a move. The sixth mainland wanted to force the fifth mainland to reveal its trump card first. After all, they had 3 progenitor realm powerhouses. As long as the fifth mainland revealed its trump card, they would have nothing to fear. It seemed that the true battle would still unfold in the Interverse. Lu Yin did not show himself. His identity had already been exposed, so there was no need for him to meet the fatty. It didn't take long for him to reach the 9 cauldron space. There were already people here, and Lu Yin did not hesitate to knock out all of the sixth mainland's cultivators within the 9 cauldron space and toss them into a corner. He then entered the cauldron himself and began to absorb the cauldron qi. Regardless of whether it was the Realmlings or the 10 arbiters, none of them would have the time to come to the Daosaur sect's ruins, as this was Lu Yin's world. More than 10 days passed, and during this time, Lu Yin had dealt with more than 10 people, all of whom had come to the 9 cauldron space in search of opportunities. It was unknown whether or not the fatty was unlucky, but he had brought Yan Shaojing along as well. However, he had been knocked unconscious by Lu Yin and had also been tossed into a corner. There were already close to 26 mainland cultivators in the corner. Another 10 days passed, and Lu Yin stood up. He had absorbed some of the cauldron qi, but he did not know how much longer it would take. It should be almost time. In the corner, the fatty woke up and rubbed his head. He had been beaten silly. Who was so powerful? Even if Autumn Frost Qing had attacked him, he should have been able to sense it. Could it be one of the fifth mainland's 10 arbiters? Fatty hurriedly woke Yan Shaojing up. There were still over a dozen unconscious cultivators around. Fatty told Yan Shaojing not to make a sound and to quickly leave the 9 cauldron space. He had decided not to return to this place ever again. Lu Yin watched as the two left. The scene in front of him changed, and it was time. When he returned to the secret room in King Zishan's palace, he put away his futon and walked out. It was time. That night, Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft and brought Ku Wei and Sister Leng to Armament Weave. Although the war in Armament Weave had ended, the territories that had been occupied by the Great Eastern Alliance had not been returned. During the border war, the Wei family had contacted the Imperial Cabinet countless times to ask the Great Eastern Alliance's army to withdraw from Armament Weave. However, the Imperial Cabinet ignored them all. "Big brother, where are you taking us?" Ku Wei asked curiously. "Armament Weave." Ku Wei was puzzled. "Armament Weave? What are you going to do? You won't start a war, will you?" Lu Yin smiled, but he did not reply. He had brought Aiden, Yen Yen, and some of the Lu Ting's people with him during the battle in Armament Weave. This time, he had brought Ku Wei and Sister Leng. Actually, it would have made no difference whether he had brought them along or not. The outcome had already been decided, and as long as the Hall of Honor did not interfere, no one in the Outerverse would be able to stop the Wei family's destruction. Tano Phineas looked at the screen and saw that a great battle was taking place. The background of the battle was actually the Wei family's ancestral planet in Armament Weave. Wei Rong bowed to Tano Phineas. "Family head, Lu Yin has ignored the Hall of Honor's orders and started a war on his own when the border is in danger. He has no regard for the safety of the Outerverse. This is truly detestable." Tano Phineas was delighted. The Great Eastern Alliance has invaded your Wei family's ancestral planet. Wei Rong's expression turned ugly. Yes. Alright, I'll go with you to the border and find Elder Big Drum to judge the situation, Tanafinius said excitedly. He wasn't too willing to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, but this time, Luin was courting death. As long as he added a few words to the story, even the Hall of Honor wouldn't dare to risk everything to help Luin. Luin was too stupid. He actually dared to start a war at a time like this. He was courting death. Wei Rong was apprehensive, as he was not as open-minded as Tano Phineas. Luin was not stupid, and if he had dared to start a war despite the Hall of Honor's orders, then he definitely had confidence in himself. Wei Rong ordered the Wei family to evacuate the ancestral planet while he anxiously headed to the border. He did not hope to use this matter to topple Luin. He only wanted to protect the ancestral planet and stop Luin from invading. In Armament Weave, in outer space, a spacecraft's beam swept through and destroyed the Wei family's ancestral planet's defenses. Yi Feng had brought many lockbreakers to join the battle, but they were easily slaughtered by the Allied forces. This was war, and the principle that lockbreakers should be protected did not apply to war. Once war broke out, it was either you die or I die. Ku Wei and Ling Jia charged out and joined the battle. Lu Yin stood within the spacecraft. The rapid response team that had retreated from the border had suffered heavy losses, but they still had a portion of their strength left. This force was enough to deal with the Wei family. Elsewhere, within a giant warship, Lu Ying Zishan's eyes were filled with excitement. This was the first real invasion since she had taken office. It had been suspended 10 months ago, and now, it was finally time for a decisive battle. Behind her, Ian stood respectfully as he looked at the tragic battlefield in the sky above the Wei family's ancestral planet. The Armament Weave's cultivators were like moths to a flame as they tried to stop the Allied forces. However, under the Allied forces' attacks, they could not even cause a single scratch. This was a complete suppression, and the Wei family was completely finished. He looked at outer space. This was a battlefield, and it was a place that he loved. Within the Wei family's ancestral home, Wei Baichuan looked up at the sky. From time to time, flames would crash down, corpses would fall, and beams of light would sweep through the sky. This planet that represented Armament Weave's most glorious era had reached its end. The rest of the Wei family had already evacuated, but as the family head, he could not leave. He had already faced such a desperate situation before, and this time, it would be the same. Wei Dan walked over, his face pale and his eyes filled with despair. Wei Baichuan indifferently said, "You and I will be buried together with this planet." Wei Dan was bitter. "Brother, I don't want to die." Wei Baichuan's body trembled. It was such a simple request, but he could not fulfill it. Beep beep beep. The screen turned on, and Wei Axian looked at Wei Baichuan in panic. "Father, hurry up and leave." "Leave? Why aren't you leaving?" Wei Baichuan sighed and immediately turned off the screen. An explosion could be heard in the distance, and a shockwave swept out, causing everyone's breathing to stagnate. Not long after, Wei Rong contacted him. Wei Baichuan immediately crushed his gadget and looked up. The Wei family's resistance had already ended. Spacecraft after spacecraft covered the sky, and the Allied army's momentum was great. Commander Lu Yingzishan led a group of people high up in the sky. Not long after, Lu Yin appeared and looked down at the Wei family's ancestral home. This battle was over. Wei Rong, who was far away in the southern weave, could not contact Wei Baichuan, and his heart sank. Daniel Phoenix's eyes flashed, and his lips curled up. It was good that everyone from the Wei family was dead. This way, Lu Yin's crime would be even greater, and he would be able to recruit Wei Rong. Although Wei Rong was not very strong, he was quite smart. The Wei family's ancestral home planet was filled with smoke, and the ground trembled under the Allied army's pressure. Seawater roared, and volcanoes erupted. The entire scene was like the end of the world. Today was the end of the world for the Wei family. There were people from the Great Eastern Alliance everywhere, and the Allied army had completely surrounded the Wei family's ancestral home planet. Lu Yin slowly descended from the sky and stepped onto the Wei family's ancestral home planet as he walked towards Wei Baichuan. Everyone followed Lu Yin's footsteps closely, and it felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Wei Dan's face was pale, and he looked at Lu Yin in fear. This was the youth who had crushed the Wei family, and Lu Yin's appearance had been deeply imprinted into the minds of all the Wei family members. It had become a nightmare for them. Wei Baichuan walked past Wei Dan and looked at Lu Yin. There was no fear in his eyes, only loneliness. Lu Yin stood 3 meters away from Wei Baichuan. Just like Wei Baichuan, Lu Yin was not afraid, nor was he complacent. This outcome was within his expectations, and it had been delayed by 10 months due to various circumstances. Otherwise, things would have reached this stage long ago. The Wei family had only survived for 10 months. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.